Good morning, good morning, good morning, or technically, I guess this afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. It's day 12 of the Kouri Richins trial. It's Wednesday, 3/11, March 11th. It's time to go to court. Let's talk a little bit about what happened today. We're going to need to talk about what happened yesterday, because yesterday was quite a lot. And it didn't end there. For all of you that have the Lawnerd app, you got updates yesterday. I also did a real quick YouTube short update yesterday. But for those of you that are like, girl, what is happening? The judge made a new ruling at the end of the day yesterday. So we're going to need to roll the intro. We're going to take a look at what we're going to do a brief summary of what that is. Then we are going to go to court. Remember, at the end of the court day yesterday, the court ordered the jury back for 1 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, so MDT. So the jury's not coming back in till 1 p.m. Mountain, which is like 2 p.m. Central, which is like 3 p.m. Eastern, which is like noon Pacific. I've time zoned more than I ever want to time zone. I have no idea what time it is in Arizona. Apologies. Y'all don't change time. I don't know what time it is in Arizona, but the jury's not coming back for about an hour from when I'm going live. The judge gave the attorneys that much time because there was more that they still needed to sort out that clearly wasn't getting sorted out. And the defense asked for a 2-day continuance. And the judge is like, no, you're not getting a 2-day continuance. But then so much happened. So much happened. So 2 updates. 1, it is a spicy weather day for me. Make sure you have the Lawnerd app. If I buffer, it's probably not your internet. It's probably my internet. If you need to go watch the weather in your area, we'll be up on replay. Just take care of you. Be safe. What happens in court today cannot impact your life nearly as much as what's going on with your weather. So stay weather aware. Today's spicy. Yesterday was spicy. And make sure you have the Lawnerd app, because if anything happens to my power, internet, weather, I'll let you know in the app what's going on next. Fingers crossed that we're just fine. Because that should be the way, but fingers crossed. If you have the Lawnerd app, you saw the updates last night. If you don't have the Lawnerd app yet, first of all, Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com. It's free for you. That's where I update things the quickest. We're going to do a quick summary. We're going to go to court. We're going to roll the intro. And then I'm going to roll the intro and then tell you everything that's going on. I think that's the best way. Let's do all of that. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. It's time to get to court. So yesterday, we ended the day with the defense asking for a 2-day continuance, the judge saying no, and everybody wanting more time. All of this was surrounding the testimony of Carmen Lauber. There's multiple things going on with Carmen Lauber. First, ages ago, not ages, I don't even remember how many days ago, but days ago, the defense argued that they had gotten new discovery. Remember, they're like, we just got a text. And Mr. Bloodworth's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. But we just got a text, Bloodworth. I have no idea what you're talking about Carmen Lauber's probation, terms of probation, text messages with O'Driscoll, things like that. So we heard that there was more going on, and they wanted a mistrial because they didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine Carmen Lauber on those things. Then we get into what the prosecution wanted to bring in regarding the it's not rebuttal, but the rehabilitation of an insinuation of recent fabrication, motive to lie, etc. So under 801, they wanted to bring in a prior consistent statement. You normally can't just be like, and you said that all the time, right? They wanted to bring in prior consistent statements from Carmen Lauber's interview. And that's where things just went off the rails yesterday, because that's when the defense was like, okay, fine. If you want to bring these parts in, mention it all, bring in all 7 hours of video. And we're not sending 900 pages back to the jury room. Bring in all 7 hours. If that's what you want to do, Your Honor, just bring in all 7 hours. Bring it all in. And the prosecution's like, yeah, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. So the judge narrowed this down and said, look, we've met this first prong. The door has been opened. This fits under 801 D1B. it can come in. However, we need to narrow it down and we need to give the defense an opportunity to say, okay, but we don't think this should come in and we think that should come in. And then give the defense an opportunity to say, but these statements need to be more complete, which means in the surrounding statement, giving context. It does not mean everything forever and ever, amen. That's not what the 106 rule of completeness in Utah says. It is enough to give it context. It's not cutting it off. It's like that text message with purportedly Eric Richins and Bryce, where it was like, Kouri and I are starting an open marriage. And then the rule of completeness says, okay, but if there's more to that text message that gives context, it needs to come in. And with that text message, it was, so Kouri and I are starting an open marriage. I'm inviting you over tonight, or something to that effect. It's keeping out that last bit doesn't give you the accurate representation of that text. It's not, Kouri and I are starting an open marriage. Hey, are we going to Home Depot tomorrow? That doesn't give you the context that you need. It doesn't give you the full picture. So you have the right to bring in the full picture. So the prosecution was saying, we want to bring these things in to rebut the insinuation of recent fabrication. The defense said, we need the ability to then look at rule of completeness on our end. It's 900 pages, Your Honor. We need 2 days. And the court's like, that's not happening. So now they let the jury go for the next day. They call a witness to talk about time zones on the text messages. They probably could have done it earlier, but whatever. Then the court makes a new ruling last night. And the court's new ruling is, hey, so when we were all talking about this, the defense didn't raise the issue. But I'm raising the issue because I don't know. I need more foundation. I need to know that these statements were made before, like, a motive to lie. So it needs to be before we get to, hey, you need a deal. We've got a deal. Tell us what we want to know. Before there's any motive to lie, before there's any pressure on Carmen Lauber. And the court's like, I'm not clear from everything y'all have said when these statements happened. Did these statements happen when the police sat down with Carmen? Or did she say, fuck you, I'm not saying shit, until the police were like, but girl, you're going to go away for a long time. And then this is all hyperbole on my end. We're going to need some more. So why don't we all play let's make a deal and you tell us what you know and we'll make sure you're taken care of. Were the statements made before or after that tipping point? I'm not saying that's literally what was said. So the court didn't bring it up yesterday. I mean, I didn't even bring it up. I'm like, well, obviously the defense would have argued this if this was a problem. Silly me, Emily. Don't assume that because the defense doesn't raise the issue, it's not still an issue. That's my bad. So the court, in their own motion, sua sponte, on their own motion, said, I need to know, I need to know when these things were made. I'm not confident because I don't know. And what lawyers sometimes forget is that the judge doesn't have everything that the lawyers do. The judge can't just go through the transcripts and perceive it for themselves. The judge has what's filed and given to them. The judge does not have the entire case file. They are the umpire. They don't have the playbook or the referee. They don't have whatever the binder that the footballs use. They don't have the playbook. They only have what's given to them. So in the filing, they don't give the court everything. And the defense didn't object to it. And the court said, instead of assuming that this is all fine, I'm going to need y'all to spell it out for me. I think that the court probably doesn't trust that it's going to get brought up either. So then the defense files their motion. It seems that it was around 6 p.m. because it was pretty close in time when I pulled it up, and said, Your Honor, we got an email from the prosecution. This is all moot because the prosecution says they're now only going with these two under the rule of completeness 106. So now we're back at the beginning. Now we're back at the beginning with the prosecution saying, we're not going to argue this. I'm not going to argue if the police saying, hey, we know you're in here on this drug thing. Do you want to tell us what you know about this other thing? Is pressure or not pressure or undue influence or not undue influence? We're not arguing it. we're just going to go 106 then. I told you the prosecution can get this in multiple ways. And so instead of going through line by line and arguing all of it, it seems the prosecution went, nah, we're not going to waste any more time on this. We'll take the other route. There's like 4 ways we can drive. We're taking the one with the less turns. Yeah, we're not taking the windy road today. Less turns. So now we're all the way back at the beginning. So we've circled all the way back to the beginning. So this morning, court came on the record for about a little less than an hour and then went into recess until the jury comes back at 1 Mountain. So we're going to go look at what they talked about this morning after all of that background that added last night. And now that we're back at the beginning, we'll just see what the fuck happens because who knows? So that's where we are. We've found the circle back. We're just going to continue. We're going to continue to circle back. So Judge M, I think, was like, I don't trust that. I don't trust that the defense has perceived this issue. Maybe I don't trust that I have an accurate handle on when these statements were made. And if these statements were made after a plea deal was offered, then we got problems or potentially have problems. And the court's not here for any potential fucking problems. This judge has erred on the side of caution and like well over the line on the side of caution every single time. The judge is like, I'm not getting into the weeds. I'm not getting into the gray zone. I'm not doing anything weird. In an abundance of caution, tell me that it's okay. And then we'll go from there. So let's go to court. So is that a win for the defense? I mean, maybe. I think it's a win that the judge came in and was like, let's talk about this. And then I think it's a win for the defense that they didn't have to spend the entire evening going through line by line and arguing. They got to punt back to the prosecution. They were like, ball's no longer in our court. You say you want to go a different rule? You do it. And now the prosecution has to do more work. And they're like, this is moot. It's moot as to us, Your Honor. The prosecution said they're going under 106. Everything you asked us to do is moot. We're done. It's moot. Moo. We don't have to do anything. We're just going to wait. We're going to wait till the prosecution does it. So yeah, a win for them. They didn't have to spend their evening doing that. So I think that's a win for them. And the prosecution is like, path of least resistance. Path of least resistance. Which again takes a level of maturity to not just be like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's fight. It's like, no, we just want to get through this. We just want to get through this. So hopefully everybody's organized and ready to go today. We're going to go back to court. Don't worry. We'll take a flight when the jury comes in. That's been our practice this trial. So starting with court a little bit earlier this morning, before the jury comes back, remember there was that big delay in the day. Emily loves her Zoom room. Emily's kids are on spring break. I wanted to spend a little time with them this morning. So when court was live for 45 minutes and then took like a 4-hour break, I was like, nah, we're going to spend some family time and then we're going to go from there. Let me make sure we're queued up. I thought I was queued up. Oh, we know it's the beginning when we see the tippy top of Judge M's head.
139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant are present.
Let me see where my closed captioning went. We'll have this on in just a second.
Let me just provide a summary of how we got from yesterday to
Oh,
today.
good. Can we get a road so far?
At the close.
No, we have a judicial TLDR. Perfect. A judicial TLDR is exactly what we need. What else happened?
We got from yesterday to today.
Mm-hmm.
At the close of proceedings yesterday, we had a plan to
there were a lot of plans.
Receive defendant's written response to state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R.
I literally turned it off and turned it back on.
As prior consistent statements under Rule of Evidence 801 D1B.
Right.
After everybody left the courthouse and upon reflection, the court did some additional research regarding the foundational requirements of 801 D1B. issued a ruling requesting additional foundation for admission of those redacted exhibits under that rule. That's docket 1700-1700. And shortly after that, had a WebEx conference on the record with counsel to discuss the court's concerns regarding the foundation requirements for that rule. Following that, the state narrowed its request to seek, as I understand it, Mr. Bloodworth, publishing, not admission of
like
portions
testimony
of only two of the proffered
So treating it as
exhibits.
testimony.
That would be 5-58R and 8-62R under Rule 106. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After that, counsel, to their credit, engaged in a productive email exchange regarding their positions regarding those redactions. I
Productive?
think we need to discuss those one at a time now. Is that your view, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It would help me to just go through these one at a time and talk about what's happening here. So let's start with Exhibit 5-58.
The judge. It would help me. I need y'all to make a motherfucking record. Help me help you. Help me make a record. So he's like, this is how we're doing this. I appreciate that the judge pulls the burdens onto himself. The judge always is just like, this is on me. Let me do this. Upon more reflection, I did more research. He is never placing blame anywhere. He is always pulling it onto himself, saying, not, I don't think you are capable of making an organized record, but I would like to do it this way. He's incredibly mindful in the way that he talks about things on the record.
Which is the transcript of a May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber. And we begin, as I understand it, and I'm going off the
What are we going off of?
8-58R. Did I misspeak? My apologies. 8-58R. Thank you for the clarification. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right email here. And I'm not. My apologies. I need to print the state's response. One moment.
Your Honor, it's probably
Left it on my printer.
8:05 p.m.
Yes, that's right.
All right. The judge is like,
To
I
the
left it on my
state's
printer.
Highlights in and around page 75, lines 1921. The defendant
jury's not in
states,
for the day
quote,
just yet.
"This completely resolves this proffered section, leaving nothing for the court to decide." But then the state, I think, sees it a little differently. Help me understand here.
Yes, Your Honor. The highlighted, I think for the purpose of this discussion, the highlights are immaterial. The highlights related to the 801 discussion.
Okay.
So in the 805 email last night, the state set forth its view by page and line number of the 106 argument.
Okay, so the state's position is that page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13
This is hard when we don't
from
have
this
any
should be
of
published
the
under Rule
lines.
106.
That's correct. And
Right.
that
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms.
that section of that statement, that section of the transcript applies to both the first and second paragraphs. It encompasses both of the statements that both of defense's statements that are outlined in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the 805 email.
Understood. And so to the
Boy.
extent when we look
I rock
at
the mic like a vandal. Light up the stage.
8-58R,
Don't like a
to
candle.
the extent that between page 65, line 4, and page 87, line 13, there are some sections that are not currently highlighted. Is the state's position that those are included in the state's request?
Yes, Your Honor, I think for purpose of this discussion, we can ignore highlighting.
Okay, got it.
The weather here is
Let me
such that
pause
I need
there.
like a fan and a
Ms. Lewis,
heater,
take a moment, take the time you need.
depending on the minute by minute, play by play of the weather. I appreciate that he's like, counsel, just take a moment, soak it all in. Wasn't this all in the email from last night? I think everyone has confused each other at this point. It's like when you say a word so much, the word no longer actually makes sense, or you look at it too much and you're like, that's not even how that's spelled. That's not even a word. That is a jumble of shapes. I think that's where we've gotten to in this trial, that everybody is just like, huh? What are we doing? Northwest NW said, I call those hot flashes. I wish it was me. They're Tennessee hot flashes. I mean, I guess it would feel same if it was just me. But they're taking a minute. I'm going to zoom while they're taking a minute. The jury's not waiting. They did this morning, and then they
realized
finished
we were
so
ignoring
early.
the highlights until right now. So
Well, I think if it helps speed things along, as I understand it, the defendant didn't have any trouble with the highlighted portions. It's now the unhighlighted portions between 65 and 87
Right.
that we
Well-
need to make sure you get an opportunity to respond to.
actually, Your Honor, we had agreed to letting in all of the highlighted portion on page 75 and 76.
Right.
Because that would be what was related to the statement that I elicited on cross. So that's what we had agreed to, which is what we believed the state wanted, because like I said, it wasn't until Mr. Bloodworth just said we were now ignoring highlights. So
Because
we
you agreed to them.
to page 75, line 8, starting at line 8, through page 76, ending at line 5, under the rule of completeness, because that completed the discussion around the elicited statement, which is give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. I think going all the way back
Right.
and adding in everything does not have to do with that statement. It's a lot of
I mean, if there's context around that statement sounds pretty fucking bad the way it was presented. Did that statement stick out in your mind? The give us what we need to ensure Kouri gets convicted? Because that statement was just like, the fuck did you just say? Right, if there's context around it, I would sure like to know.
discussion.
Because that statement
I mean,
was
it doesn't have anything to do with O'Driscoll's statement that was elicited through Carmen.
Your Honor, Your
It's
Honor,
talking about,
Your Honor, we don't want to make the statement less bad. This statement's real bad. We'd like to leave it real bad.
I'm trying to look at the unhighlighted parts now.
Because, yeah, that statement sticks with you. You're just like, the fuck are you doing?
I mean, it is talking about that it's about she doesn't know the situation between Eric and Kouri, which wouldn't have anything to do with that. It's about when we're going to meet again. She says, I need to go through whatever I need to go through to figure out. I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with that statement by Detective O'Driscoll. I mean, I agree the stuff right before that and immediately after that that completes that line of question and answer should come in. But, for example, on page 67, Detective Maynard says, I'm just saying we're going to need you to settle down and get details and timelines. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the statement. And it's also hearsay by Detective Maynard. I mean, I suppose if Mr. Bloodworth wants to question Detective O'Driscoll about some of these other statements, that would be appropriate, but I disagree that all of this comes in under the rule of completeness.
I think we need to be a little bit careful here. It's not Detective O'Driscoll's
Precision
statements
is
that are
needed.
subject to the rule of completeness. It is Ms. Lauber's statements that are potentially subject to the rule of completeness. And as I understood the state's position, it was
It
the
is true.
context provided by Detective O'Driscoll's statement on page 75, combined with Ms.
We're just
Lauber's response on page 82.
Piece by
And
piece.
that was, as I understood, from back when Carmen Lauber testified in open court, what the state believed they needed to correct the arc of. Is that fairly stated, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor, and I can provide additional detail to the extent we need it.
If you would just make a record for why the state believes page 65, line 4 through page 87,
Okay.
line 13 is required to explain, qualify, or provide context for Ms. Lauber's testimony.
Oh, boy.
I'd appreciate it.
Your Honor, the necessary context is that Carmen Lauber was agitated about her involvement in Eric Richins' death, and the detectives were trying to settle her down and focus her in on the details. The court can see the word details in this portion of the transcript appears a dozen or so times as Carmen Lauber is scattered. They're trying to just get her focused in on the details, and in the details, and explaining to her, right, because the broader context here is they're talking about her immunity, and they're explaining to her that details are necessary so that they can corroborate them, and that corroboration of those details is necessary for immunity.
Okay,
That
that
is the
makes sense.
context of the statement.
Ms. Lewis, go from there, please.
Okay, that makes sense. It's a different situation for me if Lauber's freaking out and they're like, no, we're not going after you. We're not worried about you. We're worried about the details that are going to get Kouri convicted. No one's going after you. No one wants to prosecute you. But you can get prosecuted if you're the middleman in a drug transaction that kills someone. Yes, you can get prosecuted. It's different if they're like, oh, you don't want to talk? You give us the details that are going to get Kouri convicted is different than, ma'am, no, we're not coming after you. We want to get Kouri convicted. Give us those details. Focus on that. The words might be the same, but the context might be different. So the prosecution is trying to say, okay, well, we need the surrounding statements to explain what Carmen Lauber's saying to law enforcement. Because the prosecution is now going with completeness based on what the defense put in their cross-examination. Okay.
Sorry, just a moment.
I'm trying to, my chair is fighting with me. It's going to be that kind of a day.
Your Honor, if the state could add, that is the narrowly tailored context of the statement. The state, water under the bridge, but the state has argued the entire series of interviews provides that context as well.
That's been
Right.
preserved.
It has. I appreciate that.
He's like, and yet here we are again, doing this one more time. All right, I'm going to answer some questions. Laura asked, does Kouri have a hairdresser for court? Kouri has I would imagine, a brush, maybe some hairspray if she's lucky, and rubber bands. That's going to be all she gets for court. Stormy B4618 asked, Emily, why does it matter when she made the statements, when other people give testimony with immunity, etc.? It's not about her testimony. This is about how they can use her prior interviews and under what rule they can use her prior interviews. So the timing of the statements under the prongs of 801 D1B matter because they were using them to rebut an allegation of recent fabrication.
What they're saying,
And so the timing of those matters for the way that they were seeking to use them, but that is moot now because the prosecution was like, we're not taking the windy road. We're going to take the other road. We're going to take the easy road. We're going to less turns. We're going to pick the one with less turns. So they have switched tracks or routes, and this is what they're doing now. So the defense just said, I mean, I like the green, Miss Lewis. Miss Nestor also pushed the defense counsel table microphone up into the air, so hearing them at counsel table is now much harder.
Well, I understand what they're saying. I don't disagree that all of that is necessary under the rule of completeness. So I would just stand by our objection that really what
I understand, Your Honor. I agree that it's necessary. We object.
should come in is the complete statement on page 75 and 76. I will say in looking at this, though, I was already, when we were looking at it previously, just the highlighted, I really didn't have a problem with through line on page 82 through line 17 on page 82, because I actually do think some of that came in during cross. I'm not, probably like
I
to
mean,
take out
bless
the
you
stuff
at
that's
this
made.
point.
I know. No, that's okay, never mind.
Somebody's got some
So I really don't have a problem with
some nose things going
line
on.
8, starting with line 8 on 75,
And 'tis the season for pollen.
through line 17. Although, you know, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this skips. I mean, we go from 76 to 82, so
No, with the state's request, and I can appreciate why, you just need a moment to walk through it, but sitting here this morning,
Oh boy.
the state's request under Rule 106 is to
We just need to walk through it.
publish, among other portions, page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13
all right,
of
so
this.
you also want, which you didn't include, 77 through. That's where you've lost me.
So there is a gap in what we're looking at, pages 77 through 82.
Is there?
Yes,
The judge is like, huh?
but they've provided that they wanted jumped from page 76 to 82.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Bloodworth. I'm reading your email of 8:05 PM. 65, line 4 through 87, 13 inclusive?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. I think that the disconnect here is the pages we're looking at. or
Jump.
She's looking at jump, yes.
Oh, okay.
So now you want the pages you don't have here also.
I did not appreciate that. I've got to see the other pages.
A few of you who are just coming in are asking, are we going to get to witnesses today? We're supposed to.
Yeah, my
but
apologies.
they haven't started yet, so they're supposed to.
Here's what we'll do.
But the jury's not back for another at least 20 minutes local time. So the court is still on recess. We're covering what happened this morning
Page 65, line 4.
in
Page
painstaking.
87, line 13.
7? 13?
Minus pages
painstaking
77 through 81.
So it does jump.
Okay.
So
So now we're back to
Lewis
the
was right on
proposed
that.
Take us here
5-58R.
just in a
She
more
was-
efficient way.
Yeah, that's fine.
confused.
Okay, so Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Now, I think we're all on the same page regarding the paper
Lewis was like,
version
"What
of
is happening?"
I keep doing that, 8-58R that we're looking at. Thank you for raising that. So just so the record is clear, we're currently contemplating page 65, line 4 through 7625, and then 82-1 through 87-13.
A number of you are asking to go to 1.25. We would just
I
be
would
running
agree
towards court in
With
recess.
76, starting at line 8, through the bottom, I'm sorry, 75, starting at line 8, through the bottom of 76, and I am all right with page 82 through line 17, but we would object to the rest.
Okay, bear with me.
So now they are all just flipping through the transcripts, trying to figure out exactly what is coming in what areas, which I appreciate to watch is painstaking. However, it is crucial that they get it right. They did finish this morning in under an hour. They did. So we do not have a ton of hearing to go this morning.
That
I just tried to zoom as they were skipping papers.
the court is persuaded that the statements of Carmen Lauber elicited on cross-examination,
And he's making a ruling as to these pages and lines.
as indicated on proposed exhibit 8-58R, on
R
pages
for
75,
redacted.
line 19 through 22, 82, lines 8 through 11, and page 86, lines 17 through 19, require, under Rule of 106, context, qualification, and explanation in the form of additional portions of 8-58R. And those additional portions are page 65, line 4, through page 76, line 25, and page 82, line 1, through page 87, 13.
Okay. Okay.
Any clarification, Mr.?
Did we get something done?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis.
No.
Look at that.
So I think that handles
Ha!
bulleted or numbered paragraphs 1 and 2.
It took care of one.
And the email exchange between counsel, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That brings us to
Woohoo! Accomplished.
numbered paragraph number 3. Bear with me.
Okay. Okay. We got one done. Look at that. Love of the Wild 6079 asks, how do judges keep track of ruling over the years before the trial actually starts? Thank you for your answer. They docket it. They put their rulings in writing. They keep their own case file and they keep their own notes. So they also keep track
So
of the
here,
work that they do
To
in a
provide
variety of different
additional
ways.
context
But it's part of the reason they do written rulings and minute orders so that they have that and then they keep notes. But they have case files on each case. So they can go back and review all of their notes as well.
qualification and explanation.
They also generally
for
have
Ms.
transcripts.
Lauber's statement that I get that related to the get out of jail free card, Mr. Bloodworth.
That was
I
another
understand
statement that the
state
defense made much of.
Is requesting publishing 114 line 6 through
So the last statement was about just give us the details we need to ensure we convict Kouri. That was the first grouping. This is now the get out of jail free grouping. I think it's easier when we can title them. So thank you for that, Your Honor. This is now the get out of jail free card grouping. Was the way it was introduced in cross-examination complete? Emily, why didn't they do this earlier? Well, the prosecution brought it up at sidebar. It seemed like it was shut down at sidebar when they said we need to bring this back in. And then the prosecution filed a motion asking the court to consider that then that would come in a different way. So we're now this was originally denied. It is now not denied. And the judge is allowing them to embiggen or complete the record as to this issue.
115 line 6. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
Your Honor, I think the discussion about what Ms. Richins is doing, about the children and the relationship with their father, all of that doesn't add any context to what Detective Maynard's statement is. I guess
should
I'm
go
not
to
opposed to going
Lauber's
through line
statement.
12 where she says, oh, I get that. But the rest of it it's also quite prejudicial.
Why is it prejudicial? I mean, it doesn't matter if it's prejudicial. I don't have any discretion here if it's required for
Completeness.
I understand. But
so.
the fact that he says, you on what your get out of jail free card looks like based on the information that, and then he says there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad, there's a family that doesn't have a brother. I mean,
Right.
what does her response about the boys and Eric have anything to do with the fact that she now has a get out of jail free card if she gives them her information? It's
I
not
understand the
connected.
state's position to be this shows what her motivation, the complete version of her motivation, rather than just a motivation to serve her own interests. Is that about right, Mr. Bloodworth?
That is, Your Honor, and Detective Maynard couples the two in his statement. It's get out of jail free card looks like, based on the information, that there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. He's coupled them.
I'm sorry, can you finish?
Yeah.
I don't know why just going through line 12 where Ms. Lauber says, oh, I get that, why doesn't that complete that gets that that's why it is because of this reason? Why do we have to go into the rest of the relationship with Eric and the kids and
Like,
the,
if it's not just here's your big old get out of jail free card, and if it's your get out of jail free card looks like you're helping us convict this and this and that, it goes to her motivation. And we heard her testify that she called Kouri up and said, tell me this wasn't what those pills were for. So it goes to completeness of what did she think that big old get out of jail free card was? Because it's also stuff that sounds bad. Oh, you've just got a big old get out of jail free card. Right. But what did she think that meant?
Kouri's living her life while everybody else is suffering. I don't understand how that completes anything more than just ending with Ms. Lauber's statement at line 12, that she understands that's why it is, because of the circumstances.
Mr. Bloodworth? Go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, it completes Carmen Lauber's expression of her motivation to cooperate.
Okay. Having considered the arguments of counsel and looked
He's making
at
his ruling.
Carmen Lauber's statement on page 114, line 12, the court is persuaded that under Rule 106, publishing of page 114, line 6 through page 115, line 6 is necessary to explain, qualify, and provide context for her response.
Okay. So that's coming in. I know a lot of you are like, but I thought the defense wanted just everything to come in. Right. New day, new issues.
All right.
So that's coming in.
That brings us to pages 182
So now we're
and
moving on.
183, correct, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, the statement that
It's so helpful to have what statement they're
the state
surrounding.
seeks to provide
Context.
additional context, explanation, and qualification for is Ms. Lauber's statement on page 183, line 5. Can you guys just write it and I sign it? Correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Correct,
That
Your
makes
Honor.
sense.
And the state's position is that under Rule 106, we're required to go back to 182, line 12, and include through 183, line 14. Do I have your position correctly?
You do, Your Honor, and that necessary context is that the detectives needed Carmen Lauber to put her verbal statements on paper and that detectives were not able to do it for her.
That's what we thought. That's exactly what we thought. And the defense, my opinion, I think the defense was really shitty about this point with this witness. The defense tried to make fetch happen so hard that Carmen Lauber was like, can you guys just write it and I'll sign it? The defense kept trying to insinuate that that meant Carmen Lauber's like, just write down whatever you want me to say. I'll sign whatever. Lies, lies, lies. Write down the story and I'll just sign it. That's what the defense was trying to insinuate. What it seemed to me was that she was saying, I do not want to physically put pen to paper and mechanically write this down can't you write what I'm telling you? And we see a lot of context around why she might not have felt comfortable manually writing it. Especially if you know it's going to go to court, and people are going to see it, and you're self-conscious about your writing, your spelling, if your letters go the same direction everybody else seems to think they should go, and the rest of it. And so the defense was trying to make it seem like, oh, I'll just say whatever you want me to say. And she kept trying to explain, it seemed, that wasn't what it was, and they kept fighting with her. So the prosecution is asking for completeness around that in the moment, because the witness got really frustrated trying to explain it. And I'm glad they're asking for the completeness now, because the defense would not let it go and kept insinuating that the witness was lying about it. And was insinuating that that's not what was said in the interview. They kept insinuating that there was impeachment there in the interview. And so I'm not surprised the prosecution's like, we need the full context here. But I imagine this point sat badly with the jury. It sat very badly with me, because it always seemed that she was just asking for the accommodation that she was not physically going to write it. Oh, okay. Sure. It frustrated me so much. It frustrated me so much.
Actually, I'm fine with that. I think there was a typo in what we said in our response.
Okay. Very good. The court is...
So that's coming in.
Ms. Lewis, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was just saying in terms of the lines we agreed to, I think that's just typed incorrectly. That's not a problem.
Okay.
I mean,
Under Rule 106, the state is permitted to publish
right.
page 182, line 12, through 183, line 14, from 8-58R.
Lily in the chat said, didn't Robbie sign what the defense typed, typos and everything? I added that part. Yes, Lily. Robbie did sign exactly what the defense typed up. They had no problem typing up his statement full of typos and the wrong drugs. Yeah, they had no problem typing it up. The fact that they were trying to make this accommodation nefarious in some way really pissed me right off. Music to my soul. So far, the state has won all of the requests that they've made. Yes.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
But keep in mind,
Ms.
they
Lewis.
narrowed it down too.
All right.
This is the state's narrowed
That
list
brings
of requests.
us to 8-62R, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So, all right, we're moving on to the next one.
We go to page 12.
R again stands for redacted. T stands for
Here,
transcript.
in response
D is
to
generally
a
demonstrative.
question from Detective Maynard, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drugs investigations, those aren't a priority. Ms. Lauber says right. And the state
that's the
asserts that
statement.
completeness requires that we also publish page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 22. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor. And the necessary context there is that Carmen Lauber is spooked by the federal grand jury investigation, and Detective Maynard is assuring her that that federal grand jury investigation is secondary to the murder investigation.
Okay. And
Ms. Lewis.
counsel,
Your Honor,
are we going to respond?
I really think that if we start at page 11, line 20,
This trial is hitting on all of Emily's pet peeves. All of Emily's pet peeves. Trying to say something and then no response. Did you fucking hear me? Do I need to repeat myself? Did I disassociate into another timeline and I'm actually not speaking out loud? What is happening?
And go through 12.
EDB pet peeves, all of them.
20, that it states enough to cover all of that without getting into the grand jury, which is a whole other can of worms.
Why can't we go to 13, line 7? It gets a little confusing after that.
Why is it a can of
I'll grant
worms?
you, but 13, line 7, I think, is an important closure on that issue of the potential for federal charges.
I'd like to take out the reference to the grand jury. What if we,
Help me understand, what is it you think is
Help
a problem
me
with the
help
grand jury? This is
you.
what they're talking about, is federal charges.
well, they are, but it's clear in here that she's saying federal charges are the next, that's more up the chain serious, like the highest extreme. So
But this
it's
goes
already in here that they're already saying that federal charges are more serious, and he's telling her not to worry about that without getting into the grand jury, which causes me concerns. It's, I mean, that's something we've avoided talking about. It speculates that it's going to allow the jury to speculate about what that means, if there's other charges. I think most people don't know what a grand jury is. They may think there's another jury that's made some kind of finding. I mean,
Lewis pretty flawlessly picked up what Nestor was whispering to her and wove it right in. I would be like, why are you talking to me? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I've lost my place. People are talking while I'm talking. I would have gotten very confused. But okay.
maybe could go through
Just
line 7
wove it
and
right
just
in.
take out.
Without even missing a beat. Okay.
We could even just take out on 13, starting at line 2, just take out that. That's where it's formalizing it with the grand jury.
Let's talk about mechanics for a second, Mr. Bloodworth. I understand, or I appreciate that these are many fewer pages of transcript than was under contemplation yesterday. Are we just going to show the transcript to the jury at this point, or have we cut the video down?
Your Honor, we've set the conditions where we can cut the video down.
Okay.
There's still a little bit of editing time, but not much.
Sure.
The state intends to publish by, as we've published other similar exhibits,
Just roll the video.
playing the video with the
Right.
transcript rolling beneath it.
Perfect.
Okay.
Great.
All right, I appreciate that.
Cheers.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me. Why, in the state's view, do we need to go beyond line 7 on page 13?
Sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually okay if we go through line 10.
Okay.
Beyond line 10
Line
then.
10.
That
On page
completes the thought.
Beyond line 10 then. A few of you in the chat asked, what video are we talking about? The videos of the interviews that these lines in the transcript are coming from. So he's asked now, the state is also, counsel, he's asked the state, can you expand for me why we need to go beyond line 10?
That's agreeable, Your Honor.
All right.
He's like, we don't. Line 10 it is. Line 10
So-
it is.
First, the court is
Now he's gonna
persuaded
make his ruling on that.
with respect to state's proposed exhibit 8-62R.
On those lines.
Publishing page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 10, is necessary under Rule 106 to provide additional context for Ms. Lauber's response to Detective Maynard's question as depicted on page 12, lines 2 through 6. The court is not persuaded that a stray reference to Carmen Lauber appearing before a grand jury will mislead or
not
confuse
walking
the
the
jury
dog,
in any
it's now
way
stray.
about any consequences or any investigation regarding Kouri Richins. The defendant's request for redaction of that sentence is respectfully denied. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms.
It is a
Lewis?
stray.
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Stray grand
Scott,
jury.
do you need any of those numbers again?
I know Your Honor, I was following along and I have them down.
Scott's like, I've got this. I've got
Provide
this.
a copy of the videos as soon as I have them ready to the defense to have the process you like.
Perfect. I like that.
Scott, we have not heard Scott get to talk very much.
Scott, do you need any of those numbers again?
I know Your Honor, I was following along and I have them down.
I'm going to say it matches the mustache. I am a Scott fan. Scott's I'm here. Scott, sir, we need to get you your own mic.
And I can, provide a copy of the videos as soon as I have them ready to the defense to have the process you like.
Perfect. I like that plan.
Scott, have people come up to you on the street and ask you to say, I'll be your Huckleberry? I need to know if that happens. I'm just curious.
Let me just write this one down. Mr. Bloodworth, that means the remainder
Right?
of state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R is moot at the current time. Is that
Scott
correct?
is just
That is
as
correct, Your Honor.
dapper
Okay.
as can be. I'm just so here for it.
Got it. Okay.
Okay.
Council, last evening, I sent out notice of the court's decision denying defendant's motion
not
for
see
mistrial.
that on the record.
I'll issue a written ruling providing the
'cause
court's
that would've been an
analysis
email.
in the due course, but I needed to make sure that you had notice of that decision. I also gave notice of the court's designing a remedy under Rule 16 of requiring the state to recall Ms. Lauber in its case in chief to make
What?
sure that defendant has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lauber
Why?
about the alleged violation of her drug court probation in November 2023. I know only 12 hours have transpired since that time.
When we say abundance of caution, we are going with abundance of caution. I would be so annoyed if I was the prosecution. However, if the judge thinks that that's what he needs to do to protect the record, he's going to do it to protect the record. The judge has been incredibly cautious. Incredibly cautious. But we'll hear him out. Incredibly cautious. However, if you bring Carmen back, you give the jury the opportunity to like her more.
Mr. Bloodworth, but what is the state's expectation?
Your Honor, she will be here at 1 o'clock.
Are
All
we
right, she's
starting
coming
with
in
her?
today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, anything further on that?
I imagine, though, nobody will be discussing with her what she's coming back to testify regarding between.
Well, I told her she was still subject to the subpoena, that she was not released. I'm sure all officers of the court will abide by the rules there. You'd be within your rights to ask
She
her
was
if she's
still
talking to
under
anybody
subpoena.
anytime.
Sure.
I imagine the state will have some limited redirect of her upon putting her on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe we can clarify just scope of
So they're bringing back
cross.
Carmen Lauber this afternoon.
I think the record's clear in the state's papers that defense has already had an opportunity to examine her on this issue. I appreciate the prophylactic nature of the court's ruling.
The
Right.
state's being overly.
I'm happy to protect the record.
The state agrees that the court is being overly cautious. Then the state is like, do we really need to do this? All of you are going to be like, Emily, we have jumped ship. Where have we jumped ship to? The motion for mistrial that the defense made regarding a message they received where they said that they got new information. They didn't have the opportunity to cross-examine Carmen Lauber about that information and whether or not she had had a drink of alcohol during the time she was on drug court. Yes, I'm serious. That's what that was about, to the best of my memory. After all the other questions, I just worry with the defense. This is going to feel petty to the jury. We'll see.
To examine her on this issue. I appreciate the prophylactic nature of the court's ruling.
Right.
I'm happy to protect the record. But as I understand it, the scope of defense's
state's like, what is the
cross-examination
scope?
of Ms. Lauber today is limited to impeachment based on the materials surrounding her supervision.
Yeah, even, I think more specifically, the material received by the defense pursuant to the subpoena that allegedly revealed this potential violation of her drug court probation in November of 2023. That's the new information.
Okay, and as I understand, that new information is an unsigned
What?
affidavit, although substantively that affidavit is no different than the information provided pre-trial.
What?
Yeah, that was a little unclear from the papers as to whether the subpoena response gave more detail than what was provided pre-trial. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear, this will come out in the court's oral ruling.
Sure.
The
You're-
court is not making any
What?
finding that the Summit County Attorney's Office intentionally withheld any information, but the knowledge of Detective Maynard is imputed to the state, and so we are where we are.
Your Honor, I
But
appreciate.
it sounds like it was disclosed. Was it not disclosed? I am so confused because the court is saying this is new information. The prosecution is saying it's the same information, just in a new form, because they asked her about drug court. We're calling her back based on an unsigned affidavit, though?
All that. I think the only information in the subpoena return that was new was a printout of a link to a drug test result, the link which has long expired. So,
Was the unsigned declaration provided prior to trial?
Your Honor, it was not, but all the substance
I see.
in that unsigned declaration was provided prior to
Okay.
trial.
So they had
to
it.
prevent any
Sure.
infirmity on appeal, my view
That is
is that the
overly
scope
cautious.
of this recross that the court is providing the defense an opportunity to do are the facts
I
and
do not
circumstances
agree.
related to any potential violation of Ms. Lauber's drug court terms and conditions in November of 2023.
Understand.
I do not
Ms. Lewis.
agree.
Just some clarification. Well, first, the only information we had before was that she apparently had drank alcohol. The information about the circumstances surrounding that is new. But the other thing, so I included in what the state sent us was the letter that Carmen Lauber sent to Judge Mabee, which I did have before, but I didn't question her about it. But now I
So?
would like to point out that what she says in that letter is not accurate.
What's the date of the letter?
February 15th of 2024, where she says that she's been in 100% full compliance. Well, now we know that she's not been in 100% full compliance, so.
I don't know if we know that. We know that she was observed holding an alcoholic drink.
So you had it, you didn't use it, and now you want another bite at the apple, and the court is just like, in an abundance of caution, we'll just let it happen. I think it is too cautious. I do. I think it is too cautious. Yeah, chat, maybe the court is relying on takesies v. backsies. But again, I'm not the judge. He is the judge. Do I agree? No. But I also understand that if the judge is sitting there going, I really don't want this to be an area that's going to get this shit overturned on appeal when we can just fix it now, then the court has decided that fixing it now is what's appropriate. The prosecution is saying all of this information was given to the defense before, and the defense is saying, no, this unsigned affidavit has new facts surrounding the information we were given before.
We don't know if she ever consumed it. And so, I mean, I suppose if
And the court is saying we don't even know if she drank alcohol. We know there's an insinuation that she drank alcohol while on drug court. I wonder if this is going to backfire for the defense.
2024, where she says that she's been in 100% full compliance. Well, now we know that she's not been in 100% full compliance, so.
I don't know if we know that. We know that she was observed holding an alcoholic drink. We don't know if she ever consumed it. And so, I mean, I suppose if you want to ask her if she violated her condition of not possessing or purchasing alcohol, you can ask her that, but.
Your Honor, I'm not sure that's.
Really?
No, it says she was consuming it here.
Well, that's an unsigned affidavit. We got to be careful.
Right. It's an
That's not
unsigned
evidence of
affidavit.
anything. It's
What
just
are we
words on a piece of
doing?
paper. You can ask her about it, but we can't admit that.
You can't impeach her with it.
Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the letter to Judge Mabee, I believe, has been
It
in
feels
discovery for
desperate.
years.
No, and Ms. Lewis is not suggesting otherwise. It's just she's not
No.
suggesting now.
Miss Lewis is now suggesting she wants another bite at the apple because she didn't ask about it before. Look, chat. You can hold a drink and not actively drink it. I mean, I'm not gonna, it's my coffee, but I've never held a drink for a What? Okay.
Oh, she has, in her view, evidence that the statements made by Ms. Lauber in the letter are not true.
She could have asked
And so
about it
she now
now.
has a reason to ask her about that.
Understand.
And then we were provided also this, I guess it's a screenshot of text between Ms. Lauber and Detective Maynard that we
like
just
Ms.
got
Lewis's
also
green
for the first
shirt.
time that I didn't have, so I would like to ask her again about her communications and her supervision.
As long as you're within the dates
and-
of those text messages. Unless they had those as well.
Bloodworth
I don't
has
know.
thoughts.
Your Honor, they don't, but she testified to exactly what the text messages show, so I don't know if there's any impeachment there.
And is that true?
She testified that,
Uh,
off of my memory,
Yeah.
she testified that her check-ins with Detective Maynard amounted to one of them texting Lauber, the other responding with Maynard, which is precisely what the texts show. So in fact, I think the text messages are 100% entirely consistent with Carmen Lauber's testimony.
the consistent
Ms.
with
Lewis,
the
let me
extra
look at the text with you for a
emphasis.
moment. My apologies.
That's fine. I would need to look at that portion of the testimony again, because maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I
She
know
said the
she also
texts were like
testified about a lot
Her
of
name or hello or
communications with
something.
Detective Maynard. I mean, I think it would be appropriate to ask her.
In fact, it's my memory that the defense was scoffing at like, oh, that's your check-in? You text him like Lauber or hello or whatever, and he just texts back his name. That's it. That's your supervision. That's the supervision. And they went after her about like, ugh, she's not even on real supervision. And now they've got a bunch of texts that show the same thing. And she's like, ugh, this isn't what you said. Ma'am. Because you were like, this probation's kind of a joke. And I was like, actually, this probation is kind of a joke. You just text you. You're like, hey, how's it going? Oh, okay. I like that color green.
If
That's all I got.
these
I like that color
communications
green.
were in text, because the texts don't include that. And I don't know why we have just a screenshot of a week of text.
Oh, you got what you
I
got.
mean, this is incomplete.
Well, but Ms. Lauber's not going to know why.
How
That's
unfortunate.
what you received from the subpoena response. You can ask Detective Maynard
There's
about
the
that if you
severe
want to call him.
thunderstorm notice I thought we were going to get. If my phone starts going off and giving me alerts, chat, I apologize.
About
I
why
have it
we
turned
only have
down, but
these
some of those
stages. Is that what
emergency
you're talking about?
alerts are loud.
Right. Ms. Lauber won't know why Detective Maynard or the Summit County Sheriff's Office did or didn't
right.
produce
I wasn't
additional
gonna-
records.
I wasn't going to ask her that. I was talking about if this is a fair
Sure, Jan.
representation of all of her texts. I mean, I was.
All of her
maybe-
texts for Saturday, February 14 through Monday, February 16.
Well, I think I could ask her if this was a representation of her text throughout her supervision, if this is what they did.
There's no.
No, you can't.
Are
the
you-
judge said,
what's the foundation for the fact?
No. Your Honor, it is time to mount up and ride. One horse, one ass, Your Honor. Look, you said they could use the new stuff for impeachment. Reopening all these areas of cross is just reopening all these areas of cross. If it's consistent, it's not impeachment. The answer is no. Just tell her no. She's going to get mad. They're going to get mad anyway. I mean, they're always going to be mad. It's time to just put your foot down. Nope. Just no. Just no. Nope, nope, nope. It's okay. It'll feel good. Just put your foot down. Not today.
That they only texted for 3 days in February of 2024.
No, what I'm saying is, I think I can ask her, show her this and say, are these 3 days a representation? Is this how you always
That's not
communicated
impeachment.
with him? Not just these 3 days. Does this represent how you always communicated
That's
with
not
him?
impeachment.
I'll give you a limited latitude there.
Okay. And then,
I want to make sure you heard the word limited when I said that.
and then I would,
She ignored.
I need to look at exactly.
Sir, you are trying to be kind. You're just like, no, ma'am, limited. And she's just like, yeah, no.
This represent how you always communicated with him.
I'll give you a limited latitude there.
Okay.
Look at his face.
And then,
I want to make sure you heard the word limited when I said that.
and then I need to look at exactly what she said about that before, but I may have some other questions regarding how they communicated other than these
Okay.
texts.
Chat.
Take a look at it. Let me know if you want to read.
No, chat. He smiled, and all of you are like, fine, Your Honor. Too much latitude on this one. One smile, and y'all are like, fine, Your Honor, it's fine.
Address this prior to 1 p.m.
All right.
Chat has been swayed, Your
Let me
Honor.
just make sure that's everything.
Now, to be clear, my view
Too much
is
latitude.
that because we're in the state's case in chief and we're recalling one of the state's witnesses, Mr. Bloodworth, if you want on direct to direct examine Ms. Lauber regarding the November 2023 events, if any, you're permitted to do so.
I know. Chat's like, but
Yes.
give him what he
Okay.
wants. It's fine.
All right, I think that's it.
He
Okay.
is protecting
Let
the
me
record.
pause there.
I think he is overly cautious in doing so. I understand it would be frustrating as the state. The defense continues to push because on occasion it works. The chat is perfect. Defense has pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And the court is like, a little bit. And so they're going to keep doing it because it works. He is being very cautious to protect the record. Which for the prosecution must be frustrating.
Anything else on the record at this time, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
I know.
Am I correct that the state's intention, as we sit here at the moment, is to call Ms. Lauber and Detective O'Driscoll today?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any intention, as you sit here at the moment, to call any other witnesses in the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay.
Then again, it's,
Understanding we may or may not get Detective O'Driscoll done today, but certainly will sometime tomorrow.
okay. Where we
Does
at?
the defense, if it plans to put on witnesses, that's your prerogative to choose whether or not to do so, have a couple or more in the wings for tomorrow?
We do.
Okay.
Very good.
We're almost
Anything
done
else
with the
on
state's
record right
case.
now, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms.
Def-
Nestor?
Definitely want to need to take a break after they rest to do our Rule 17 motion.
That's the motion to dismiss.
And we also, while we're talking about scheduling, we've got plenty of time here. We would like to build in a little bit of time to have a conversation with our client upon their arresting. There are some decisions the client will need to make. And we may need about
That's
30
fair.
minutes to do that.
No problem.
30 minutes.
No problem.
Donna Adelson, look at that. We're going to need about 30 minutes to talk to our client. Look at that, Donna. 30 minutes. Shocking. All right. It looks like the state has just 2 more witnesses. Donna could never, for those of you that missed the Adelson trial, Donna was a days and days of, but I need more time. And the defense is like, yeah, we need 30 minutes. Okay, sure, that's reasonable. At the end of the prosecution's case, there will be motions to dismiss. Those are regularly and routinely denied, but we will hear the arguments there, and then they're asking for a little bit of time to talk to their client, which just could be an embiggened lunch. Let's see if anything else is on the record before we zoom to real time.
Okay. Anything else on the record at this time, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Yeah,
All right,
30
folks,
minutes
we
is
will be
is
in
good.
recess. Why don't we plan counsel to be back at 12:45, just to make sure we handle any issues that may come up between now and 1 p.m. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chat, you are correct. We may never know why Bryce had
Court's
no
in recess,
pants.
folks. Thank you.
We might never know. All right, court is in recess, which means we should be getting to bring the jury. So let's, for all of you just coming in, let's give Miguelina time to get the app ready to let everybody know that the jury's finally coming back and we're getting to witnesses today. But let's do a quick summary of where we're at. So the prosecution has decided that in most things, taking the path of least resistance is going to be the way that they are going to go. The prosecution oftentimes has alternate avenues that they can pick to do any given thing. So yesterday there was much fighting over the interviews of Carmen Lauber and bringing them in under Rule 801 D1B under those rules of evidence. The judge gave a new ruling, and then we shifted into, you know what, we're just going to use the rule of completeness. Less fuss for appeal, less discretion, less we have to deal with. Just narrow it down, keep it simple. Let's keep it simple. And we learned that the judge actually held a WebEx meeting with the lawyers yesterday with regard to his ruling, so they would have had time to also have more of a conversation with the court. And then there were emails back and forth trying to narrow this down. So the state, again, this takes a seasoned and confident attorney to be like, we can do this multiple ways. Because if you are stuck in fight mode, there will be attorneys that are like, nah, fight. I just want to fight. I can win this fight. I just want to fight. The prosecution has very consistently shown that they're just willing to pivot. They're like, nah, no, pivot. We'll do it the other way. We're not doing that. Pivot. So we heard that numerous areas of Carmen Lauber's interview with law enforcement that were not shown by the defense will be coming in. Interesting strategy for the defense to narrow those things down. If they're out of context, I think the timing of these coming in now actually might be worse for the defense than if they had come in earlier. Because the way that I see those interviews originally was not great when they're like, didn't police say to you, we just need the details to ensure we convict Kouri Richins? I'm like, why the fuck would you say that? That's real heavy-handed. What are we doing? Some of those things were an eyebrow. This is your big get out of jail free card. But after the Bryce texts, that eyebrow is raised more at the defense than it is right now at any of the other messages. Because those Bryce texts burned whatever was left of goodwill for the defense to the fucking ground. Once we got to, aren't they discussing having an open marriage? And we got to, these friends were joking, and he's like, so I'm bringing you over tonight, my guy. You're like, give me a fucking break. It's like, I have other uses for your throat in the Depp Heard case. The misreading of texts burned people's good faith in what you are saying and what you are representing is the truth. So now it might actually look worse after the jury's been burned with, but aren't there sexts? Really? They have been insinuating it about affair forever and ever and ever. And then they got the PI on the stand, the PI who knows fucking everything, who's not a cop, doesn't seem very fond of cops, because PI, I don't disagree. And then they're getting into sex and they're all of the sex texting. And you know what they don't ask about? They don't ask about Eric Richins having an affair. They ask about whether he and his friend are texting each other stupid shit that he read as a joke, so much so that he was like, oh no, yeah, I saw those. They're jokes. They're whatever. Right, so are the sex that we're talking about, these two saying, blow me? Is that what we're talking about in these texts? When you said, but they were sexting about oral sex? Ma'am, come on. Also, you don't want to see my sexting with Dr. B. It goes a little something like this. Hey, E, I'm going to stop by Costco. Need anything? Ooh, Dr. B. Hey, want me to go put gas in your car? Ooh, some fucking sexy text right there. I'll tell you what, E. These are the options for dinner tonight. What do you want me to make? Say less. Say less. So when we got to all of the sexting texts, and now we come back around to those interviews that might have stuck out with the jury, we get back to the get out of jail free card, and we get out of the get out of jail free card, and now we get the rest of it. I think the timing actually may work for the prosecution better than before. We'll see. I know. The inside scoop. The inside scoop. So, wait, who said, ma'am, is your husband single? That is a 10 out of 10. Melody, that is a 10 out of 10. That is a 10 out of 10 callback, Melody. Thank you. So, I wonder if the timing on this will end up working better for the prosecution than it would have when Carmen Lauber was on the stand. And then we hear that the court's allowing Carmen Lauber to be called back to the stand today because they denied the defense's motion for mistrial, but the judge decided to cure it with like a halvesy second bite of the apple for the defense. The court had originally said, you can just call her in your case. And the defense was like, this is burden shifting. This is unfair. We shouldn't have to call her back. And so the court has asked the prosecution to call Carmen Lauber back to the stand. And that's the first witness that's supposed to be up today. So let's see if we've got enough Zoom room to Zoom to today. But oh Lord, this morning. And then they were all done. They gave themselves till 1 p.m. local time and then just done. I mean, at least they had time to I'm going to refresh the feed because we were so far behind in real time, but at least they had time to, good, we are back in court. At least they had time to edit the videos that we might see of Carmen Lauber. But if O'Driscoll's on the stand today, we might start getting to the walk the dog letter and some of Kouri's own words. Because O'Driscoll's on the stand for Kouri's words. And this is one good question from Cal Scoop. Where does Kouri go during extended breaks? Back into the lockup at the courthouse. So courthouses will have a smaller lockup and you can go back into lockup. I don't know if they would allow her to have her lawyers back there with her or any family back there with her or food, which they often bring lunch and stuff to court. Defendants in LA used to complain that the court lunches were shit and not enough food. They got like an apple and a peanut butter sandwich or whatever. And then it became a problem because peanut butter became more of a problem. And then they hated the sandwiches that they were getting. And then it was just not enough food for lunch, which it wasn't. And then somebody at one of the local courthouses had convinced the other inmates to give him all of their apples and threw them at a jury. So then the apples got taken away and then it became a whole situation. So yeah, the courthouse lunches aren't great. So they would be local courthouse lockup. All right, let's see if we are bringing the jury. I hope very much that it's time to bring the jury. I hope that we're back on the record.
139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins.
You know we're about to go on the record when you can see just the tippy top of the judge's head. Oh, no, literally throwing apples. Literally throwing apples. Threw a number of apples at the jury. It caused a mistrial because a couple of the jurors got hit with apples. Threw apples at the jurors, so the defendant in trial. Threw them at the judge, knocked the seal down, which ended up not being as much of an issue because we know about the seals in California, or at least in LA. Knocked the seal down, didn't hit the judge, hit the juries. Hit the jurors.
State of Utah versus Kouri Richins.
So then
counsel for the state
don't get
are
apples anymore.
present. Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Greg, do we have all 12? We're missing 2. All right. As soon as we have the final
Missing
2
2 jurors.
we can get started.
We can bring the jury. The jurors got their laundry done this morning. We're going to wait for the jurors? Okay, there's Ramos. A lot of you were asking, where's Ramos today? There's Ramos at the end of the table. They're waiting for 2 jurors. I'm going to zoom if they're just waiting in court. So we're going to zoom. I mean, it's better. There was a defendant that somehow was able to fling their own feces in court. That also happened, not at a courthouse I was working at a friend's courthouse. So I think I would take the apples. Not think, I would 100% take the apples. Like, I'm taking the apples. If you're if the choice is between throwing shit and throwing apples, I'm taking the apples. All right. They might hurt more, but we're going to keep zooming as everyone is in court waiting for the last 2 jurors to arrive. Look, this court has made the jury wait quite a while. So I'm not surprised. They're going to sit here and wait for the jurors to show up. Oh, it looks like the jurors might be here. All right, we have the jurors. They're standing up. We have the jurors. All right, everyone, we have the jury. We can begin. Look at that. We're back in court. It feels like it's been 100 years since we were in court, doesn't it? It does. It feels like it's been so long. All right. The jury is back, and we know who the first witness up is going to be, don't we? They're not going to do a lunch break today, so we're just going to roll it. We're like full Limp
Ladies and
Bizkit
gentlemen,
style.
welcome back.
rolling,
We'll now
rolling,
proceed with
rolling,
additional
rolling,
evidence in
rolling.
the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good.
All right, they're recalling Carmen Lauber. Let's see if this goes well for the defense or not well for the defense. I'm curious. Very curious to see how this plays. That's my thunder, not your thunder.
Please step in front of Brittany. We'll get you sworn back in.
Emily, how's long until we start singing Garth Brooks? I mean,
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole
thunder's
truth, and nothing
rolling.
but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
Please have a seat.
I mean, at least
When
they
you're
recalled
comfortable,
one other
please
witness
adjust the
yesterday,
mic
so
so
it's
it's
not a
close.
complete anomaly that they are recalling Carmen Lauber, but we'll see how this
Probably need
goes.
to be a little closer. Thank
Right
you.
there.
I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
I'm not playing. Mic drop. Boop. That's fun. That is not what I expected, but that shit's funny. That shit's funny. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Thank
Good
you,
luck.
Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
That's
I understand
funny.
the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
Well played. Miss Lewis is probably surprised. I wish I could see her
Good
face.
afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No,
Okay, so nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
no.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about,
Did somebody talk to you about why you're here today? My lawyer said I had to.
your probation that you've been on since May of 2023, when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from
Jail.
Wasatch County?
Yes, when you were released from Wasatch County Jail, and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Income honor, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes.
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
Correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes,
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and?
yes.
Everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay.
And
All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014?
are we just
the
going to
witness.
do a recross again? What are we doing? Why?
Can you see that?
She
There's
will in
nothing
just a
there yet.
moment.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now it's.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor. Here's-
Why? How are her terms of probation coming in?
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right,
Okay.
correct.
So why do you need the
Overruled.
document?
3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions, is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes,
now?
I said that, sorry.
I'm just going to note that, yes, they would have done voir dire about anyone on the jury that has any experience, loved one, friends, family, or their own experiences with addiction, with recovery. And if there is anyone on this jury who has had any, and I know very few people who have had zero interaction with addiction of some sort, trying to look at her probation and be like, but you had a drink? I don't see how that's going to fly well. But like, you have terms of probation? Okay.
Right.
The judge is
But
allowing
since May
this.
of 23, I mean,
The
you
judge is allowing this in so she can ask the questions about whether she violated probation.
violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Like, you mean, has the court violated me or have I done a thing?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one
sorry,
you're talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
And she talked about that last time she testified.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
She talked about
So you
that.
violated that condition.
Yes.
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
My-
So, and that was
Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, she went to a concert. Is she supposed to drink at a concert? No. Do not frequent places where drugs are used, sold, or otherwise distributed illegally. Could a concert count? I mean, sure. Are people doing drugs at a concert? I mean, probably. It's a concert. So, was she drinking at a concert? Ma'am, if you are going to try to flame this witness over having a beer at a show, the jury's not going to be with you. Could that violate her probation conditions? Could. Is it a violation that a court is going to get completely fussed about? Maybe not.
correct. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
All right. So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day
What
of the
show was
concert,
it?
I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness Exhibit-
excuse,
Defense
what
Exhibit
concert?
3010?
Counsel, what concert was it?
And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct?
It's just, chat, where are you at with this? Is this the, oh my God, she's lying about her probation that the defense is looking for? Is this just a petty? Just another crack at petty? Yes, we do not know if a friend asked her to literally hold my beer. We do not know. Also, happens at a concert literally all the time, especially if you're trying to use the restroom. Hold my drink. I'll go, then you go.
Okay. I'm sorry, so October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right, and you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by
Can I pay you for the ticket? No, buy my drinks. Does this make perfect sense? Yes. If you are on probation, what would be the ideal situation to say to your friend, look, man, I got to Venmo you the money because I'm on probation and I don't want to get fucked up with this shit. Would that be ideal? Sure. Does it really fucking matter because she's not on hearing for probation violation? Does it really matter? No. Not for this.
Snacks.
All right, and you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
She bought the drinks.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay,
think-
it was
I don't think-
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this one did.
So was it a cop that was working the concert that saw you and knew you were on probation and saw you carrying beers to the seats? Is that really what we're talking about? This continues to get dumber.
Afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay,
think-
it was
I don't think-
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this one detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall telling him I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now?
No, not if it's an
Agreed.
unsigned affidavit. You can't.
For
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think.
Not if it's an unsigned affidavit. You can't.
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that
This
is.
was I think this was a bad
Thank you,
choice for the
highlighted.
defense.
I was going to count it. The line that is highlighted,
yes, I see it.
and what does that remind?
Also, if you know anyone that's on probation, has been on probation, is going to be on probation, thinks that being on probation for an extended amount of time is going to be a good deal, can you just clip the part of the YSL trial where defense attorney Brian Steele is literally like almost in tears because he doesn't want his client to be on probation for so long, and then show them this, that you can get jammed up on probation for buying beers at a concert for your friend who said, I'll buy the tickets, just buy the drinks that given to me. You can get jammed up on probation for that. Yes, it can be that petty. This is a good reminder. This, I don't think, is a diss to Carmen. I don't think she got violated for her probation for this, but it is a good reminder that probation can be petty. It is a good reminder. So this testimony is a good life lesson, but I think this is a bad strategic choice for the defense.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell
No, she said, I don't
Detective
think I
Maynard
did.
you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
She doesn't recall. And she isn't going to
Okay.
assume that they're lying about
So
her.
if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early. If I
So,
was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
so you don't admit that you violated your curfew?
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew?
Yes, but I
Okay.
said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or you would have, no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking?
She says she wasn't.
No.
No? Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So
Lewis, have you never been to a concert? Local law enforcement is there providing security at concerts. She would have had to have known that there would be cops there. So
then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee.
you're wondering why your lawyer is asking these questions? Right. Right, Kouri, right. That's what that face is to me. All of you are asking, what is the point of this? Because Lewis wants to show that Carmen is a lying liar that lies.
Do you remember
and
that
she
letter
didn't
now?
sell
His
Kouri
letter?
pills. She wants the jury to not believe Carmen. Not believing Carmen makes it a lot easier for the defense to make their case. I don't know if this is going to do it, though.
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012.
Especially after
And
the whole
publish it.
Bryce text situation.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not.
It's an out-of-court
Admitting
statement.
For the truth?
Yep, she is
I mean,
admitting
it's
it for the truth.
her statement. She can be questioned.
It's her out-of-court statement, so even though she can be questioned about it for purposes of impeachment, it doesn't come in because it's still hearsay.
Hearsay.
It's not.
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Sustain. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
It's an Emily, what's hearsay? Hearsay is an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the statement. So if you're offering the letter for the truth of the matter in the letter, it's hearsay, even if it's hers. She can be impeached with it. She can be questioned about it, but you don't get to admit the letter.
Statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Sustain. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
I don't know, you guys.
says.
This is an odd strategic choice. That was my pen.
Okay. So you were writing to ask for permission to go, oh, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes,
And in that letter in February of '24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
yes,
But that wasn't true, right?
yes, no, yes. Yes and no.
It was
most
not,
part,
it wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do
Right.
something you wanted to do, you wasn't.
She wants to get to this point. This is the point she's trying to make. It's going to get lost in the sauce, I think, but this is the point she wants to make. So you're willing to lie to the court to do what you want. And did you see that Carmen was like, I left the concert early. I might have violated curfew at 9, but I was home close in time to 9. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be around drinks. I bought drinks for my friend, but I wasn't drinking them. Again, so you're willing to lie to the court to do what you want to do. That's where the defense is trying to get. Also, if you hear the thunder rolling on my end, the thunder continues to roll. It is just going to be a weathery type of day here.
Compliance with everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes,
But that wasn't true, right?
yes, no, yes. Yes and no.
It
For
was
the most
not,
part,
it wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do, wasn't correct, right?
Correct,
It was an untrue statement.
yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment.
Does any of that change the way that you feel about Carmen Lauber as a witness and what she said in this case?
Your Honor, that's all we have.
I'm going to put up a poll. You know what? Fuck,
Ms.
I'm
Lauber,
putting
you
up a
just
poll.
testified to
I'm going to wait till he's done. I'm putting up a
a
poll.
gun. You recall that?
Yes,
Was that the
We're on
gun that
redirect.
detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
correct,
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
Oh, so that was
I'm not
before
sure
probation.
exactly the date, but
But it's in evidence. Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
So
Are
the
we
weapon was
releasing
before
this
she was
witness?
even on probation. Again, the defense represented that as a violation of conditions when the conditions happened after she was on probation. Again, what stands out more? That again, the defense is like, okay, well, that was before you were even on probation, or that Carmen went to a concert. Again, this is why there's a jury of 8.
No, we would ask that she just
Deliberate.
be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Okay.
But she may leave now.
I'm
Ms.
putting
Lauber,
up a
to be clear,
poll.
Like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay,
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
all right, thank you.
All right, I'm putting up a poll. Did this recall of Carmen Lauber change your opinion of her as a
Mr.
witness?
Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
This
Detective,
is
let's
going to be
get
the
you sworn in.
last witness, I think, for the prosecution. And I think he's being
Do you
recalled
solemnly
because
swear
he
the
was
testimony you're about
called
to give in the
very
matter before
briefly.
the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
If I remember correctly, I think he was called.
One more time, sir. What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''D''Riscoll.
O'Driscoll was
And what, sir,
called,
do you do for a living?
O'Driscoll was called on day 6 of trial as witness number 25 and is now being recalled.
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the sheriff's office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot.
Excuse me, what is the name of your doggo? What type of doggo was your working doggo? And I need the entire circumstance around that text message with the witness and the catch pole and the stuff. I got a lot of questions for O'Driscoll. I got a lot of questions.
I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper.
They use drones and SWAT
and various
quite a
other
lot. That doesn't
administrative
surprise me.
duties.
When did you become
Among
a
other
detective?
things.
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
The chat would like to know if Jason Kelsey was the
Are
inspiration
you
for your
currently
beard.
the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
So
Was this your
for-
first death investigation?
Oh gosh, why is everyone so new in this department? Everyone is so new in this department. A lot of you in chat are saying that the poll did not adequately let you represent your feelings about Carmen Lauber, and that a lot of you found her to be more honest in seeing her again on the stand saying, I mean, yeah, this is the circumstance, but yeah, a lot of you said that you found her to be more truthful in seeing her take the stand again. Fair. I think let me repoll. I'm going to repoll on was it a good call or bad call for the defense to call her. I think that will get us to the accurate perception of whether this was a wise strategic decision or a bold strategy, Cotton. So I'm going to repoll on that in just a minute. 97% of you said that the recall of Carmen Lauber did not change your opinion. And I'm going to let him continue doing background training experience.
Investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy, as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication, and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were three likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl.
I unmuted so you could hear my thunder.
The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
I think those
As
are
part of your
reasonable possibilities.
investigation, did you, or did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
What?
Scott, can I get 1-27? While that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing. But in our world, what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the Doppel history
I'm going to
that
have myself muted just a little
investigators
bit
requested?
Yes.
because of how loud the storm is coming through. But it should pass.
Your Honor,
in
if
a
we
few.
publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's moving to admit
So move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State.
And it'll be Nestor for cross then.
It's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please.
He's just going for law-nerd points at this point. I think that that Bloodworth is just going for like law-nerd status. We've gotten to Embiggen again. Emily, do you think that Bloodworth is a law nerd? Yes, law nerds, I do. Because he has specifically said law nerd in court before trial. He has also said swoop, zoom, zoom, and Embiggen. Yes, I do think that Bloodworth is a law nerd. I do. I do. I also wonder if he is just now winking at chat to reign supreme above Judge M and as the favorite from this trial. Because Judge M did smile at the law nerds today, but Judge M has not embiggened, swooped, or zoom-zoomed. So it's, I think so. I think it's definitely a wink to the chat. Continuing on. Emily, can the lawyers watch whatever they want during trial? Yeah, they can. They can absolutely. And I think most would do wise to keep an eye on multiple chats because different chats are going to have different feelings about witnesses. And I think all of that information can be helpful. Anyway, I had to rewind to hear Embiggen again because it delights me so.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please.
So we're going
What's
to
the
have
headline
to,
here, Detective?
we're going to have to clip one of those to just Embiggen. I'm going to move the closed captioning real quick. This is from January 9th, 2026 at 11:03 a.m. Investigator Travis Hopper, or to Investigator Travis Hopper. It sounds like something out of a movie about an Easter bunny. Business name, Summit County Attorney's Office. T. Hopper at summitcounty.gov from Sanders records regarding, yes, Eric Eugene Richins, DOB 5/13/1982. Hello, fellow Taurus.
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription-controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please?
Okay.
Is this an
I'm
accurate
curious about
depiction
that.
of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Bring the texts.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is
texts.
admitted and now published.
All right. This is from, it says, other owner to my princess. We know that Eric had Kouri Richins saved in his phone as my princess. I might have to get my hands on Dr. B's phone and change how I'm saved in his phone. I think I'm saved as my wife, but I'm going to have to double check. So this is from Eric to Kouri from November 20th, 2021. Nah, I'm good as long as I get to go out with you is all I really care about.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
She says James Bond movie is out. Obviously, a movie is out. She sends to him, eat a gummy. What, before going to see James Bond? Let's go to the movie. All right, what James Bond movie was out then, chat? I know I say no spoilers in the chat, but this is November 2021. She texts Eric at a nice theater? Question mark. He texts back, Carter is going to the rodeo with Trisha and my dad, then staying at his house. She said, what? Ha 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 ha, that's awesome. I mean, the rodeo would also be a good time out. She says, what rodeo? He says, at the Golden Spike Arena. Rodeo? She says, just Carter and Trisha. She says, oh, never mind, I read that wrong. She says, I thought it said Carter and Trisha were going and your dad was staying at his house, as in not going. And then she says, so sweets, hoodies, gummy, James Bond movie at the nice theater. Chad is saying it was No Time to Die that was out. He says, I'd like to get some grub first if gummies are in the forecast. She says, ha 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 ha. Yeah, steak sounds pretty good. The movie doesn't start till 8. That's at my house. And then there's an attachment and another attachment. A few of you have asked, why are these coming through this witness? Because it's going to go into this witness's investigation, and they can't call Kouri to bring them in through Kouri, and they're not going to call, well, they can't call Eric to bring them in through Eric. So it is going to be through, this witness who used them in the course of their investigation. But also, how do you interpret those texts? If I interpret them as, well, ma'am, if you're gummying and we're going to the movie, you are going to eat. If that's what we're doing. Because you're going to eat. Yeah, I don't want to do that if you don't eat.
Scott,
That's how I read it.
2-119D, please.
Also, I don't have any judgment if you want to take a gummy and go to the fucking movies, as long as you're not
Detective,
loud.
is this
I
a
don't give a
January,
shit.
accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes.
Have
and
a
again,
gummy and a
I believe
movie.
it's the green that
Have a gummy in a movie. However, The defense knew these texts existed when they made the gummies such a big deal, and that is the part that bugs me. So that's the part that's hard to get over. Littlest lady said, it's that damn old rodeo. Yeah. It's the boots in the mud, the steers in the blood. They call the thing a rodeo. Yes, it is.
That is Eric speaking. In the blue, that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Oh,
Your Honor,
and-
say moves to.
sorry. Does Kouri have Eric saved in her phone as other? No, these are extractions from Eric's phone, not Kouri's phone. Remember, Kouri's phone had everything yeeted.
To admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Oh. Cat dance, no. I don't mind if people are laughing at the movies, if laughing is appropriate. It's the having a full ass conversation at the movies. Recently, Dr. B and I love a movie date night. I love a movie date night. But somebody was like on a full ass phone call at the movies. Also, if people are on their phones when the lights are down, like full bright screen, like texting and shit, you can watch movies at home in like 2 days. Just don't be at the movies then. It's fine. All right. This is from Eric. So these are from Eric phone extractions. This is from Eric to my princess. The boys are wondering when you're coming home. This is January 13th, 2022. Kouri says, no, you are, and you are wondering, not them. She says, I'll call you on my way. This is January 13th. Eric said, no, I would never go hang out with girls and miss the boys' games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing. And then there are attachments that look like empty files, or that's what it says there. This is January 15th. Kouri to Eric, can you bring me home soup, please? Yeah, I don't think Kouri was out with the girls either. He messages back, yep, what you want, beautiful. She says, thank you. If Dairy Queen isn't too busy, that works, whatever they have. Does she mean Dairy Queen? I assume she means Dairy Queen. Does Dairy Queen have soup? Or chicken noodle at Neater's, whatever? I mean, that's fair. She texts on January 15th, 2022 at 3:35 p.m., or it was delivered at 3:35 p.m. Gummy time? No, Dairy Queen is a thing. Okay, Dairy Queen is an actual place. Thank you, Utah Lawnards. Not Dairy Queen. In fact, Dairy Queen. That is very confusing to my brain. So she texts him gummy time. Peanut butter jelly time. He texts her gummy time. She texts back yes. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that...
No. I am still reeling that Dairy Queen and Dairy Keen are two different things. And now we're getting into the book? Let's fucking go. Let's go. Y'all wanted to know. Emily, what about that children's book? Here the fuck we go. It's happening.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent?
The shade.
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
And those were previously denied.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please re-ask
Sir,
the
how
question.
did you first become familiar with it?
Purportedly wrote.
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel. And I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please?
Purportedly because apparently she had a ghostwriter. That's, I think, why purportedly. Look, Bloodworth is smart. He's not putting author on her name. Especially because if she didn't write it, he can't say for sure she did. Purportedly wrote it.
Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21.
Emily, if you roll your eyes anymore, you're going to hurt yourself.
8-21S is admitted and published.
And for those of you listening in the sorry, that was me. They published a screenshot of what seems to be Good Things Utah with Kouri sitting on a couch with her book displayed, having a chitty chat chat with who I assume are the two hosts, or at least hosts of the kind of lifestyle segment of Good Things Utah, with the book cover and all in that screenshot.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information and part of their production.
And
They produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team.
she reached out to
It
them.
appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115?
I didn't even know you could do that. I guess that makes sense. She's going to hate that. She's going to absolutely hate that they're talking about her requesting to be on the show and not
Detective, is
them
that an
reaching out to
accurate
her.
depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object
Again,
to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
I have no shade.
401 and 403 overruled.
With
With
someone-
respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Reximoto in the chat said, wait, so Kouri reached out because she wanted to be on the show. Yes, she wanted to promote her book. I have no shade, especially for those of you self-publishing. Look, do what you got to do, promote your book. Here's the thing. If you are concerned that law enforcement might be looking at you, book's a bad idea, ask Keefe D. A book's a bad idea. A book tour's a bad idea. This is a bad idea. A bad idea. It's a bad idea. However, it tells you a lot about Kouri, doesn't it? And if the prosecution's going to argue at the end of this case that Kouri didn't give a shit about anybody but Kouri, need money? Leverage your best friend's house that's not really your best friend's house because you kept it and never registered the deed. Want to live the life that you're envisioning at a retreat in Sedona without your husband, but don't want to share custody of the kids? Right. You can see where they are going to start to argue that. Yeah, ask Courthouse Becky for that matter. Mm-hmm.
to the extent that States Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth.
All right, like
Rather,
other
you can
people's
consider them
PR?
only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published
That's
2-115.
The judge's
Yes, Your
limiting
Honor, please.
instruction.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
We're not to the walk the dog letter yet, chat. I think the prosecution's going in order of time. Oh, no, don't. Sorry, they zoomed. I'm going to read everything. Other people's publications is quite good, chat. Quite good. The amount of you that said that, smartest group on the internet. So this is from someone responding saying, and here's our correspondence with Kouri. I just wanted to see all the pages.
I think
I'm fucking nosy. It's truly what it is. I'm fucking nosy. I'm going to read what's on the screen. They are not going to read it in. This is from Kouri Richins, sent on Tuesday, March 23rd, 2023. Remember, Kouri Richins was arrested on May 8th, 2023. March 23rd, 2023, 11:58 a.m. Sent to KTVX. Apply to be a guest on GTU Daily Dish. Name of person requesting guest appearance, Kouri Richins. Phone number, email. Like to be a guest on Good Things Utah. Name of the organization you belong to. Self. Author. Is your organization a nonprofit? No. Preferred date range of your appearance. Anytime that works for you guys. Name of your event as it will be displayed on TV. Promoting a children's book. First date of your event, March 31st, 2023. So she's setting this up before the book's launched. Time of your event, 8 a.m. Location of your event at your studio. Are you or anyone who will be appearing on our programs running for political office? No. Why does that matter? Equal time. I don't want to digress, but for those of you that are international, there's rules about how stations can have politicians on and where they can air over the airs, etc. It's not an odd question in context. Give us a short summary of your event. Include ticket sales, age limitations, unusual details, etc. And here's what Kouri wrote. I have just written what appears to be the first children's book about losing a parent. I'm sorry. I can't say that with a... I'm sorry. You're telling me there's never been a book about grief. There's never been a children's book about grief. In your mind. I have just written what appears to be the first children's book about losing a parent. My husband passed away last year and we have 3 young boys. I wrote this book to help kids find comfort and peace when losing a parent or anyone close to them. I hope to promote it on your show to help parents comfort their children with such a tragic life event. Even that sentence isn't well written. Sarah J. Maas would never. I hope to promote it on your show to help parents comfort their children with such a tragic life event. Event website, email, phone number, social media pages. Are you with me? And then a link to what seems to be Amazon. They're continuing on. Oh, God damn it. I should have just fucking waited till they embiggened it. They embiggened it. But I can now more clearly see that what she wrote was promoting a child's book. CHILDS. Not a children's book, a child's book. You guys, it's a child's book about grief. What is this? A school for ants? I should have waited. A number of you in the chat have said, first ever child's book. No, chat. Y'all are putting an apostrophe in it. It's like PetSmart, no apostrophe. No apostrophe. Right. Y'all have put the apostrophe in the right place. Next page. From Kouri regarding apply to be a guest. This is, what date is this? Emily, move the closed captioning. That was me. This is from March 24th, 2023 at 3:05 p.m. Hey, Jill. That's amazing news. I'm so excited. Emily, you're reading it. You're reading it as it says. Yes, it says, I so excited. Yes. The book is available on Amazon. Here is the link. Are you with me? Amazon link. Of course, I would love to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting the book. Absolutely! Exclamation points. Please let me know. No. Please let me in now. No. Now. Please let me in now if there is anything I can also share. Heart emojis. I don't know what that fucking sentence is. Please let me in now. What are next steps? So happy you reached out. Looking forward to hearing back from you. They didn't reach out. Girl, you reached out. Okay, and then the email she's responding to is from Jill that says, "Hi, Kouri. We would love to feature your children's book on losing a parent." Notice they didn't say child's book. "Is it currently available for purchase? Also, would it be possible for you to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting your book? Thank you, Jill, executive producer." I can't even read that email. Ma'am, Grammarly existed in 2023. So those are the emails. I mean, I can't even I don't even know what that is. Please let me in now if there is anything I can also share. I mean, if this is such a big deal, are we typing it on our phone? What are we doing? Oh, hold on. It said, "Don't hesitate to reach out with me. Don't hesitate to reach out with any questions. I'm happy to help. Thank you, Jill." And then the response from Kouri, no, let me go down one. Jill says on March 27th, 9:16 a.m., that is great news. We can have you live at our studio in Salt Lake City, closer to the airport, on April 6th. The arrival time would be 9:45 a.m. and you'd be live in the 10 o'clock hour. Are you available that day? It's a very reasonable call time. 15 minutes before the 10 o'clock hour. Love it. "Good morning, Jill," Kouri says at 9:22 a.m. Yes, I am available that day. Smiley. "Can you send me the address?" Obviously, I will. "I will plan to be there at 9:45 a.m. Can you let me know, KNOW, if there is anything else I should specifically prepare for? Also, how long the conversation will last so I can prepare accordingly." A lot of you are pointing out that she responds like they invited her. Yes, it flipped in real time in the emails. It absolutely did. So those are the emails that are still in the, oh, and then they scroll. Emily, just keep reading. Scott's got you. "Don't hesitate to reach out with any questions. I'm happy to help. Thank you, Jill." And then up from that, it seems to have more of what we'll need 1 week prior to your segment. Please hit reply all. Your phone number for producer purposes, who, name of the spokesperson who will be on air, 2 max. From title of spokesperson, topic, segment title, main message you would like to share, talking points listed in bullet point form, list of props you'll bring so we can accommodate setup, pictures, videos, send with retransfer, promotion specials, get X discount with code, whatever, business information, website, Instagram, whatever, dress code. Please dress professionally / business casual. This is morning TV. We want to show you off at your very best. It goes on to say that the call time's at 9:45 with the address. It's a 2-hour live from Good Things Utah Hour 2, is live from 10 to 11 a.m. The segment will be filmed live and will be 4 to 5 minutes in length within that hour. Please plan on staying with us until 11 a.m. at the absolute latest. If you have friends and family that would like to watch your segment live, they can watch the local channel. Your segment will also be posted on our website, listed, and can be found by searching your name. We look forward to featuring you on Good Things Utah on Thursday, April 6th. She then seems to reply, "Thanks so much, Jill. I look forward to being there. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will get you the required information above." Smiley face. But wait, there's more. April 3rd. "Hey, Kouri, just checking in to see if you could send over your talking points by tomorrow morning. Thank you." Nothing like production being like, "Hey, can we get those talking points?" Let's see. The talking points are 3 C's: connection, continuity, and care. Connection. Keep the person's spirit alive who has passed. Talk about them. Sharing memories of them. Doing the things they used to do. Letting children tell stories of those loved ones. Continuity. Try and keep routines and schedules as normal as possible. Parties in the basement. Oh, no, Emily, that's not what she's talking about. She says sports, school pickups and drop-offs, living situation, friends, etc. She's an expert, you guys. Keep their normal daily environment for as long as possible. Care. Affirming their feelings. Understanding when they are sad, mad, lonely. Do y'all remember on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills where Erica Jane was sitting down with her therapist and her therapist was trying to explain empathy to her, and she was looking at her therapist and was like trying to understand what it meant to put yourself in someone else's shoes, and she was like, so like try to see what they might be thinking of the situation. And her therapist was just like trying to it's giving the same. It's giving same. Affirm your child's feelings. Ma'am, why are you woman-splaining parenting? Care. Affirm their feelings. Understand when they are sad. Okay. Understand when they are sad, mad, lonely, and talking about those feelings and letting them know it's okay. Nothing like tell your children their feelings are normal. Not changing their feelings, but letting them cope with the stages of grief with plenty of hugs, kisses, and empathy. Listing props you'll bring. No props, only a copy of the book, pictures and videos. Send via email. Promotions, 50% with code GTU special. Business information. Book is available on Amazon. Thanks, Jill. Excited to see you Thursday. I love that she still copied the pictures and videos to help tell your story, send via email or WeTransfer, and just said we will send during WeTransfer. Sure. Remember Kouri's text messages where she was saying to her lover, her OPP, that no one had ever called her selfish before, and that caused her some great reflection. And then she wrote the letter in Sedona saying that she was tired of being called selfish. Right. Her 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a loved one are the 3 C's. This is from Kouri Richins on Monday, April 3rd at 8:35 p.m. to Jill. Hi, Jill. Your phone number, she included it. Who, she included her name. Title of spokesperson, her name. What, ma'am? In the title, you didn't even put author? Topic segment, helping children cope with the loss of a loved one. And then the talking points below. Oh, some of you in chat have said, wait, I thought Are You With Me was me asking. No, it's the title of the book. Sorry, chat. Are You With Me is the title of the book. I'm not asking. I know you are with me. I can see you. Fair enough, especially for those listening in the background. Yes, fuck, I am with you. We're still with you, Emily. What are we doing? All right. This is April 5th at 2:34 p.m. Hey, Jill, I just sent you an email with a photo of the front cover that we can use. Also, Amazon won't approve my discount code. Amazon won't approve my discount code I sent you in my previous message. So instead, what I have done is offered a free copy of the book April 30th and May 1st through Amazon Kindle. Hopefully we can use this. Jill said, thank you. See you tomorrow. And then the top of the email that I looked at earlier, here's our correspondence with Kouri.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins
Kouri is facing again.
promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
The book was sold on
Yes,
Amazon.
again,
It's
I
no
was
longer on
sent a
Amazon.
link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists, and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please.
I have a radio interview.
Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
I love doing radio.
Is it dated
guys know
April the
that.
12th, 2023?
We'll wake up
Yes.
for morning radio with Carson and Kennedy.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish
Absolutely.
8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Also, chat, this is one book I do not have a copy of.
Do you
I couldn't, not even for the Lawnard Library, not even for the Lowells. Again, this is one of those cases where I'm like, I cannot even give this book oxygen, and there's no value in it for our purposes. Unlike Courthouse Becky, where she like plagiarizes and talks about the shit that she did during the case. Unlike Keefe D, where he basically lays out how Tupac got shot and his involvement. This holds zero evidentiary value, and I'm not giving her a book sale. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. No. If I saw it at a thrift store, I would pick it up to share with you.
actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach.
I'm sorry, I talked over the judge being funny. So yes, if I saw it at the thrift store, I would. But would I give there
Right.
an...
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach.
The judge has gotten to be so for real right now. Be so for real right now. Do you actually have an authenticity objection? You really think the radio station didn't write these emails? Seriously? The book is no longer for sale. I don't want to create a secondhand market for it either. She'll just think that it makes her important.
Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please?
Okay. It sounds like the defense objection did
And the
in fact
caption of
work.
the photograph, please.
Yes, Scott's definitely the MVP.
And the caption of the photograph.
Sorry, the judge laughed. I had to back it up. There you go. You're welcome. One more time, Leonards. It's, you know what? Y'all have waited for days of trial, and it's been so clunky. We're going to do it one more time. We're going to do it one more time.
No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption of the photograph.
Fair. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
You want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it now.
Okay.
It's redacted.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay, so they redacted out some and the rest was overruled. Okay, this is a promo on the radio website. Summit County mom pens new book after unexpected death of husband. And then it looks like, edited out the text of the article, which actually is fair. Because if they don't know who authored it, it's just a blurb on a website and it might not be Kouri's words. That's fair. Transcript of the interview could come in. Fair. So
Thank you.
that's just a picture of Kouri with the headline.
Towards the end
and
of
then it says,
March
"Listen."
2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes.
I forgot about this. Chat, no spoilers. Chat, no spoilers. I had forgotten about this. For everyone who doesn't know what's coming, buckle up. I had forgotten. Buckle up.
23. Did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive?
Oh, I stepped on the date.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
I get those from the Lawnards all the time, and I love
Scott,
it.
8-20, please.
I get those all the time.
Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to
I probably have one in my drawer behind me.
admit and publish 8-20.
Oh, boy.
4143, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
I want to know how they followed up on it. It's a scan of the copy of the book. Are you with me? This book is the subject. This is spoilers. This book is part of the subject of the civil litigation for the improper use of Eric Richins' likeness, as he is a dad vest wearing soccer dad with angel wings and a halo and like a hat, like a trucker hat, with a kid who is apparently also part Fae playing soccer. And that's just based on the illustration from my observation. And then they're going to zoom in on the A Gift for You note. The Gift for You note says, there are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and adoring mother. Thought you should know. From, literally it says from Anonymous. There are two sides to every story. This is the true, hold on, like days from the hourglass, Emily. You're not channeling that properly. Like days of the hourglass or sands through the hourglass. These are the days of our lives. There are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and adoring mother. Thought you should know. Anonymous. Yep, that's what it says. That's what it says. Wait. Did they ever get her Amazon account after she was arrested or subpoena Amazon to see if she actually sent it? I don't know the answer. I want to see what happens. I have questions. Chet says it's giving XOXO Gossip Girl. Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, who would send
Did
that book
detectives
before?
investigate who
This is before she's arrested. Who the fuck would send that other than like Kouri or her mother?
anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was. It came
And?
back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-30.
Oh, mother. Things that weren't in the pre-trial motions. Emily, keep reading. Of course they wanted to know. You've got to be fucking nosy.
Detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-34, please.
You think Kouri didn't know about that?
Is this an accurate depiction of the order history?
Jeez.
provided by Amazon in response to a subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March 21st, 2023.
I mean, I guess Lisa's
Correct.
Kouri's mother.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
I guess
No
Kouri
objection.
could have used her mom's account.
8-34 is admitted and
Oh no.
published.
The jury has heard who Lisa Darden is and saw Lisa Darden on the body cam at the very beginning of the case. She's also been discussed quite a bit. This was purchased Amazon.com 3/21/23. It's got the IP address and the time in UTC. It's got the email that's redacted. Customer name Lisa K. Darden. I mean, I guess somebody could have
Detective is-
used her account.
Lisa Darden, Kouri Darden's mother.
Well, there's that too.
Yes, she is.
I'm interested to see how that comes up in cross.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Oh boy.
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection 4143 and hearsay.
Don't tell them it was ghost written.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today.
What's 141 pages and why do we want to know all of them?
Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
And Lisa Darden in the courtroom, everybody. That would be Kouri's mother.
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
And the cameras are like, oh, we're talking about you. Pan to you. After this trial, we can have more conversations about Kouri's mother, who's involved in some of the civil lawsuits, mentioned a lot in some of the other financial crime suits. We can have an entire day. Thank you for staying on track today, because it's not before this jury. We will get there after trial, I promise, chat. We got there in the civil suits. Her mom was brought into the civil lawsuits.
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange
I want to see how this
generally
goes
depict
to the case.
Kouri Richins engaging Book Writing Lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Again, I
Your Honor,
don't,
the state moves 2-121.
I don't have a problem with the
Same objection
ghostwriter.
40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
But if Kouri is trying
The
to,
defendant's objections are overruled. States 2.
Emily, why does it matter? First of all, I don't care about a ghostwriter. Use a ghostwriter, don't use a ghostwriter. Tons of people use ghostwriters. Here's the thing. The reason that Kouri using a ghostwriter matters is because some of Kouri's excuses for walk the dog letter and other things are that, you guys, she's an author. She's an author. She's writing a novel because she's an author. That's some of the excuses for the walk the dog letter. Also, if in those text messages are a narrative that Kouri wants to, I need you to help portray it this way, I need you to help portray it that way, it matters. It also plays in to the prosecution's theory of the case that image and perception mattered. All of this mattered to Kouri. Being seen as successful mattered to her. Being seen as wealthy mattered to her. Being seen as, better than all them bitches was better. That was my summary, was important to her. So all of these things being built on a house of cards matters. The successful business that's really a crater, the book that has a ghostwriter, the emails that have grammar that breaks my brain, all of it starts to build those puzzle pieces. And it undermines but I'm a writer. This isn't this. It's me writing. It's a novel. You guys don't understand how writers process. Obviously.
2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121
also
is published.
I don't think it's lost on the prosecution that the jury gets to see her response to all of this.
Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to go through 141.
The last activity on this download was from May 5th, 2023. Kouri got arrested May 8th. Emily, you remember all these dates in May? Yes, it's my birthday. It's Dr. B's birthday. It's all the birthdays. My dad's birthday, sister-in-law's birthday, all of the May birthdays. All right, so this download is coming from Book Writing Lane, back and forth with Kouri.
Pages.
Yeah, very good.
I want to see some of it.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please.
No. They're just admitting it at this time and not going through the rest of it. I'm just curious. At this point, I'm just nosy.
Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Are we going to see some of those?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Check to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
DJ is
Move to publish, Your Honor.
a half-brother, stepbrother. I don't remember. I think half-brother. Based on what we saw in the letter. So this is between DJ, Kouri, and then Kouri. There is a screenshot of a shirt or a link to purchase a shirt with a screenshot of the shirt. I don't know what the shirt says. Kouri responds, ha, 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 ha. DJ says, what's the book called? These are February 22nd. And then she sends a screenshot of the cover of the book. And then the next text is Kouri saying, it turned out so cute. Just something for the boys and to understand the book writing process to get ready for the big one. The big one? I'll come back to that. DJ says, when is it on Amazon? She says, we submit it on Thursday to Amazon for review and they approve 24 to 48 hours and then it will be live. So I'm thinking Monday, I'll have the final draft tomorrow night. Seems fast. These are February 22nd, 2023. DJ says, awesome. So proud of you. Kouri says, thanks, bro. I'm excited. I don't really feel like it's real until I have an official copy, though. So we'll see. I really just want to understand the book process, so I'm ready to go. I don't give a shit about this children's book. I want to tell my story. The sound of a wife becoming a widow. DJ is one of her other brothers. I think half brother, could be step brother. Either way, one of her, not Ronnie, the other brother, that she talked about in her letter in Arizona that she said she was estranged from, but it doesn't seem like in 2023 they're estranged. She goes on to say, I have already spoke to a writer for my book. I'm debating starting it now, and they can start on quite a few chapters before all this is over just to get a jump start. Not sure. Oh, you are writing a book called A Wife Becomes a Widow. I was joking because it was such a bad fucking idea. It was meant to be a joke. Damn it. I was being snarky. I already spoke to a writer for my book. He asked, what's something like that cost, assuming you have to alternate names? He's like, you're going to write under a pen name, right? Sounds like good advice, DJ. No, she's not doing that. Did we miss one? Or are they not showing us some? Oh yeah, Scott zoomed. And some of them are redacted, which is fair. She says, so the kid's book wasn't bad at all, assuming everything turns out the way it's supposed to. Cost $2,500. The bigger book, yes, we have to change names. Oh, of other people. Sorry, OPP, of other people. Other people's names. Right. Other people's. Right, if I did it. Chat was joking about OJ's book earlier, but now we're here. The bigger book, yes, we have to change names. I also want to talk to my attorney about other precautions to take to avoid a lawsuit from them for defamation, or if changing names is enough. No, Emily, no legal advice. That book will be expensive just for the ghostwriter to write the manuscript. 130 pages is $5,000. You guys, it's a really big book. Really big book. Just to write the manuscript, 130 pages is $5,000. I'm assuming it will be closer to 250 pages, so $10K for the manuscript. This lady does payment plans, so you just pay per month as it's being worked on. Total time, 2 to 4 months. I might just start my recordings now and wait to sign up until May when more money comes in. Hopefully, lol. Well, May did come. And it wasn't more money, more problems. It was something else entirely. New housing arrangements. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think most of the most popular ghostwriters, you can't just like go to a website and find them though. I think that's kind of like a everybody has to like match together to work together. He says on February 28th, did book launch? She says, not yet. I made some last minute changes. They will get the changes back to me today and then hopefully Friday. It's February 28th. The next one is a photo, what I think is the back cover. I had them add in this picture in the beginning. Oh, maybe it's not the back cover. It's a, I'm going to zoom in on that a little bit just because it's so, I can't. It's wild, but it looks like a drawing of presumably Eric with angel wings that are not size consistent with the wings seen on the front cover. Emily, really? Yes, really. and a halo sitting next to Kouri with 3 boys and the dog. So you can see them all kind of sitting, looking out over a blue sky. He says, "Good luck, little sis. You have nothing to worry about. Stay calm." Not good advice. Kouri says, "Thank you. You can log on and watch if you want to, 2:00. I'm presuming that's about one of
Doc
the
2-113, please.
Interviews. Oh, boy. Chat just... Sunny D in the chat said, Ron Howard voice. She did, in fact, have lots to worry about. This is going to be the day of all the shit that you think's not going to come back and bite you in the ass, coming back to bite you in the ass. This is a
Detective,
day...
is this a March 8th, 20...
A day of this witness bringing in all the other shit. All of it.
23 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
This is
Kouri
the
Richins in
find out
green and her mother in blue?
day.
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence. and to
Oh,
publish.
boy, the face is facing. Miss Nestor is like, yeah, we're going to need to object to that. Kouri has all of the feelings. If you're listening in the background, just come on back and take a look. You can decide what the face is,
Yes, it is.
subtitled.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay, we don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
But Emily, he said 2-13. Yes, he did.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
That's the docket number for the walk the dog letter, 214. This does not mean the walk the dog letter is next. I know. We heard 213 and everybody went, walk the dog letter. Not yet. Not yet. These are the exhibity numbers, not the docket numbers. Hang tight. We'll get there. Hang tight. We'll get there. From Mom to Kouri, what's the name of the book? This is from March 8th, 2023. Where are you? And I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a woman of a certain age. Kouri texted her mom, where are you? I was activated. The next response is from, let's see, Lisa to Kouri. That mom to Kouri with a screenshot of Amazon. I know all of you were also like, where are you? You can't help it. Kouri to mom, no, that's not the right book. Kouri, it's not on Amazon yet. Where are you? Are you with me? Mom says, okay. Kouri says, I'll let you know. Haha, no, my title is Are You With Me? Not Where Are You? Kouri said, ha ha ha. Where? Did I miss something? No, my title is Are You With Me? And then we jumped a little bit with Kouri saying, ha ha ha, IDK, what I was thinking, to mom. Mom says, where is ya? Oh, fucking hell. Can we? We're joking? Mom responds, quote, where is ya? Kouri says, working in office.
Scott, 2-114, please.
I think she did mix up her own book title. and was not actually asking her mom where she was. I thought she was just asking her mom where she was, like literally, where are you? No, I think it's a fair reading that when she said, where are you? She was not asking her mom literally, where are you? She was telling her mom the wrong book title. Fair.
Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Emily, are we going to just sing more Blink 182? I am going to answer some questions. Holly Taylor Pickle said other people's penmanship. I mean, for sure, other people's penmanship. Yes. Antisocial Moms Club says, is the book bigger than Banfield's Cookies? Ooh. I think Banfield's Cookies have more friends, but I think Kouri's book might actually be bigger
So is this a March 27th?
than Banfield's Cookies. Banfield doesn't have a book, but Banfield has a YouTube channel. I don't think Kouri got a YouTube channel.
2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
It's
Your
just
Honor,
a
the state moves to
text
admit
day.
2-114 and publish.
Oh, it did freeze. Thank you, everyone. I was reading chat and listening, and we were stuck on Lisa Darden's face. Apologies, chat. That is apology worthy.
143 in here say we
This-
don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for
Then why are you objecting? Cherry in the chat asks, we don't need the instruction. What?
Okay, zoom back.
The defense has decided that to preserve their objections that they have made pretrial and have been denied, and they brought up again today and been denied, that they are going to continue to make that objection every time this comes up. I think the defense is being cautious for appeal, because if you do not object and go to appeal, if you do not preserve the objection, then you can lose the right to that area of appeal. Here's why I'm not going to criticize the defense on that, even though it's annoying. I assume, and this is my assumption, that the defense knows what's going on in the appellate law in Utah better than I do. So even though the judge has said, hey, you don't need to make continuing objections, if the defense's reading of the case law and the direction the case law is going in means that they are not comfortable with the court saying you don't need to keep preserving these objections, the defense has an obligation to go with their reading of that. And if they believe that to make objections on these rulings and letting this evidence in, if this gets to appeal, that they have to object at the time the evidence is allowed in, they're going to keep objecting every single time. So that's why she's saying we don't need the instruction. She's not asking the court to give the you may only consider Kouri's text for the truth every single time. She's trying to really preserve each different evidence set being let in to challenge each individual set on appeal. So it makes sense. I understand that it's like, ugh, really? But it does make sense that there is a legitimate need, and they might disagree with the way the court's reading the case law. And if they think the case law is going in a way where it says, no, you have to object at the time, then they're going to preserve that just in case. So yeah, that's what they're doing. And when they say we don't need the instruction, the jury understands, they know the jury understands, and they're objecting to each set of evidence coming in. So the judge said you don't have to.
Cat, so I can see the number. My
They
apologies.
disagree. They have to go with their
Defendant's
interpretation.
objections to stage 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
This is text set evidence. Evidence number 214, not docket 214. Walk the dog will have a different docket letter. This is Kouri texting DJ, yay, yay, on March 22nd. And then DJ said, yep, think Carter Kouri sounds better. And asked her, how much do you make per book? She said, ha ha ha, it sounds way better. Isn't Carter one of the kids' names? Yep, think Carter Kouri sounds better. I'm putting a question mark around that. He asked, how much do you make per book? She says, ha ha ha, it sounds way better. Oh my God, they would die. It would be so funny. I really don't want this to be about changing the kids' names, but it's giving Adelson. My gut response to this is they are joking about changing the kids' names to making the kids' last names Kouri. Not even her fucking maiden name. Darden. Maybe it's a pen name? Let's hope. DJ said, DJ said, yes, it would. Like they would die. I worry that she's talking about her in-laws. He said, yes, it would. She then responds, so on Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through, and I'll make $10 a book. DJ says, nice. Kouri says, yeah, the next 30 days are just extreme marketing, exclamation point. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. It's called manifesting. That was my insertion. That's this March 22nd, 2023. The manifestation part was me.
Your Honor, may we approach on a legal issue?
Of course.
Okay, the prosecution is asked to approach. Kouri loves
Honor, may
this
we
line of
approach on a
questioning.
legal issue?
I'm being
course.
facetious. I mean, do children's books sell? I guess depending on the children's book, there are children's books that sell incredibly well and are timeless and sell over time. Dragons Love Tacos comes immediately to mind. I'm sure there are others that come to mind. That comes to mind as one of my kids' favorites. But there are many, including the Spooky Underpants books. Those are fantastic. They have approached. Kouri's face continues to face. Bloodworth, the court is looking earnestly at Bloodworth with his hand resting on his fist. I'm sorry, yes, Chad. I mean child's book. Yeah, I mean child's book. My bad. It's gonna be Kouri's demeanor today is different than we've seen some other days. All right. They are still at sidebar. Still at sidebar. I'm going to just zoom a little bit.
Please.
Oh, dear. Out goes the jury.
Folks, a short restroom break, please. Please rise for the jury.
TSK Baby in the chat said, EDB, I made a Dragons Love Tacos book week costume for my son 2 years ago. He won top prize. I made tacos out of foam sheets to hand out to. That's so fun. That's so fun. Okay. Jury is out. For a bathroom break. So the lawyers can talk, not at sidebar.
Have a seat, folks. Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation.
That's fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
All right. They didn't put anything else on the record. Court's in recess. Let's zoom past that recess. And get right back to O'Driscoll being back on the stand. The way I love Zoom room, we can see just the tippy top of the judge's head.
500-139.
So we know we're coming back on the record.
Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury back in?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Jury coming back in. Everybody's standing up. Everybody's
Executor
sitting
still under
down.
oath.
Jury's
Yes, sir.
back in. Detectives on the witness
Bloodworth,
stand.
please proceed.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer,
The
so I'll try
PI?
to just go step by step.
The PI.
We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs
Yeah, a lot of it.
and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones.
Of course they did.
We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution.
And they went,
We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bonsavage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bonsavage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And
Oh,
so
boy.
we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bonsavage.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Law enforcement will use the people in your circle to find you. They will use the people in your circle to do just about anything. They will use the connections to try to continue to build their case. Of course they will. They will continue to find those links. Always. And if you've got a lot of contacts with the prison and the calls are recorded, they're going to go pull all those calls because they can. And then the phone's going to tell on you in a whole different way. Hey, what you talking about? Emily, you take too much glee in listening to other people's jail calls. It's part of my job. And I'm nosy. So yeah, I didn't mind. There's stuff I definitely didn't want to hear and you can't unhear. But yeah. Look, all of you think, and I know you do, unless you work and have had to work with recorded calls, you think that people would be coy, covert, sly, reticent on these calls. Nah. It's just like when you think cameras are up for Real Housewives, they might not get so drunk they fall into a bush. Nah, they just forget that it's recording. They just forget that it's recording. So yeah, they went to go grab the calls. What y'all talking about? What you chatting about? What do you know?
We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bonsavage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he
That's
said,
not okay.
Either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs.
Oh boy.
So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died.
Oh fuck.
So that
No way. Well, that's a wild coincidence. Oh no. Oh no. She just made a bunch of money. Also, Carmen said she wasn't making a ton of money, but Carmen said on the later transactions she did, not on the first one. How about that? She made more money as the transactions went on.
Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs.
There's no fucking chance in hell that what Nick Bond Savage said on the call was illicit street drugs. There's not a chance. Nick Bond Savage probably said blues or something to that effect that he's not going to say. Emily, isn't this all hearsay? It's not being offered to show that it's true. It's being offered to show the trail that they followed to get them to where they got. Whether or not Carmen made a bunch of money, whether or not Carmen was selling illicit street drugs, they're not offering it to show that. They're offering it to show how they got to Carmen.
So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started
That might give you
surveilling
enough
her.
for a warrant.
As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's in.
Well, she's on drug court. Then you can just go search her. Right. She was living at one point with Nick Bond Savage as well. Nick Bond Savage went with her on one of the hand-to-hands and was her bestie.
We found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
I'm sorry. For a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
What did you do next?
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person.
I'm actually glad I'm glad they did a search warrant. Drug court has search conditions, but they're not going to be as broad as a search warrant. But drug court has search conditions. So, yeah, not surprised.
Among other things, cell phones.
Yeah, and you're not getting cell phones.
Did you
generally
execute
with
that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
Yeah, you can't have those two things in the same place.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically,
Especially
what
if
was
you're
the
on
problem with
probation.
the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
Yes. Nope.
When searching Carmen Lauber's
Can't do
room,
that.
did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16?
Oh, my. I do think that Carmen is it seems to me, disagree, let me know, but it seems to me that Carmen does believe that what she sold Kouri killed Eric, and she is consumed by that. I imagine that has drastically changed how she sees her own recovery, but I do think that that this has been a devastating thing for Carmen. That's what it seemed like to me in her testimony. I'm not surprised that she has Eric Richins' obituary, but I think that this has been one of those moments that you hear people talk about, that this was the thing that was absolutely the bottom for her. So that doesn't surprise me that she has his obituary. But I think it corroborates what we saw from Carmen's testimony and what we heard from Carmen when she testified. I'm interested to see what they found in the search warrant. However, Carmen knows you can't have a gun under the bed. You definitely can't have drugs and guns in the same place. You can't have a gun if you're a felon.
Sir, is that
Right.
photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R. An accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room.
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction, just the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
All right. These are photos. It looks like a photo collage on a wall with some photos, some cutout quotes. It looks like a lot of the photos are blurred or redacted for privacy. I would just guess, and this is purely speculation, that those are friends, family of Carmen Lauber. And within that wall collage of photos, words, stickers, drawings, is the obituary of Eric Richins. And then they zoomed in on that obituary in the photos that they took in her room when they did the search warrant.
What was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
So
Dead
connected.
center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate
makes sense.
depiction?
That makes sense.
A photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
I also
8-18
appreciate
is admitted.
that Bloodworth
Can you,
paused
Scott, zoom in? There we go.
on that.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
So that's a gray hat on the wall, I think, in her
Thank you, Scott.
in her home.
Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize
Yeah,
her
that
phone?
hit a lot of you,
Yes.
Lonards. I see
During
you
that
guys
stop,
in the
did
chat.
that deputy find evidence?
I see you guys in the chat that her kind of collage in recovery hit home different for a lot of you. Lawyer Emily wants to ask a question without the emotions. If you permit me a moment. The defense knew that was coming up. The defense knows that's an evidence. They know that's coming up today. And yet, they still wanted to bring Carmen back and cross-examine her about being at a concert. And yet, they knew that we were going to see the photos of Carmen working on her recovery. Interesting strategic choice, knowing that this is coming up. And the prosecution is going to humanize Carmen as much as possible to combat the defense trying to dehumanize Carmen. Because the only reason Carmen was contacted by Kouri about all of this is because she has a drug history. That's why she's in the position to give the testimony she gave. It doesn't make her unbelievable. Because anybody without a drug history is going to fail a bit at buying street drugs because people are going to think they're a fucking cop. So,
Stop Carmen
know.
Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So, as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it, but
I appreciate how carefully he picked the word self-preservation. Right.
on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last.
The judge, oof. I don't know if I've heard a judge make that noise. Oof. Oof. I'm backing that up. That's a lot. Again, it is speculative. It's his speculation. Why were you leaning on Carmen? Well, we thought that this might be the case. So we were going to tug on that thread to see if we could get anywhere. We were going to poke the sore spot to see if we got anywhere. We thought she might feel remorseful. We thought she might feel guilty. We thought this would be the thread we could pull to see what she would tell us. Why would you object to that? Because there's some people who do not like cops who are going to be like, that is some fucked up shit. You're poking the sorest spot to see what she will say, and then you think she's not going to make up more to get the deal? This could go both ways for the defense if they would argue it that way. But they're not going to. They're going to fight it instead. I think the defense would have been better off starting with, see, these law enforcement officers are just out here manipulating people. That's not where they went with Carmen Lauber, and it's not what they're doing. So,
offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
double down on it.
Assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
But
Okay.
that's invested.
That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor,
He's asking him about his actual speculation, because why they ask Carmen what they ask her and how they ask Carmen what they ask her plays into what they were thinking. This is his investigative perceptions. Lena Kate in the chat said, oof, you're so angry. Lisa Renna. Probably Judge M.
can I argue that.
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
And I appreciate the restraint on Bloodworth saying, can we argue that, to go to sidebar instead of just start saying, Your Honor, he's an investigator. This is what he was thinking. This is why he asked the questions he asked and how he asked them. So they're going to go do that at sidebar. I'm going to zoom while they go to sidebar. Kouri's not mouthing what at the witness. I would imagine that Bloodworth is saying what he thought about Carmen Lauber's motivations go to how they questioned her, interviewed her, and what they said. It doesn't make it true. But the judge is actually quite animated in this. As I was continuing to zoom, my monitor is fighting with me today. It's like, no, we want to stay frozen on Judge M with the no, let Judge M continue to move. They are still at sidebar. Oh boy. Today is the find out day. I wonder if it's highlighted for the jury after having having a day cut incredibly short yesterday and then getting to today. I wonder if the jury is a bit more attentive after the rest to everything going on in court and attentive in the, what the fuck's going on here?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see.
The judge is like, take C's, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, take C v back C. I'm not sustaining that. Go ahead and consider it. And also, the judge doesn't want to necessarily let the prosecutor double down, but take C v back C is binding precedent in this court. But yeah, the witness is not talking about what Carmen thought. He's talking about what he thought Carmen might have thought for the purpose of investigation, and those are two different things. Yeah, the judge does course correct.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct, that was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for...
It would dead ass violate drug court. Ma'am, this might... weed and a gun? Okay.
I believe multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the...
Yeah, ma'am, we're more interested in murder than the gun we took from you.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal, in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
They let her chew on it?
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
I mean, weren't you a dog cop?
Was anything about interviewing
Y'all mostly
Carmen
do
Lauber
drugs.
more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes, there was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had. And ultimately,
I am shocked. By that, I mean not at all, that someone who is being confronted with, hey, ma'am, were you involved in procuring the narcotics that killed a father of 3, whom you very much like, whom you had attended family functions at the house for? Want to tell us everything you did to be involved? I imagine the distancing from that was substantial. Yeah, that surprises me absolutely none that there was a bit of distance. Yeah.
ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
I would also imagine that she didn't
Did she
necessarily
appear that she wanted?
trust the cops either. Like that trust needs to be also established. So,
To cooperate, but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remember, but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
no, Carmen.
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she
Honestly,
needed to be truthful?
If somebody asked me about something a year ago, this actually, Emily, we're getting to the point. Yeah, but here's the thing. Life is busy. Humans are humans. Judge Abby was here over the weekend. We were hanging out and we were trying to remember actually when the last time we were in the same like physical space together was, and we both pulled out our phones to look at photos to be like, wait, was it when we were at Dave or was it when we were in California? Was California before Dave? Was it after? When, how long, what are days anyway? We talk on the photo a lot, but where were we? I need the picture. What's the timestamp on that picture? Okay, so it must have been, what year was that concert? Right. If you ask me about something from a year ago, I am going to need my phone unless it is a date that is lodged in my memory or an event. But if it's an event, I can be like, okay, I know it's at this Dave concert. I cannot remember exactly which year because I went to several at that location. And I don't exactly remember what month. I don't know. I need my phone. This shocks me none at all. And chat's like, Emily, didn't you fly to Charlotte instead of Charleston? Also, yes. Still don't remember what year that was. But yeah, haven't made that mistake since. And now this year he's playing Charlotte instead of Charleston. It's going to fuck me all up. I'm going to end up in Charleston instead of Charlotte.
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled.
Chat is
Yes, I believe
split.
there are multiple
2022,
instances in
2023, or
the
2024.
transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing, we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need. And it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023 and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was, yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would
And they
take that
needed her
information
phone.
back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details.
And then came back. Makes sense.
From other witnesses, and then we would go back, we would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe
We
so.
all know that it does. Chat could testify
Did
to
you listen
that.
to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and
Oh.
Detective Maynard's interviews?
And now we're going to circle back to the shit we talked about this morning. Okay, good. See how it's just woven back into the conversation around Carmen? Okay.
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of
now?
the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences
Cherry-picking.
fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Nope.
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is,
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object.
Your Honor, it sounds bad. She's like, the form of the question's wrong somehow. I haven't put my finger on it yet, but he's trying to make it sound bad. It's totally not improper. He's trying to get to completeness. He's trying to get to the completeness of the statements. I think there's probably another way to phrase that question. I'm not saying she's 100% wrong. I think there's another way to phrase that question. Because the form of the question I think she's looking for is argumentative. Yeah, we're getting a squish bit squishy on the argumentative. However, the way she phrased it's funny as fuck.
And tenor of your interview.
I'm gonna just we're getting really close to the argumentative.
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
It's
Object,
close.
Your Honor.
I would have to pick that apart more.
What's the basis of the objection?
I don't think it's all the way
Trying to make
argumentative.
impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper.
I'm sorry. I'm going to let her object. I'm going to have to come back to that more. Bloodworth does a great job in his questioning. It's artful questioning. And even when it's a little on the line, I'm like, it's so close to argumentative, but it might not actually be argumentative. which also goes to the artfulness of the question. I'm just going to let it play. I am split.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is,
Filming speaking objection. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that
No.
it is
Try argumentative. I want to see what he says.
calling for speculation.
No, none of those three. Try argumentative. I want to see what the judge says. I don't think it is argumentative. It's a well-phrased question. Does it fairly and accurately reflect your interview? No. Why? It's really foundational. But it also baited the defense into then outing themselves by saying, "Nuh-uh, Your Honor, he's making it sound way bad." Gotta watch that again. That exchange is that's in front of the jury. Good question.
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding
I just wanted to listen to it
your and
again.
Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor
That's
of your
proper.
interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is,
Filming speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Diddy.
Actually, speculation's not terrible. Speculation's not terrible after re-listening to it because he's speculating about what it seems like. But he didn't ask what it seemed like. He asked if it accurately reflected the tenor of the interviews. But no, I don't hate calls for speculation. It's about as close as you can get. But Bloodworth asks a good question, and that's where we're at. But it's totally not improper is my favorite thing that's happened today, I think. I also like her pen. You guys, totally not improper is fantastic. I'm living.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
It doesn't suppose the answer. It is yes, no. They are carefully crafted questions. And Miss Nestor is pissed about it. Don't play chess with a chess master, y'all. His chess score is going to be much higher. Did you hear? Did you hear Lewis go, oh my God.
Are misleading?
Object to leading.
Those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
I mean, that one might call for speculation, though.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter, Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight. But that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Can you see how heavy-handed it came across, though? We need you to give us the details to ensure Kouri gets convicted. It seems heavy-handed. It does. It is not artful. It does seem heavy-handed. Agreed. But the questioning is just so incredibly precise from Bloodworth that it makes me rethink how I talk entirely. It is such good questioning. It really is impressive. Few attorneys are as mindful and artful in the way they craft their questions. And it is something that I very much enjoy seeing because it is so careful. It really is impressive. So yes, Chad, I'm a bit geeked out. I love a good question. I am very much where I was when Camille Vasquez was building up her cross-examination, where I was like, oh, we can see where this is going. Oh shit. Good questioning.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free" card that Detective
Nestor's
Maynard
pissed.
uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free" card?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Yeah, the death
Defense
is a big
counsel also
deal.
picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it?
Oh, I'm interested to hear
What
this.
was that context?
Oh, Kouri's face is pressing X to doubt. We're back to the, did you really just say that? We're back to the Kouri facing at the witness. Yeah, but Kouri, he'll clock you on it because he's the investigating officer. He'll clock it.
We were trying to get
girl.
Carmen to complete a written statement.
I'm going to back that up because I had very strong feelings about this. I think a lot of you did. There are fair areas for question, and then they're trying to make fetch happen improperly. So,
As opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it? What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
I mean, that makes perfect sense too.
What did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Sorry, that was my neck.
Scott, can I get, please?
We have a full Donna Adelson problem. She's like, yeah, I don't want people, first of all, I don't want people to know I'm snitching is fair. I don't want people to know I'm working with law enforcement is totally fair. Different than Donna sitting down and being like, can you write this? That's totally fair. And I don't know if that's all of it, but that's totally fair. Yeah, you don't want people to know you're snitching while they have access to you. Fair. Kouri's like, I don't have any problem with writing things down in the cell block. Yeah, well, maybe you would think differently about it now.
And
Fair.
what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R?
I wonder if these are the videos that we're going to get into.
Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Huh?
Would you approach her online?
These are the videos they've already talked about. These are the videos you're looking for. Oh boy. Blue Eyes Fairy in the chat said big diction energy. Yes. Yes. We definitely some of that.
8-58.
And a lot of you gifted memberships. Just going to pause real quick to say thank you to everyone who gifted memberships. Melanie, thank you for the gifted membership. Steve Schwartz, thank you for the gifted membership. I'm sorry that my brain put the S's in the wrong place. Loch Nessie, thank you for the gifted memberships. Wolfwise, thank you. I will pull up more of these soon. Welcome to all of the new members. The judge is going back to, yes, this is exactly what we talked about before, so this is admitted.
Are, as ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
Susan asked,
58DR.
Susan asked, I don't understand why he was allowed to stay in court. Susan, I think it's a great question. A lot of you noticed he was in court the entire time. I don't know what he was air drumming the other day, but he has been in court the entire time. It's because he is the lead investigator. The state is allowed to designate a lead investigator. And the reason that they are allowed to be in court is because A, they know all the evidence that's coming in. B, they have written reports on it. So if their testimony changes, it can easily be clocked because they have gathered everything in the case. They've interviewed most of these witnesses. So listening to the witness in court tell that testimony that they've already interviewed them about doesn't impact them or change their memory or testimony. He is the lead investigator. So that is why he's allowed to stay in court. The state's allowed to designate a lead investigator. The way the defense investigator is sitting with them as well.
He didn't deserve it.
All right, I'm going to move myself out of the way. We're getting to Carmen's video. I'm going to timestamp this. She is talking quick. So let me move me out of the way a little bit. There is transcript on the bottom here, so you can see that transcript. Why won't this let me move? It will not let me move, and I don't know why. Chat, I am sorry. Give me 1 second. Let me refresh that so I can move myself out of the way because I want you to be able to see the timestamps. Well, I don't know. I'm going to keep fighting with it, but at least you can read them. You can't see the timestamps. It starts at 65:04, if that helps. All right. We're going to get into Carmen Lauber's interview right now. I'm very interested to see.
Deserve it. It's just not me. I can tell you, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
User error.
I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm getting at.
No, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurting, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
Totally
But I
agree.
don't know that for sure because I don't know their personal situation.
Totally agreed.
So I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're gonna need you to really settle down and maybe even take a pad and paper
Even if I get
and try to write out
tomorrow,
some
whatever, we
details.
meet again, I can go through
Well, we're gonna
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know what I'm saying?
I
These details that you're giving us are kind of hazy.
That's because
And
it's to me.
And it's common for people to try
Fair.
to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, it was the reason we're here. This is a
Like, I don't know if I
this
should
is
reach
a
out to
homicide
Susan Kohler and
investigation.
say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those bills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying, we're gonna need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with
Yeah.
Kouri. But the details about everything we've been talking about are gonna be important.
Right.
The homicide investigation.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Yeah.
She said, oh, that doesn't sound good, is what it sounded like to
It's
me.
something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Yeah.
Not just you to think about, like, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, yeah.
So, right now, we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch it out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now, and then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember. with
And my
details.
favorite now, everything I just told you, I probably won't remember what order I just told you in.
It's okay, and that's fine, because you know what, we want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why
remember.
I can't remember.
Even if it's like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was.
Like I said, I
on the ground.
remembered there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go, March?
Or April.
Is it March 15th?
Something like that.
So,
It was dark, because I had to pull, because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use
so
Google
what
Maps. I wanna
time of
say.
the day was it? I mean, if it was dark,
It was toward the
5:30.
evening.
So afternoonish evening?
No. It was darker because I had to use the light on the car.
To see the fire pit or?
So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit. So,
Gotcha.
okay, let's say this is the house. And if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway, the slant, and then it was just it wasn't a big fire pit, like, it was a tiny fire pit. It wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but the white flat rocks that people build.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't big. It wasn't a big, deep one.
The shallow one.
Real.
O'Driscoll, just please, for the love of everyone, don't sit interviews like this. Just, I know, I get it. Just a pen or a fidget spinner or some gum or whatever. But no. So I'm going to let this video keep going. But so far, does this video undermine or assist the defense's argument that the cops are just feeding information to Carmen? Or does it look like she's trying to remember? How does this interview appear to you?
Real, yeah. Like, I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose? Did it have a rubber band around it? Was it in a bag?
Was it stapled?
Envelope? Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against.
It wasn't stapled.
Like in the rifle, but again, like that, so.
I have a question. Thinking about all your communications with Kouri.
Hannah, can we pause it for just one moment?
And that's the defense asking the court if they can pause that video. And my face is in a very unfortunate spot. Hold on. I have to help. For all of you that are like, Emily, stapled money, Adelson trial. Adelson trial. It is not internal to this trial. It's internal to another trial. The defense is asking to stop playing this.
Like in the fire of it, yeah. Like that, so.
So I have a question, thinking about the holiday communications with Kouri. Do you know
Eric,
how
can we
text
pause it for
messages
just one
dating-
moment?
Sure. Ms. Lewis, if you'd approach.
Ms. Lewis is approaching because she's the one that argued this motion earlier today. I imagine that she is looking at her transcript and looking at the edited video. I can't imagine they didn't have that earlier today because, well, earlier today, this was decided and then it was edited and then there was like a 3-hour break. So we don't have the transcript of where this was supposed to be edited. So I don't know if the edit's wrong, but I imagine that's what they're approaching about because they had the transcript or
Scott, please proceed.
They had the transcript with them. Or the defense is just confused and the court's like, no, we're going to continue on. Yep, that seems to be the answer.
On a phone, maybe in a cloud, maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
So there's that. Scott, please proceed.
On a phone, maybe in a cloud, maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like,
You guys have all my phones, don't you?
like did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told. Did you guys?
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know.
you can see on your
I
phone.
mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it, I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We're gonna need to be more open and honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, is now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with Kay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay?
I think
They
this
are
is
looking
the
for-
only
this
part
could be
we
upsetting,
saw.
but let me finish.
This is the only part we saw, I think, from the defense is, okay, this is going to be upsetting, but let me finish. This is the only part we saw. So the prosecution this morning argued that the rest of it should come in for completeness, and that's why we're here. Look, let's talk about where we're at.
They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my gosh.
This is a serious case, Carmen. I'm not
That
trying
is
to...
way more of my.
I know, and listen,
Don't freak out, okay, because this is a long process.
and this is a good thing, and this
We're
is
here to
good
help
news
you.
for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
Does it change how you saw this statement at the first time? It may or it may not. But that's, the prosecution is trying to give it full context. It may feel heavy-handed still. It might not change how you see it. It might change how you see it when you put it in the full context of what they're talking about. And a lot of you are, like Emily, I can hear whispering, it's not me. I don't think the defense muted their microphones at counsel table. So.
And this is kind of funny because...
It's nothing funny
Well,
about
this
it.
second part is, it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were gonna test, looking at your text messages? You and Bon Savage?
We just know
And that's fucking awesome. I wanna know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying? We need-
And you can see the timestamp jump. Remember, they edited parts of this, but they did not change the timestamps. So you can see that there's a jump in the conversation, and you can see that there is a progression in the conversation.
So believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more
I'm going to do whatever because I have struggled so hard to get me where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind.
Well, that's the only way you get
My
people out of
past.
your life.
Like,
to get
I
people out
don't
of your
want
life.
no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court. My
Mr.
shit's
Las
happening.
Vegas, Troy.
Don't call him. Yes. Yeah, I told him you call him that. He laughed. I said, you know, you're known as Mr.
This is her fiance. When the detective said, "This is your Las Vegas, Troy," and she's laughing, saying, "Yeah, I told him you call him that. You know, you're known as Mr. Vegas." So they're talking about her fiance and her wanting to change her phone number, leave Utah, and start fresh.
Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
I
think you need to
like, even my daughter's
get
on
out of
board.
here and start over.
And he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone that came in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave Heidi's house. I want no talk to nobody in my life. I don't.
We have some hurdles here.
And that's why I said I no longer want to work for the Kouris. Doreen, sorry. Doreen Kouri. I don't.
I no longer want to work for the Kouris, Doreen and Kouri. Doreen Kouri is in Kouri's phone as Doreen Kouri. I don't know why everybody's. Are some of them last named Kouri? Or like the other side of the family? Like Kouri's under Darden and the other side's under Kouri, and that's why Kouri's first name is Kouri. I have no idea how all of this works. I don't have a family tree. But anyway, Doreen Kouri is the aunt. So that's why they are now talking about no longer working for Doreen.
I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about, can you get what MJ had? And it was kind of very superficial.
Oh boy.
Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't, like, I don't even know if it was, because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was the Michael Jackson, and like I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you.
I want to say maybe she did say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it first to Michael Jackson, and that I know because.
And so tell me how that would have been said, because I didn't know Michael Jackson died of.
I didn't know he did either. Like I said,
I knew it was
Googled
drug overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
Because it wasn't. But I digress.
You didn't say it. Look it up.
Look it up because I'm curious too. But
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was several
one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted, it's so confusing, but okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, I can't remember anything.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen,
But it's so
I want you to know that if you're going to work with us here, in
It
order
would
for you
be
to
so
be
easy if you
credible,
had like pieces that we can, like blueprint.
You're
for
the
you.
biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big piece.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps
Here's your
you out
phone.
And
tremendously.
that's what, like I said,
you hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric. He
at
was
this
a
point.
damn good dude and he didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally, he did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like. based on this information, that there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother. You know,
Oh, and I get
don't know
that.
what Kouri's at with the deal, but
But like you guys said, she's living her life right now, and that's everybody else is fucking and suffering. Like,
Oh, there that is.
them little
what it
boys
appears.
love their daddies.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his pride possession. Them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time, or he worked so much, but you know what? At the end of the night, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need you to start getting this on paper. What's gonna happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're gonna appear for it. McKay's just gonna say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or 2.
Okay.
So we're gonna come back tomorrow.
But can we get it cleared up this week?
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you and your cell, because then everybody's gonna be like, what's that? What's
Yeah,
that?
can you guys just write
Okay,
it
so
and sign
she
it?
didn't say that, but he
Well,
said
no.
that,
That doesn't work that way.
which is different than what O'Driscoll just said. You said, I'm worried about sending paper back with you. It still gives different context to, can you just write it and I'll sign it?
You know what I'm saying? Because this is gonna have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Ending this interview on, do I have to go to court because that's just what I don't want to do? Do you think the jury felt that for her? Do you feel that for her when she's like, I just don't want to go to court?
You know
Or
what
you
I'm
just like,
saying?
I
Because
understand,
this is gonna
girl.
have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Ma'am, you read that situation correctly.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay.
Yeah, you read that
Who is
situation
McKay?
properly.
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor in the drug court?
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation. And he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please?
I wonder if that's more interview? That might be the rest of the interview with regard to aggravated murder.
Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12th,
Sounds like it.
2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Previous rulings.
States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
This should be the
And
other
this is serious
interview.
shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like,
It
to
is
the highest
serious shit.
extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing, you've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page with, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right,
That shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
right. I was just lost thinking though, that made it.
Well,
Right.
that's why I had to clear this up, because I'm not gonna, give you an empty promise that
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not gonna say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized in the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not gonna charge you.
With nothing?
No.
Okay.
So they're trying to figure it out.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023 pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
And
That
then
same
what?
day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
Which is reasonable.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott Exhibit 2-66, please.
Oh, it's happening. Is the orange notebook happening? Is the orange notebook happening now? Oh, I have been so curious about what's in this notebook. Oh, chat, listen up. We've heard much about this notebook. There were motions to suppress over the notebook, but you know what we don't know? We don't know what's in the fucking notebook. We don't know what was written in the notebook. We know generally what it's about, but we do not know what's written in the notebook. Are we? Oh, we're going in chronological order. Sorry, chat. The walk the dog letter isn't till September. The notebook was recovered in May, but the orange notebook, I suspect, is the Dear Diary. Today my husband died. Sad face. Megalina, can we let the app know that they are covering the orange notebook? I know it's not the walk the dog letter, but it's the notebook that we have been waiting to see. Thank you. And with the orange emoji. All right, orange notebook. I want to know.
You just scroll
I
through
might
that
need
real quick.
snacks as we get into the orange notebook. No, Emily, you can't do snacks if they're not going to read it. You're going to have to read it. I know. For those of you that are like, what walk the dog letter? Just wait. Just wait. We'll get there. Just wait.
Connor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment?
Okay. What are y'all talking about? Emily, why aren't you zooming? I'm nosy.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What are we doing? What's happening? The detective. I thought my screen froze
Detective,
again.
is this an accurate depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been ruled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted.
She's added in a line.
And published.
This came up in pretrial motions a lot. The orange notebook, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, law nerds of the internet. Years we have waited since the suppression hearing to see what was in this orange notebook. We know a lot of it's not coming in, but a few pages are.
Published.
All right. Thursday, March 3rd, 2022. I am pausing this so y'all can take a look at Kouri's handwriting, because I imagine it's going to come up more later. Do we know the date that this was written? Not necessarily. But do we know the date it was purported to be written? Yes. March 3rd. The day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling. Oh, so it sounds like this is written in hindsight. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston, a baby. Wait. No. What, a Bailey? No. Does she mean a baby? Like, I'm just a baby. I think so. Either way. Is she writing the novel? Is this the novel she wants to write? Is this the If I Did It? It was just a typical day. Emily, you can't start singing Oingo Boingo now because you won't stop. All right, Weston, just a baby. Well, I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. That evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and at about 9 o'clock, they all climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. Okay. Again, this is being offered for Kouri's some of you were saying maybe Weston is a Bailey. I don't know. I don't know if Weston is the dog. I don't know if Weston is one of the other kids. I honestly don't know. Just another day. Okay. Eric was in a texting war. That's definitely not what the phone record showed, but whatever. Trying to get back to the U.S. Around 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, quote, "Let's go have a celebration drink." The following day, narrator voice within the narrator voice. The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. We went into the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule and a lemon drop shot. This sounds like it was written after everything in hindsight. He was going on and on about these guys in Mexico. Well, this is going to give a lot of context to the walk the dog letter, isn't it? He was going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We finished talking, made our way back to our, I imagine, bedroom. We don't know when this is written before it's taken by the police. We know that it's dated. We know that it's her, it seems to be, retelling of what happened on the 3rd. We made our way back to our room and brushed our teeth. I mean, right after having a lemon drop shot. Notice that she skips over like clink, 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 clink. Cheers. She skipped right over the cheers. Clink, clink, clink. Nope, skipped right over the cheers. Went back to our room, brushed our teeth. As we both climbed into bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I would go sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, said I love you, and good night. So long and good night. I love you and good night. And I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring and I finally fell asleep. March 4th, 2022, 3:20 a.m. is the next line. Emily, no more famous last words. We're in the middle of the weirdest journaling novel exercise ever. March 4th, 2022, 3:20 a.m. This is not what her phone data says, but we'll get there. I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold. So I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy, is the only word I can think to describe. I mean, you called it dead weight on the 911 call, but I guess that looks bad when you're writing. You have to like think about it more when you're writing it. He was cold, very cold. So I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy, is the only word I can think to describe it. So I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I mean, okay, Brian Walsh. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale/yellow, mouth open. An urge came over me that this wasn't, we're waiting for them to turn the page. An urge came over me that this wasn't, we'll see what the urge is. The normal? Take bets on what the urge is. That this wasn't good. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in as I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor and do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR/compressions until the EMT arrived. They immediately took over, getting out their fibrillator and started compressions. The worst part of all of it was when they were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. It's like on replay in my head and it won't go away. I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. There was body cam on this whole time. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? Well, I have no idea. I screamed, cried, and just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream. Fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night before where we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. I mean, wouldn't your brain just see this as the same night if it's like a night? Emily, no, just read what's written. I have questions. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. I paced back and forth. No, there were only two of them. I paced back and forth, like a caged white tiger at the zoo. Emily, no. I paced back and forth until an officer came out and asked if, I zoomed too far, and asked if, this is next page, there was someone I would like to call. Hey, look, that part's actually on body cam and is true. I called my mom back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until I finally just dropped to my knees, praying this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked in to tell me he didn't make it. We did all we could do. I lost it! I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids had woken up and I had quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what had seemed hours at this point. I could feel their fear. I could feel their fear through the walls, but yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words and just rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her. I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. She just started telling law enforcement, side note, that he was having chest pains, that he had his allergy shots. Continuing back to the letter. I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. She just started to say what happened, but I had no answer, for I have no idea. We said, so long and good night. I went too far in my zooming, not my quoting of MCR. We said, I love you, good night. Oh, I was close. We said, I love you, good night. I went to sleep with Ashton, and that was it. Wait, is this her saying? Hold on. Did I lose? But I have no answer, for I have no idea. We said, is this her? The writing's bad. Can we get an editor? Is she now trying to tell what she told her mom, or is she trying to tell what happened that night? Damn it. I think she's talking about her and Eric, not her and her mom, but we're having pronoun issues. I love you. Good night. I went to sleep with Ashton, and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. I told them, EMTs, I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me, and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I had called Gene, Eric's father, is it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. by this time, and he had sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. Gene sitting in court's going to be thrilled with that. The weird thing is, oh, fuck, there's more. I thought we were fucking done. God fucking damn. I thought we were. Shit. Emily, you wanted to hear what was in the orange? I know. You wanted to hear all of the wiretaps. I know. Gene sounded so perky, almost like he was expecting a call. Oh! All right, next page. We're starting writing at the beginning of the very beginning. March 7th, picked up truck. March 12th, Cody cleared out garage. March 14th, Cody took computer. March 4th, Eric passed away. March 5th, friend, Bryce, Chelsea, Allie K, Bree, Ronnie, Amy, sleepover, have a few drinks. And this I don't think is the Orange Notebook. I wonder if this is the list that they found. Oh, maybe this is still the Orange Notebook. But it went from the story, and the end of the page with Gene is blank. And then we go to what I'm presuming is the next page, and we've got a timeline, screenshots, receipts. So now we're on a timeline, screenshots, receipts, fucking everything. March 4th, Eric passed away. March 5th, friends, Bryce, Chelsea, Allie K, Bree, Ronnie, Amy, sleepover, have a few drinks, and reminisce. We laughed, we cried, we danced all night. You were the dancing queen? Earlier in the afternoon, Katie mentioned a green folder and asked if I knew where it was. I mentioned I didn't know what she was talking about. That's a weird turn of phrase. She quickly changed the subject and said we would figure, quote unquote, this out. And then at the top of the page, March 7th, picked up truck. March 12th, Cody cleaned out garage. March 14th, Cody took computer. March 6th, I call blacksmith to open safe. Dun, dun, dun. Oh no. I call blacksmith to open safe. Oh boy. Oh, we know what happens on March 6th. No, we don't all know what happens on March 6th, Emily. That hasn't come into court yet. Oh, part of it has, not all of it has. All right, they're scrolling. March 6th, I call locksmith to open safe to look for this quote unquote green folder Katie was talking about. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. The safe where all of Eric's legal documents were. Wait, did I say blacksmith? Sorry, locksmith, blacksmith. My apologies. It clearly says locksmith on the page. My brain just transposed it into something else. March 6th, I call locksmith to open safe to look for this quote unquote green folder Katie was talking about. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. So weird. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Ronnie slept over. Amy tried to stop me from getting it redacted and the cops were called. March 8th, met with the funeral home. Throat punched my sister-in-law, cops were called. March 8th, met with funeral home / I don't know what the other words are. March 11th, funeral. March 22nd, Kouri starts counseling. Kouri stops counseling. March 26th, boys started counseling. I can't tell if that starts or stops. April 11th, Detective Woody called and asked to take something the 12th or 13th to talk. April 11th, Detective Woody called to talk on the 11th or 13th. Then it goes to Sky told. Sky's her former lawyer. The jury doesn't really know that yet. Sky, there's an arrow to March 28th in case something was forgotten. Sky told me to tell her the 14th. April 13th, search warrant at the house. Arrow, March 28th, filed lawsuit? The trust for something. We're going to have to work on enhancing that. It's hard to read. May 3rd, filed for partial summary judgment on case. Ma'am, you filed that case in March and you think you're going to get a summary judgment in May? Girl. January 10th, Woody calls Chelsea in for interview. January 12th, Chelsea goes in for interview, is lied to that she was the last person to talk to, and there's a gap and it says at 11 p.m. Oh, the last person I talked to at 11 p.m. Woody calls Chelsea in for interview. January 12th, Chelsea goes in for interview, is lied to that she was the last person I talked to at 11 p.m. They're lying to Chelsea. Let's talk about who's lying to Chelsea, Kouri. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about who is lying to Chelsea. Sky told me to tell them the 14th. So they came and did a search warrant on the 13th. All right, next page. Chelsea checks phone records. We never spoke that night. January 13th, Jim drives red truck for oil change. Cody finds out and goes to get it. I heard about that. July 17th, 2022. Find about the private investigator. He was outside at my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys in on case. November 30th, first court hearing, Katie and Amy would not turn on cameras. Oh, Zoom. Judge reschedules court for March 2nd to determine if kids need to be involved and if the PI has to follow subpoena and give us all his info. November 7th, Amy is served subpoena. January 3rd, Mike Malamose gets involved, gets interviewed. Who's Mike? Mike. Who's Mike? January 3rd, Mike gets interviewed. November 23rd, 2022, I find out Eric had been consulting divorce attorney. Oh boy. You found out in 2022, did you? I don't think you found out in 2022. I don't think you found out in 2022. I don't think you did. I think you found out later.
Detective O'Driscoll did, detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Oh, orange
Scott,
notebook.
Exhibit 2-65, please.
That was much.
Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit.
Oh, and now the letter from the kitchen cabinets. Oh, boy. Damn it, Emily, you didn't write down the date because you were still contemplating who Mike was.
Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes.
I'm backing up just real quick. Oh, yeah, more letters. No, there's more letters. This is the one from the cabinets that we haven't seen.
November the 7th,
There we go.
2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please.
2-65.
Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the...
Oh, I hear a cat meowing at me. I hear George. That means there's probably a Travis. Hi, buddy. Your cat announces your presence before you even come in. We're just about to get to why you should never write down your crimes or your thoughts about them. We're getting into all of the self-snitching, as Bruce Rivers would say. Your elbow is red. Hi, George. I know you're happy because Travis is home. When you left this morning, he just ran around the house and meowed at everyone. He was so upset that you were gone. I'm glad you're home. Hopefully it wasn't too stormy on your way home. Thanks for saying hi to Lawnards. Thanks for coming in and saying hi. All right. Don't forget your Dr. Pepper. Ooh. Would you bring me a Dr. Pepper? No, the normal one. Yeah, it is. Thanks, Travis. You're the best. All right. Yes, Travis's cat precedes him in all things and then follows him. He's Travis's guardian. Chad, I'll try to bring enough Dr. Peppers for the class next time. I think I only have one that's cold. All right. Emily, I've just been following this case now. What are we talking about in the cabinet? We haven't seen this either. Here's what I think it is. I think it is vague notes about a police interview to try to keep the story straight. That is my impression of what we might see. I am curious to see what it actually is. This is from the November 7th, 2024 search warrant. It was up in the cabinets in the kitchen above that desk area.
Kitchen cabinet
Very
of the
curious
home,
about this.
pursuant to that search warrant.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
But take vague notes
2-65
so you
is
don't
admitted.
forget. Travis said not sponsored. George is still meowing. Let me ensmallin myself. Oh boy. I got it. Thanks, Trev. Thanks for offering. Trev said, do you want me to open that for you because of your nails? It's very sweet. It's very kind, Trev. No, I have tools. Remember, you guys, half of Kouri's defense is blame Mexico. Remember that this is half of her defense. So she says Eric home at 6 or 6:30. She was talking about the guide that he was fighting with. Drink in bed. He drank half, brushed his teeth. Parentheses, I was in bed after I brushed more. Even in writing out her timeline, she's saying that she brushed her teeth more than he did. I was in bed after I brushed more. No, I think it says mine. It's a fair interpretation. I brush my teeth better. I brush my teeth the best. I know it probably says mine. It's fair. I was in bed after I brushed mine, talked through the doorway. Those were the text messages, because we saw in Eric's phone that he was texting with somebody who was noted as Nogales, maybe? Who was a hunting guide, which actually seems to be true. Moscow Mules, lemon water vodka, him. Well, lemon water vodka and lemon drop are not the fucking same. January to March 21st, gone. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Kids bed around 9. Drink around 9 p.m. In bed around 9:30, 9:45. I laid down. Instant, heard Ashton. Went in, came back at 3. Mom came. Chat, you guys are asking good questions. A lot of you are asking if the January to March 21st gone is referencing her phone deletions. Interesting question. But yes, it's a timeline. Timeline, screenshots.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please.
And text messages about the mansion. Fair. I saw a question, is T wearing a Led Zeppelin shirt? Yes. T enjoys Led Zeppelin. Among other great music. But the writing is definitely different than we saw in some of the other things. It was a quicker thing. I imagine that we will, well, for those of you that hadn't seen the Walk the Dog letter, I'm very interested, if you guys hang with me. I don't know if we'll get to it today. I hope that we do. But I'm very curious to see the impression of the Walk the Dog letter.
Is this an accurate
when it comes
depiction
up
of a
now.
January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
Anna, can we have just one moment, please?
The green
text exchange.
Sorry. I wanted to hear the date again. My brain's tired too.
Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes.
About the Midway
and,
house?
The green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
Anna, can we have just one moment, please?
All right. Well, the defense takes a moment. I'm going to zoom back to where we were. You know, all I want to do is zoom.
Stay moves to admit and publish 2-17.
Oh, boy.
2-17D is admitted.
So these are January 5th, 2022 texts. – Often it's hard for me when the date comes in before the thing. Like I can't place if I need the date. So once the thing comes in, I'm like, text, I'm going to need the date. Emily, it'll just be on the text. All right. This is from Eric to Kouri. Quote, there's a guy down here that is going to buy the sheep tag from Todd next year. And he tried to get the tag from me today and said I was crazy for not shooting this ram we saw. He wasn't even that big. So convo about hunting January 5th. Wonder if Eric is hunting in Mexico at this time because he had been prohibited from hunting in the U.S. She texts to Eric, quote, how much money you got, bro? I'll sell it for $15K. I think they mean the tag. Hey, while you're sitting there doing nothing, need your opinions. I know this may change with Jeff said, but for now, I have to put together an analysis for Matt, which is what I'm doing now because he was an investor. He has an investor that is thinking he will come in at the full 2.9. This is regarding Midway, 2.9 million. I need estimated cost for the following. Exterior work, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, flooring, painting, sheet rock, pool, miscellaneous equipment, VR and golf, tile, cabinets, appliances, light fixtures, finish work, landscaping. Fucking everything, literally fucking everything. All of it. It was literally fucking all of it. All of it. These are the investors we heard about earlier. This is the Midway Mansion. The Midway Mansion, if you add up to 4 million, he knows these are guesses, but wants a breakdown. You're never getting permits for this fucking house. $4 million to flip, $4 million in repairs to flip it. Eric says, I have no idea. I would be way off just trying to guess. She sends a attachment of some sort. He says, it's bedtime. Why are you still up? She's texting someone else. Emily, that's snarky. She says, I need to have this done tonight. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. This is at like 10 o'clock p.m. Eric says, well, I think it will come out to about 6 million. I need you to come up with a number. Okay, 6. She says, oh my God. Literally, she says, OMG, hot, never mind, misspelled, never mind, spelled properly. This is the house with the need for the Army Corps of Engineer approval that had no permits. Eric texts her back, same night, 10:19 p.m. is when it was delivered. To fix all of the rotted plywood and everything else is $125K. Exterior work, $650K. HVAC, $200K. Plumbing, $200K. Electrical, $200K. Flooring, $250K. Painting, $150. Sheetrock, $150. Pool, $300. Miscellaneous, climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulator. Right, $600K. Tile, $125. Cabinets, $150. Appliances, $100K. Light fixtures, $50K. Finishing work, $200K. Landscaping, driveway, pulling, sewer, electrical, $750K. Not sure what that adds up to, but that's my best guess. I think some of those guesses are low because this house it's so big. There's so much house there. But I think that estimate is probably low given how large the house is, but I have no idea. It doesn't really matter, truly. But it is context. It does show they talked about it. She says, thank you, kind sir. That's what I needed. She texts back, go to bed. All exclamation points. He texts back, love you. What does she text back? An attachment, empty file. She says, text back, love you, good night at 10:25 p.m. He texts back, add $250K more in the driveway and landscape. You can get that from a HELOC. She said, okay, cool, done, 4.45. Still not bad, all in 7.35, sell for 14 mil to be safe. He said, yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have time to do this project. Yeah, it seems like it was low. Remember how we don't have time to do this project. She says, that's fine. He said he knows it's a guess for now. No, we're not doing it. But Matt, no, we're not doing it. She's texting him, no, we're not doing it. No, we're not doing it. But Matt doesn't finance anything without an analysis to give to his investors. They want to see some sort of numbers. There's an attachment of some sort that says empty file.
Scott 2-37D, please.
So where did she come up with the, it'll only be
Detective, is this
$3
an
million?
accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
We're like other people's money pit. From Eric to Kouri, March 2nd, 2022. You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? She says, I can't. Celebratory shot tonight, exclamation points. I got to do all this final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow, exclamation point. And then I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her 1 to 2 because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. This is March 2nd. I think there's texts that indicate she wasn't with Virginia. Eric texts her, okay, love ya. She texts back, love you, exclamation points.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott 2-71R, please.
Yeah, Chad, I don't think she met Virginia. I don't think she met Virginia. No. I think she had to check on her cabinets instead, to the best of my memory from those text messages, but that feels like 900 years ago in this trial, so.
Is this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
Oh. Yes, you can text from in custody. If all of you are just like, Emily, May 24th, 2023, wasn't she arrested May 8th? Yes, but you can text from custody. These might, I would imagine these, well, I guess we'll see how they're coming in. But yeah, I was going to say these might look different because these are from the jail devices. The jury won't know that. They'll just know that these are different format of text messages. So 5/24/23, Joseph Dennis Kouri. It does seem to be the fucking last name. And Kouri Darden Richins, relationship brother. I mean, this might, it's coming from a tablet. We know what everybody is. from Kouri to, or from brother to Kouri, did Eric ever talk about suicide? From brother to Kouri, or is that from Kouri to brother? It's hard for me to tell on the second one. Not suicide specifically. He would always say things like, if anything ever happened to me, you guys will be set for life. Like when he would go hunting or snowmobiling, that kind of thing. So from brother to Kouri and Kouri to brother, but it's hard to tell the directionality of those text messages. Oh, no, the tablet would be Kouri. That makes sense, chat. Yes, it would. I think her maiden name is Darden, and I think the other side of the family, their name is Richins, because I think they are half siblings. So I think it is the family name of the half siblings. I think their family name is Richins. Her family name is Darden.
2-72R.
Because her mom's name is also Darden.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I meant Kouri, chat, not Richins. Apologies. Because Richins is her married name. Darden is her maiden name. Darden is her mom's last name. But it seems the other side of the family, their last name is Kouri, including Doreen Kouri and DJ Kouri. Sorry, my brain is tired. The Kouri last name confused me earlier on in this trial. I don't think they've ever clarified it.
May 31st.
Very
yes,
confusing.
Between Miss Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
So the DJ Kouri and
No objection.
Doreen Kouri and the rest of it, I think
72R
Kouri is their
admitted.
last name. And that Lisa was Darden when she got married. Either way, these are text messages between Kouri and her mom on May 31st, 2023. From Kouri. Oh, okay, cool. Hayden, who's that? The guy that worked for us? Mom, yes. Kouri, that's weird about that. I hardly even know him. I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. Kouri's mom said another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. Why is there always a 15 minutes of fame? Y'all watched too much Depp Heard before Kouri got arrested. Kouri responds, oh, God, ha. Emily, who is Hayden? Hayden is the guy who was in the motorcycle accident, whose partner testified that Kouri had called him to ask him for some stuff. And then she heard Hayden, the partner heard Hayden yelling. That is that situation. And heard them talking about Michael Jackson stuff. And then heard him yelling about fentanyl. That's Hayden. So it sounds like Kouri and her mom are talking about who's getting interviewed.
5 or 2, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
I
2.
Mm-hmm.
2-72R. Yes.
That's sorry about that.
Another 15 minutes of fame. The same could be said for you with your client. I couldn't help myself.
Detective, I'd like to turn now to some phone calls. Scott, can I get
Oh, boy.
2-76 and 2-76T?
Play me all the phone calls. Emily, you're going to regret this immediately and start complaining. I know the hypocrisy, but play me all the phone calls. Play me the phone calls.
1 second, detective. The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript is, does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can
People who
consider
are
and
not
accept
Kouri
the
Richins.
statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people
It's
that
time
are
to open a
not
new bag
Kouri
of popcorn.
Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner.
Oh, phone calls with Kouri's mom. Jail calls are being recorded. They're going to be recorded. I wish I could make the text a little bit bigger. It's Kouri's mom starting with, who picked up the sandwiches from the diner? That's where we're beginning this phone call.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner.
Are you asking me that?
Yes,
Oh, I did.
I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter.
Well, that's why that's coming in. Who picked up the sandwiches from the diner? Are you asking me that? Yes, I did. Oh, that's enough of that. Oh, nope. Nope. That's enough of that. Nope. That's enough of that. That's enough of that. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, nope. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eaten in the office. This is about the sandwiches, the breakfast sandwiches, other people's egg sandwiches.
Put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eaten in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
In the office?
Yeah. So it's just bullshit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. False statement.
All right. They were without the transcript for a minute because they were panning to Kouri looking at this being played into court. And now we're back at the transcript. Lisa says, you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. Kouri says, no. Lisa says, yes, exactly. Kouri says, they were ate in the office. Lisa says, yes. Kouri says, where does he come up? Lisa says, so it's just bullshit. Kouri says, with this shit. Lisa says, yeah, he became deathly ill. False. Kouri said, Bailey was there, and that what I put. And then Lisa says, yep, that's what I put. Kouri Richins says, God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest.
Bailey was there.
And that's what I put. Yep. That's what I put.
God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest fucking story.
Well, you know,
That makes sense to them.
Same
Yeah,
with the-
so they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell?
Yes.
God, look like this psycho. Here's a poisoned sandwich I gave for you, and here's a love note.
So the transcript says, Kouri, so they're saying I put a love note on a poison sandwich and put it in his car. What the hell? And that's when she starts laughing. God. And then it continues. Oh, the self-snitching on the recorded calls.
God, look like this psycho. Here's a poisoned sandwich I gave for you, and here's a love note. On Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck?
On his truck.
Huh?
On the seat of his truck is what it said.
What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts.
She's like, I did not write a note, y'all.
And they're gonna feel so stupid, and that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually test.
All of America, chat. All of America is going to feel so stupid. You know why? Idiots. Idiots everywhere, right? You know, all of America. She still thinks this is aging well. All of America is going to understand when people get up and testify.
Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're gonna feel so stupid, and that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your beliefs.
Right.
You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, O'Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this.
Those fools. O'Driscoll and all those idiots. You fools. Idiots, idiots everywhere. Ma'am, if you're going to send an idiots everywhere meme and then consistently use the word idiots in everything that you do, it's going to make it hard for your defense to argue that that wasn't yours. It is a turn of phrase that you use specifically. They're all going to feel so stupid. All these idiots. You can't compete with people that were there on what you believe. Do you feel that way about Carmen?
You know, that is a lie. That did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your beliefs.
Right.
You know, so.
Also, on Valentine's Day, you weren't fucking there. We know you weren't there. We know you weren't there. I was there. No, you weren't. We know you weren't there.
I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, O'Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this.
But there again, when you have
through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor.
So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note.
Oh my gosh, what the hell?
And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him.
They are
It is so
ridiculous.
fucking sad.
Well, Kouri, you didn't say he didn't eat the sandwich, did you? No, you didn't.
He immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. It is so fucking sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me.
Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, if you believe, then I...
Oh, I'm sorry, Lisa, are you, you're like, no, I'm going to play that too. I believe on my belief. Okay.
With I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me.
Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, if you believe, then I believe this.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous.
So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions.
My questions?
Mm-hmm. I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call.
Oh,
Ronnie's
Lisa.
going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T?
Oh boy. Is there any question why a lot of you are in the I believe I can fly? Yeah. Interesting if Lisa tries to testify how that's going to go. Sounds like we're getting more calls.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
You know what doesn't come across in the
Could
transcripts
Scott scroll through a couple of the
ever?
pages just so I can verify?
Is the laughing. The laughing doesn't come across in any of the transcripts. And we've seen some transcripts of jail calls and pretrial motions. But the laughing and the tone
Yes, it is.
doesn't come across.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
I imagine the Richins family has not heard all of these.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins' half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener.
I think there's a really, really good, whenever anybody is asking about effect on the listener, I think that last call is a great example of it in Lisa laying out what was either told to her in interviews or what's in the affidavit or what the lawyers said, but Lisa laying out what the police are saying and Kouri just laughing at it and saying, idiots, idiots everywhere. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. But what Lisa is saying and how Kouri responds to it, Kouri's response to it is what the evidence is. But that response doesn't make any sense without knowing what Lisa says. Is it adoptive of what Lisa said? Is it rejecting what Lisa said? Is it saying, no, I didn't do any of that, the things that you're saying? And so it's a really good example of why those parts of hearsay come in to show what Kouri's responding to and how. Interesting to see what the next call is. But the Richins families in court, they would have known that some of these things are coming in, but I don't know if they would have heard all of these calls.
The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
77's the call, T's the transcript.
Put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison.
Oh my God.
And Kouri and Ronnie talking about the sandwich.
37T are admitted.
Erica's sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison.
Oh my God, I know. Like, no the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no.
I'm sorry, you guys. I forgot that Kouri's defense to this part was, I'm not a sandwich maker. My bad. My bad, chat. My bad. I didn't make a fucking sandwich. I bought a sandwich. How dare you? Right. My bad. I had forgotten about that.
Lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Except we know that she was with her lover. She was not sitting in the office. Ugh.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott?
No!
Exhibit 2-86R, please.
No. No, no. No, no, no. Chat? It's time.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
I didn't realize when we had gotten to the calls in August that what was going to follow the calls in August was the walk the dog letter from fucking September. For those of you that are new to this case or this channel, that soundbite is the prosecutor talking about this letter in a suppression hearing 2 years ago. If you do not know what is in the walk the dog letter, buckle up. Buckle up for the walk the dog letter coming into court. Oh boy. It's walk the dog letter time. I didn't know if they would get to this today when they were getting through jail calls. I'm so curious what those of you that have not seen this letter yet think of this letter. I am so curious.
Docket 214, but every law nerd on the internet calls it the walk the dog letter.
It's Detective, are you familiar with the walk the dog letter? Yeah. I'm going to back that up one more time. That's what's next. So for everybody who wanted to know, is the walk the dog letter coming in court? Yes. Yes, it is. The last couple pages aren't going to be in there. The first couple pages will be.
Complete horseshit.
Oh boy.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, exhibit
Scott?
2-86R, please.
Bring the walk the dog letter.
If you could scroll through that for the detective.
All right, hold on. I need to put up a poll in the chat. Wait, they're scrolling. I'm going to put up a poll in the chat real quick to see who's familiar and unfamiliar with the walk the dog letter, just because I'm really curious. Ooh, I got to stop our poll. That's up. Driscoll's like, yeah, that's the fucking walk the dog letter. All right, on our last poll, defense strategy to recross Carmen Lauber. Was it good call for the defense? 6%. Bad call for the defense? 59%. Doesn't change anything? 35% with almost 30,000 votes. All right, we're putting up a new poll. We got to talk about the walk the dog letter. You guys, I can't go code red because it's not fuckery. We don't have a code self-snitching. we don't have a code Bruce Rivers. This is just full self-snitching. Are you? I'm putting up a poll. because I'm just curious how many of you know what the are you familiar with the contents. So if you've just heard about the walk the dog letter and are like, what the fuck's in this? Fair. If you are familiar with the contents of the walk the dog letter, hit yes in the poll. If you do not know what this letter says, hit no in the poll. I'm just curious how many of you are familiar with the walk the dog letter, but here we go. It is time to walk the dog.
2-
Your Honor, we all know it as docket 214, or at least the lawnards on the internet know it as 214.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
I think that's foundation about it being to her mother. It's kind of self-authenticating on that point because it indicates very clearly within the context of the letter that it's to her mother. Wait, did O'Driscoll just smile? Oh boy. I don't know who he's smiling at. Are you smiling at Kouri? Are you smiling at defense counsel? Or are you just smiling at Bloodworth? They've panned back over to Kouri. Unfortunately, the microphone is now half in front of her face. The letter clearly indicates it's to her mom. But
Do you remember the question, Detective O'Driscoll?
I can ask it again.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish.
Oh boy.
2-86R.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay. 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1,
oh, is he going to read
this
it?
letter aloud?
I have been denied. My job has been taken. The official reader in court is no longer. He's reading it. Page 1. Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember.
Page 1. Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday.
Also, yes, I did just spill all of my popcorn. I just spilled all of my popcorn. However, the strategy of including the jail calls where Kouri's talking about the sandwich and also happens to be talking about the fact of on information and belief, or belief, just like they say, I'll show them belief. I'll show them belief. And then following it up with this letter is just so well organized to have the letter absolutely make sense within context for the jury. So don't worry, I'm here, but if you see me disappear for a second, it's because I made me spill my popcorn. I got too excited. This letter is one of the wildest things I've seen in a case. It's crazy. It just, I think it is a code bruh at this point.
Bruh.
Oh, or Audacity. I mean, that's not Audacity. It could be a little bit of both.
and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trip.
I'm going to back that up a little. I stepped in the middle of the sentence. The highlighting, Scott, 10 out of 10.
Probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know.
You will never convince me that they did not watch the Depp Heard trial. You will never convince me that Kouri Richins was not glued to Depp v. Heard. With the 15 minutes of fame, and I've got pictures on my phone passed out, y'all are not, it may be true, it may not be true. It's all hyperbole and speculation on my part, but that's what I think. But take fake notes. Page 2 of the Walk the Dog letter.
He had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high.
How's Ronnie
it can be short and to the
How's Ronnie going to have those messages? She texted from his phone?
point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree.
Don't tell Ronnie what to say on the phone. I think the phones might be tapped. But if it's the truth, why does it matter if they're talking about it on the phone, ma'am? Why are you worried about them hearing you talking about the truth on the phone?
Tell Ronnie, don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL.
Don't overthink
Tell him
your own
I
memory.
need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches.
The sisters-in-law.
Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end. Let's push
They were not, in fact, close to the end.
through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Sky's the former lawyer. I still have questions about Lotto. I do not think Lotto's the paramour. We'll speculate about that more after trial. But go ahead and tell Ronnie not to overthink it, but he needs to go to the meeting with my lawyer and he needs to tell my lawyer about this conversation.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Wait, no more questions for O'Driscoll? That's the walk the dog letter's the end? Oh, I'm surprised there aren't more calls. Who's Lotto? Are we really getting to cross-examination now? Oh boy. Thank you to everyone who came in and gifted memberships. Oh, I'm real interested to hear cross. I'm surprised there aren't more questions. I really am. But the thing is, a lot of the things in the walk the dog letter, the defense has been arguing. The allergy bottle in the truck that it seems no one ever saw. The connection to Mexico and drugs that the friend came in and was like, yeah, no, Eric would totally put stuff in her bag. The joke was that Kouri didn't know. And by the look of the poll, 32% of you had not heard that letter before. So what do you think of the letter? Continuing on. I'm surprised there's no further questions.
Ms. Nestor.
I'm surprised we didn't get to the testing of the weed gummies. Because we know the lab tested them from pretrial motions, but I'm wondering if the state's not going to put it in or if the state's going to save it for a rebuttal, which is possible. To save it and see if Kouri testifies. Which might be strategy, because the state does get to make a rebuttal case.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it. Well, it's fresh on our memory.
Fresh on our
Exhibit
memory.
286 for the record.
I mean, but take vague notes so you don't forget.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
He said that.
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story.
There is other stuff in this letter that makes it clear that she's talking to her mom that's redacted. I wonder if she's going to wander into, if she's going to wander into an area where things get redacted because of that. We will see. But I wonder if Kouri will decide she needs to testify in part to explain those calls and that letter.
Story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay, so it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next
Okay.
week.
All right, so there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
You pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular.
Uh-huh.
All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right?
I think the point is that it's a story
And just, by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before
Okay.
let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you, I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's gonna need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
The letter kind of speaks for itself, but yes, it ends in a question mark.
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you
Best
could just
evidence.
re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time.
Best evidence. The letter speaks for
In the
itself.
letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with
boy.
Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I
Okay.
believe one of.
That's a good question. It took us a minute to get there, but that's a good question. Did you investigate the things in this letter, or did you blow it off? She knows they didn't talk to Ronnie because Ronnie, I imagine, told them, yeah, you can go pound sand. But it's a good question. Did you follow up?
Go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now, that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase?
It's a good line of questioning. Well, Allie said that happened. Okay, but I think the question is, why did Allie say that happened? But it's a fair question. Well, Allie said,
Is a question.
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
in Hawaii.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Or what had happened before.
Where Eric had put
Did you ask Allie if she got a letter or a phone call?
drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it
would be
involving a trip
important.
to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't
Okay.
know for sure.
All right. All right, if we could go to the bottom of highlight the bottom half for me.
Right. Is it true? And is the jury going to believe that the letter's true? Or is
All
the
right,
jury going to
there's
believe
references
that
in
the letter's not true and Allie also walked the dog?
Here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed? To verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of
Like-
2023?
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said,
We reached out to Ronnie and asked about the phone, and Ronnie, I imagine, said, fuck off. You cannot have my phone. And they had Eric's phone, but did you ever check it against Eric's phone? Because you had Eric's phone.
Existed? To verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of
Like-
2023?
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So, no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom.
But you have Eric's phone. Did you confirm it with Eric's phone? Because you have a download of Eric's phone.
And listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
I don't think they have enough to get a search
No,
warrant.
but
for
like I
Eric-
said, this
for
information
Kouri's
came
phone.
to me.
I don't think they have enough for a search warrant for Ronnie's phone based on that letter. But they sure could have looked at Eric's phone.
Well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house?
That's probably true. But they did find pain pills.
At
They
the
just didn't
bottom?
find fentanyl.
Yes, please, thank you.
I can see that.
You
I
can see it?
imagine the
Great.
defense will try
Okay.
to call Ronnie, but maybe not.
So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection foundation, that's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
We'll use the
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first
The
page?
court would like you to just read
and
it
find
correctly.
this section in there about where he kept his drugs?
The phrasing is so argumentative.
See. Yep. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you
It's actually vague as to which work truck because both trucks were owned by C&E. The red truck that she was driving and the bigger work truck, both were owned by C&E. But I don't know if you need a commercial driver license for the big old Ford 550. But if you do, it wouldn't make any sense that anybody would keep narcotics in there, not in the personal vehicle. But the personal vehicle, Kouri had for quite a long time. So I think they're both work trucks. A lot of you are saying you don't need any kind of special license for the big truck. Fair. But the defense is trying to go through the letter and point out the things that are true to say the letter's true. It's not a novel. It's true. It's just accurate.
Couldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
She could have seen them take it, but it's also not in his work truck. It's in his nightstand. A nightstand's not a truck.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. The never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody emptied I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom.
That's not what
that he
Cody
said to the
said.
jury under oath, correct?
Cody said he took it. He didn't say he emptied it out.
While you were sitting in here.
Objection, foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Cody
that's
come
not what he
pick up
said.
the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom
Ma'am.
every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
nearly, yeah,
Almost.
almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now.
So the letter's
I wanna
true.
go back.
I didn't think that's the direction that was going to go, but okay. The letter's true. Who knew?
Oh, by the way, just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge.
The turn of phrase. The turn of phrase. The turn of phrase.
To.
The horses have nothing to do with it.
Oh, by the way, just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse.
The oh, by the way, is
But the walk
wild.
the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
That's an interesting question because
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
there were calls where Kouri was holding up letters to the jail calls. So we don't know. However, it's an interesting thing how the stories tend to match.
Thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into
And
this
then
case.
the walk the dog letter got filed on the public docket, and then everybody saw the walk the dog letter. So I guess it's just true. It's not a novel. It's not a story.
Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So. Okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator. Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology.
Not the case agent?
Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that.
You've got to say rip with the P, apparently. There's only one way to say rip, apparently.
So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case.
Oh my goodness.
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil and then smoking it, typically.
I don't know the term freebasing, but from
Are you going to say, oh, it's because you're young? Nestor, are you going to make an old, I'm sorry, I'm one of the olds jokes? Yep, Nestor's going to go with, I'm sorry, I'm the olds. Free. She's going to age herself. That's funny. But are you going to try to use what was found in the trash can when Carmen Lauber was living at a home with a whole bunch of people to try to go after Carmen again? Okay.
Really an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil and then smoking it typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience,
Right.
people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke, on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her
All of the
trash
chat
that
is
day?
singing white lines.
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only NIC tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without
Ma'am.
checking my records.
You spent all of this time trying to go after Carmen. Carmen said she didn't fuck with fentanyl and that she was selling stuff to Kouri. So would it surprise anyone that what was in the trash was not fentanyl? Shocking.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was
I think
confirmed
that's
as fentanyl.
consistent with
Okay.
what Carmen
And
Lauber
then
said.
at the end of end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who was you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
Back to the y'all problems.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh. It's been just as long for me as everybody else. So, I remember
I feel that.
I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Kouri's like, the fuck? They wanted to know where the Seroquel came from, Kouri. They wanted to know about your prescriptions. They wanted to know why your prescription was in Eric's system. And if nobody had asked that yet, they wanted to know that.
All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point, I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview,
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
I'm surprised that Kouri's interview with law enforcement did not come in yet. The defense is having a full huddle in the corner. I wonder. Hold on. I wonder what's getting saved for rebuttal. I'm going to back that question up real quick.
Decided to, actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point, I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview,
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
It is beyond the scope.
can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat
Yeah,
with
they
my
had a
co-counsel
full
for just
huddle.
1 second.
No problem.
Look, there is a plan to this case, and the prosecution has very strategically brought in information. But there is a whole Kouri interview that I thought we were going to see with this witness that we're not, or we have not seen yet. It doesn't mean it won't come up in rebuttal. But it might be that we've gotten to a game of chicken with Kouri, waiting to see if she's going to testify before this happens. So now the defense is conversing. I wonder if Nestor's going to be like, you know what? I asked about the walk the dog letter. We went through the shit that was true. I'm done. I'm done with this witness. I'm going to let it be. I'm curious if they just decide to not touch it anymore. And just like, we don't want to make more of a mess.
So we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
I'm interested to see how this plays out.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you were assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone. Did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her?
No, they were all
everything in her phone?
deleted.
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember if it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
Those are good questions.
And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is, I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone,
they
you
had multiple
interviewed
extractions
Chelsea Barney.
and
Did you
multiple
not?
phones.
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
Betrayed
And when
bestie.
Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Your objection of foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Would
Can
you
you-
lay a little foundation?
Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date.
Nope.
My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some
Call
interest
records?
in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone,
Oh dear.
it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like,
And then all of a sudden, there were no texts. So I imagine he was trying to see what Chelsea would say and try to get that out of Chelsea's phone. Because Kouri's phone was yeeted. So yeah, I'm not surprised. We're now going to hear a lot more about Kouri's phone being deleted, which I don't know if the jury still, I mean, I guess they might still remember. But this was in the jail calls. It was discussed in the jail calls. I just don't know which of Kouri's phones we're talking about at this point.
Line of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea.
I bet that is unusual.
And just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect.
No, there was a
From
gap.
what I-
It turns out that there was a gap, but it was not because it was deleted. It was an organic gap. So why isn't Kouri texting her bestie? So it doesn't seem that it was a fabricated gap. It seems like a deleted. It doesn't seem like she deleted those texts. They just weren't talking, which raises a different question. Why are you not talking to your bestie? Why is there a gap in communication? Mm-hmm.
I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you
Probably.
aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
Yeah, I'm real curious about the calls between Kouri and Bestie after Bestie's interview. And I'm really curious if Kouri was like, you need to go tell them what's for. I wonder how much all of that has changed. Kouri, I wonder how much that's changed.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
And
Yes,
when
sure.
and which officer?
Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time?
It's
They're two different
compound and
events.
vague. The court said there's too many parts. That's compound.
Follow-up time. Did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two different events.
Just a moment.
All right, chat. You heard the man. He said, can you break it down? Which breakdown? Or was it, and now it's time for a breakdown. Never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Which
I'm gonna
kind of
get
breakdown,
specific
Your
about
Honor?
timing.
Okay.
I think that'll solve the problem.
What kind of breakdown are we doing?
Prior to your interview
Damn
of
it.
Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, I do think it's relevant.
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay, well, you thinking it's relevant and actually be relevant are not necessarily the same thing. Oh, was Chelsea big mad when you were asking about information on her phone? Again, if this is the direction the defense is going, why didn't they just go this direction with Carmen Lauber? I don't understand. And why not ask Detective Woody when Detective Woody was on the stand? Woody testified. Why not ask Woody?
You.
Ask whose job it's not.
Ms. Nestor, if you'd ask your next question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And we're moving on.
All right. And in
It sounds
addition
like.
to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
From State Farm?
Yes,
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
Not
And
from State
then-
Farm.
You, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember it earlier,
That's the date that I wrote the report.
no. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not, if you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll
I
use
said
the end of March.
mid-March, but
Okay.
What is happening? What is? She's like, I don't care.
And then you search Carmen's house. And then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember. I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the
Isn't it
interview,
in
but
your
I never
report,
saw
though?
anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises have been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially.
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber. Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she
So the answer
share
is
with
yes?
you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment?
I think they can get into that. I do. I think they can get into that because A, Carmen testified to it, and B, it goes to Carmen's state of mind. But also, there's no need to couch. Did she say she didn't sell fentanyl? Yeah, she did. It's just no need to push back on that. It just is. Oh, sorry. I went too far.
The objection is overruled. Ms. Nestor, you're next. Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either, so
They asked Carmen, a lot of you in the chat are concerned for Carmen and concerned for Carmen Lauber's daughter. Carmen talked about this on her, I think, cross-examination, and said that her daughter did OD and survived and is doing well now. It came up during Carmen's testimony.
Let me ask it again. Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right. And as a matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? Came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your
Who's
Honor.
y'all?
Overruled.
We've got y'all problems, Your
I
Honor.
understand who she's referring to by you.
We've got y'all problems. We're back to the y'all problems. Who? And the thing is, they're good lines of questioning. It's the form that is getting everything so kerfuffled. The questions are vague or overbroad or compound, but it is an area of questioning where the cross should feel organized and quick instead of wandering. They're good questions.
Came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor. Argument.
Overruled. If you understand who she's referring to by y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
Okay. So
And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
I think it was
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, "you're the biggest piece," you're the biggest piece, right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle, right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was a Miss Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all of the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually, it wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
we just
And
saw
then go
it.
ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and so in context, we said, you're the biggest piece of that.
We need
set
your
of information
memory.
that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the
I understand where the defense is trying to go with that. The defense is trying to go with Carmen's the biggest piece of the state's case. She is a big piece of the state's case. I think Kouri is a very big piece of the state's case. But she's trying to go to Carmen is the biggest piece. But in the context of the interview that we just saw earlier, it seemed like Carmen was saying, can't you just go grab the phone and all the things and put the pieces together? And they're like, but we need your specific memories. You have to tell us. You're the piece that needs to tell us, not the phone, not the this, not the that. We need your memory. You're that big piece. You need to tell us what you know. That's how I interpreted it. But again, I can see where the defense is going because they want to make Carmen the biggest piece and then knock that piece down. Again, I don't know why they're not just focusing on the cops. You told Carmen this. You knew that she was feeling remorseful. You poked at that. Why go after Carmen? Why not go? Half the jury's going to hate the man that texted about the dog catch pole. Why aren't you just going after him? I don't understand. I really don't understand the thought here and the strategy of going after Carmen. Go after these cops for poking at Carmen's hard work in drug court.
text, yeah, we said, yeah, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things. Is that right?
Yes.
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering,
And-
and that
I'm
the
so
more,
sorry.
and that the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd?
Well, that's
Does that
a good
refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's
You
done
signed
by
the
the
affidavit.
county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay.
When did y'all get Kouri's phone opened? But she's building the puzzle that
I want to talk about
Carmen, she's trying to build the puzzle to show the puzzle. Carmen says fentanyl, they immediately arrested Kouri. Carmen says, immediately arrested Kouri. That's the picture she's trying to paint. We will see where that goes on redirect. I know my thoughts, but I'm interested to know your thoughts on that. That's the picture she's trying to paint.
your investigation into, oh, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you
Isn't it
define located?
at the
I know where
MEs?
it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay,
But we don't currently have it in our possession right now.
that's all I need.
Isn't it still at the MEs?
I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation, all right?
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes. It states Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the
No! Go back to evidences. I like it better. Can we keep, Ms. Nestor, can we keep evidences? You have been reviewing the evidences. Yes. Put the evidences with the exhibities. All of you are like, hot mic. I'm trying, Your Honor. I think that was Attorney Nestor. I don't know what else to ask. I think that was Attorney Nestor.
clip of the location
Oh, we went full Dorinda. So I didn't mean to just go to clip. We went full Dorinda. Clip.
Yes. It states Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits?
No, I like evidences.
That the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in.
That dude testified yesterday. Why didn't you ask him yesterday? That dude testified yesterday.
In court.
Okay.
He testified
Did you,
yesterday.
as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kotradimos, the
yesterday.
digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kostradimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Huh?
Objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without
without
hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
The court's like,
Just
what
so
are we doing?
I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th?
Yes.
Just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Kotradimos.
Okay, we'll start with that.
Oh,
So
my goodness.
based on your working with Mr. Kostradimos, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
can just approach for a minute.
Kostradimos literally testified yesterday. What is happening? I'm not surprised that the prosecution is like, objection, where are we going with this? Kostradimos testified yesterday. I don't know why we didn't just ask him yesterday. Also, there are good subject areas to this cross, but the way she asks her questions takes away some of the punch of the cross. And I think this detective would not fare as well with a different cross, because there's a lot of, yeah, I don't know. But you're the IO. You should know. What do you mean you don't know? I don't know what date that was. Dude, it's your job to know. You're the IO. It is like a memory game when it comes to the IO. But her questioning is also scattered. And the formation of the questions are vague, so you don't get the punch of him not answering or evading some of the answers, because her questions are also confusing. So when her questions are confusing and then his answers are also vague, you don't pin things down well. So it's frustrating, because there are some good areas for cross, especially with, well, y'all are the ones who brought up all the fentanyl to Carmen Lauber. She said, I don't fuck with that stuff. But y'all were telling her that Eric died of fentanyl. So you needed her to make that connection. So you needed her to tell you something. But alas, here we are.
May it please the court?
Please.
Did you receive information from Mr. Kostradimos about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your
phone
investigation in
location.
any way?
I believe so. The truth is, I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kotradimos's reports.
Did you review them before testifying or no?
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
I mean, it's going to need to be his report,
Objection foundations.
not Kostradimos'
Same
report.
spot we started with a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in the court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw him.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This
It's not his
demonstrative
document.
Mr. Kotradimos created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay. So Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was
That's a good
allegedly
question.
attempted, a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his location?
That's a good question. If you think he was fucking murdered, did you find out where he was? But also, fair answer, yes. We hired an expert, and the expert testified yesterday. So yeah, no, we hired an expert, and we looked into it, and that's that guy, Kostradimos. The reason he's smiling is because we are now playing a game of same question, same answer.
22, is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly attempted, a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Kotradimos probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them.
I mean,
that's
fair. The phrasing of the question is awkward, but fair. Sir, she's charged with attempted murder. You're the IO. What was the victim doing the day of the attempted murder? Because at some point he was sleeping, it seems.
Sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial. You cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
Foundation, Your Honor. The question is, you can't say what Mr. Richins did. There's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not the question I asked.
I'm sorry, counsel, just ask a more precise question. And if it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked it and answered.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little argumentative. Sustained.
I'll withdraw.
The court said that was a little argumentative as well. However, it's not going to sit well with some jurors that the IO's like, I'm not going to answer that. Because, dude, do you know what Eric was doing? Also, we're getting into an area where he's like, I can't tell you. Isn't it important? Like, if she's going to say, don't you know what Eric was doing? Well, it's my understanding from our digital expert that there was a big gap of time where he wasn't moving because somebody attempted to kill him. If she wants to keep asking the questions, it's my understanding from all the interviews I did that Eric got really sick and called his friends and said, fuck, I got really sick. She's asking the questions. My understanding from Mr. Kostradimus is that he was not moving for a period of time there, and that seemed odd. You should know what the theory of the case is. I think he's overthinking her questions. Either that or he's being really careful with his answers for some reason, but it feels like he is fighting on not answering. Why? Because you should know and be able to answer what the victim was doing from your understanding. And even if it's hearsay, the defense is trying to elicit it from you. But she's going to keep on that line of questioning because of course she is, because he's tap dancing around the answers.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
But it's your
I don't
case.
remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked it and answered.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little argumentative, sustained.
It was argumentative and compound, but he should know. I agree with you.
Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, Foundation, when?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame.
And that's the
Foundation
thing.
objection.
There are ways that she could ask these questions that would be more of a zing. And there's ways that the witness could answer, but this cross has gotten to be just a mess. And I don't know if the jury's going to be like, why isn't he answering? Or if the jury's going to look at her questions and be like, what the fuck are you saying? It is a messy cross of an unsure IO who would be chewed upon by other attorneys with the, yeah, I'm not quite sure answers. Don't you have your case folder? Can you refresh your recollection? But she doesn't want him to refresh his recollection. She's not asking him to review his reports. She wants it to look like he doesn't know. That's the point.
The location, did you ever ask anyone to do that?
This is a mess.
Objection, Foundation, when?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
Oh, that Midway house.
So
I thought
I
it
was
meant
the
other
lead
one.
investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Kotradimus to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
Which Midway house?
That's a broad
The
date
other one.
range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay,
And we're back to ask whose job it's not.
all right.
But the fact that Mr. Kostradimus was back on the stand yesterday kind of highlights the point that he was just sitting there. Doesn't it?
Is it true that
through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Miss Lauber conducted a similar transaction to ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Miss Richins.
On that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was a K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
I mean, they asked Carmen.
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways. And she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion, is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, I'm sorry, strike that.
They had already closed.
That's fair. The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The
Right.
air
It's
quotes were
cross.
for the Midway Mansion, that's why.
It's just so awkward, the questioning. Task and Conquer said, wasn't someone else paid via Venmo? Yes. Someone else was paid via Venmo. And we have the dates the checks were cashed. Yes. And yes and yes.
I did that.
I understand.
That's what I call it. But for the House on Legacy, right, I won't do that again. The House on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The House on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
How would she know that?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy House.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I mean,
I
Carmen
don't know
said
that the
no.
realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay, well, then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do
Why
any
is this so
determination as to
weird?
whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the legacy property, did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants.
But
I
as-
wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't, I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You did.
Why is this so weird? Why
you were
does this keep
involved
getting
in at
weirder?
least-
It's so weird. I don't know if you're docu-signing closing on a $3 million house, but if you did, it would indicate that the signatures from DocuSign, and we saw the closing documents, and they didn't have all the DocuSign shit on them. Why not ask the forensic accountant who had the documents? Because the forensic accountant brought them in, and we saw them, and they did not have all the DocuSigning notification stuff on them. However, we're getting into a lot of ask whose job it's not. And she's like, but you're the lead investigator. And he's like, yeah, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Which also isn't helpful at all.
8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were Detective
What do you
Wood.
mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those
The
to you.
title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances.
Okay, but what
I
does
guess
it mean?
I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
That's a good question. Sir, you should know this answer.
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
May we approach?
Okay.
Do we want to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, no. No. That's not fair. She asked a horribly broad question, and now you've got the prosecutor standing up and being like, nope. We've got some foundation stuff. Oh, what is happening? She asked an overly broad question. He is trying to be careful in his answer. And everybody was like, immediately pull the ripcord. Nope. There must be some rulings here that are in the way. I'm going to rewind that because again, there are probably prior rulings here that he is being careful, but I don't know if it'll read that way to the jury. And the defense is not being careful, and that's going to read that way to the jury. But now we've got him trying to be careful, her question being broad, and him trying to explain, well, actually, okay, so I think they should have just let it go. She was trying to cut it off. What a mess. But I want to hear that again.
Around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
That was wild.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
May we approach?
Okay.
There's something more there.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's something there. I don't know what the there
In the
is.
10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws, that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Now I want to know.
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators in my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I mean, through his
I
mouth.
know it was orally ingested.
Yeah.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
Oh boy. The inartful questions are going to continue to be a problem because she is teetering very close into trying to ask questions that he's blocked from answering, in part due to pretrial rulings, which is kind of a mess. But it might read differently to the jury. It might read, he's being evasive and he just doesn't know. We'll see. But it's, oh boy.
Evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
Kouri's face is facing.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins?
That's a good question.
To test to see what they are?
Nope.
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Well, let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
After
Yes.
at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins.
Okay.
We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court. I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring to.
What's your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for
stuff,
what it can tell you about the body's biology.
Specifically,
about the extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant scope.
This is beyond the scope,
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
but beyond the scope of the version, or the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
The defense is having a chit chat over in the corner. They're having a corner huddle. It is got to be the end or getting close to the end of the court day while the defense attorneys are talking to each other. I think she did apologize to the jury about the time. It seemed like she looked in the direction of the jury and said sorry, which is not appropriate. But so much has happened in this case. You can't talk directly to them. if the prosecution had done it, there would be a motion in the morning that the prosecution's making faces at the jury and speaking to them. But I think she was also probably looking in the direction of the clock, because this is going to be bumping up against, I'm sure, the end of the court day.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Miss Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were
pills recovered
aware
from Carmen's
through your
house?
investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right.
Like
And
if
did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Wasn't it in
Yeah, I don't remember
Nogales?
the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was
I
it the
don't-
Sonora area?
I think so.
I think it was Nogales, which
Also-
is in Sonora, right?
According to Ms. Lauber,
Not Sedona. Sonora, not Sedona. Different. But he was going down with a hunt. Eric was not loading up weapons, crossing the border, and then just going hunting. He was going with a hunting tour. Is that the right word? Probably not. But he was going with a group. So there was a hunting, he called him an outfit, that he was going with. But I'm interested that she hasn't asked him. No, I'm not. She's not going to ask him about the text messages with the pissed off witness and the dog catch pole. Expedition? Thank you. Guide? Outfit? Yes. She's probably not going to ask him because she's not going to want him to explain. So I don't think we're going to see that. It's just such a weird, it's such a different cross than the cross of the PI, isn't it?
she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to
when?
During interview, during testimony, during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Well, total or each time?
Each
Like
time.
individually?
I mean, you can just ask
Each
leading
time
questions.
approximately 15 to 30.
So
And
where are they all?
that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that. Did you give Carmen rides?
Where are the rest of the fucking pills? That's a lot of pills. Where are the rest of the pills? I don't give a shit if the maths. Where'd the pills go?
To meetings with her attorney in your car? After she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her? Went by and saw her at her house?
We need answers.
I'm sorry.
You gotta say yes, because they can't type,
Right.
Okay, so
I mean,
what
they
was the
can't
answer
type
to the last question
but
about you
it's
called her on the phone?
Vague. They need what the it's the weirdest cross. It's just the weirdest cross.
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to
Not to just have a kiki.
get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court,
He was
right?
her PO.
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Okay.
I mean, she was on probation to them. I think she's trying to imply special treatment.
Close, I'm sorry. Thank you for your patience.
You can't just talk to the jury.
okay.
What are we doing?
I want to talk about the, Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the
What's happening?
goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific. The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the gifts is that there were, I think, 3 different ones.
Uh-huh.
And that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Kotradimos testified to.
I'm with you on that. So clearly, I would imagine, as the lead investigator,
Do they want to have a kiki? Like, what? Where are we in this trial right now? I don't know what's happening.
if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
Yeah, if they weren't deleted. Yeah.
It could be part of it.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but
Katie, can you please pull up JO11? JO11? And this is only for, yeah, okay. And make it a little bit bigger so that Mr.
Wait, is the last convo between Kouri and Eric the gifts? I don't know if I think that's where we're going with this. Then again, we got to, wasn't Kouri having an open marriage and Eric was joking with Bryce. So I don't understand.
That Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly. And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you recognize these texts?
Keep
going, Katie.
I recognize that they are
The whole switch up of the demeanor on this cross is so fucking weird.
from Eric's device, yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
This is the day, literally, his last day on Earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
And?
That's what it looks like.
What's the
All right.
combo?
I have to
And-
look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context
What's
for that.
the
But
frequency,
I'm really
Kenneth?
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly, you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them.
How
but
do you not remember?
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
sure, but like the day he died would be in a kind of an important day to check out, right?
I agree with her
Yeah.
on that.
Okay, so do you
Like
recall?
I said, that's where we got the information about the hunting guide in
Okay.
Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300? I don't even know what we're on yet.
I mean, I don't disagree with her.
3010.
I don't disagree with her that you would want to know this. It's just he outsourced it to Kostradimus. It was just like, nah, Kostradimus, handle it. Okay.
Is it 10? 3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that.
What?
We moved to admit it.
Well, objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at
What are these?
maybe approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to is this the first page, Kitty?
Huh? The weirdest. I mean, I think for the first time this trial, I think I feel the exact same way the defendant does at this point. Because Kouri's just like, or at least my interpretation, what the fuck is happening? And I'm also sitting here going, yeah, girl, what the fuck is happening? I am so confused. I think confusion is definitely what the defense is going for in this. Because if you can back away from the walk the dog letter and be like, but some of these things are true, and just start to throw things up on the wall and get to a big what the fuck, and then the IO's like, yeah, I don't know. Right. The IO's just like, Half of you are saying, no, it's not. Kouri's not sitting there going, what the fuck? She's laughing at the detective. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous where we're at the moment. And then her lawyer is like, it's okay. Just take your time and read them. Yeah, it's all good. Everything is weird. Even George agrees. George is, yeah. Because George has preceded the Travis entering into the office. Hi, Trav. We don't know what's happening. We're in the middle of the weirdest one of the weirdest cross-examinations I've ever seen. And we've seen some weird ones this trial. What's going on? You came to steal my mic and Ike's.
Yes.
Okay.
Actually.
All right.
You have all the sour candy.
I know I have all the sour candy. I have the sour candy. You can just take the box with you. Take them.
This is yours.
No, it's okay. You can take this. You can take the sour watermelon like my ex. I'm not going to eat them all. I'm on stream. I'll drop them. Did you hear George? No, I'm good. I can't imagine we will be not much longer. You can take the Mike and Ike's, buddy, if you want them. Okay. I'll see you in a few. Bye, George. George is like, my son, my human, pick me up. And he meows until he is lifted up. All right. I was going to send him with the sour Mike and Ike's. They're the best ones for sure. But yes, my office has the sour candy. We've got, look, this is what he was looking for. The lemon heads and the Mike and Ike's. Why is the sour candy? Oh, and these. Because we needed gummies. Why is all the sour candy in my office? Because otherwise it will disappear quickly. Very quickly. They're still at sidebar. Yes, George is like a caller. He announces that Travis is coming. My royal human, Sir Travis, is here. I am announcing the arrival of my human, the Travis. He is here. Pick me up now. Yes. I don't know what's happening. They're still at sidebar. A number of you are asking, Emily, what is George going to do over the summer? He hates it when Travis is at DCI. What he's going to hate more is DCI followed by college. We'll figure it out. He's not going to be happy about that at all. They're still at sidebar. I have literally no idea. This has been the strangest cross between the awkward phrasing of the questions, and then the fake sweetness, and then the IO who's like, what? No, I didn't do that part. No, I didn't do that part either. Nope, didn't do that part either. No, I'm not really sure. Nope, don't really know about that. I don't know if we've learned anything about the case, but I think the defense is trying to weave in, look, the IO doesn't even know. The IO has no idea what happened here. The IO knows. How can we know anything? The IO doesn't know anything. No one can know anything.
Let's pause there. There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow
Oh, we're done
morning
for the day.
from both defense and the state.
Oh,
That
good.
additional questioning we do not have time for today. So
That makes sense.
we'll be recessing for the day
Oh, boy.
between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m.
Okay.
As always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case. Please do not do any research about the case.
Unbelievable.
Please travel safe.
All rise, covered. B. Ruxpin said, try the freeze-dried lemon heads. I have them. They're just not in this stash. They are elsewhere because I cannot eat them on stream. And if I put them over here, I will want to eat them on stream, and they are too crunchy.
Folks, have a seat. Anything else on the record today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, just real quick.
My apologies.
If there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as the chief investigator, I guess, I'm just asking we all be on honor. They don't discuss with him
His testimony.
at all. But if they need to talk to him about something, just let me know and we'll probably agree to that. So just if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Any problem with that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. We're at the end of the day and a very long cross-examination of ask whose job it's not. I think there is some headway that Nestor can make with this IO, especially with a whole lot of, I don't know about this. I don't know about that. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. I think there is room for her to press this IO on cross more. The difficulty is that the questions are so awkward that it becomes really hard to pin down any cross. It's just a completely different style of cross-examination that we've seen from this defense attorney. And then O'Driscoll is like, I did this part, but I didn't do that part. And I don't really know this part. And I don't kind of know that part. And so even though the questions are awkward, some of the answers are also awkward. They don't come across with confidence. And I think he's trying to get there, but also I think he's trying to be mindful of some of the areas he can't get into that she's asking about. However, that might not come across to the jury as he's trying to be careful about not talking about lab results that he can't admit in, but also he's trying to answer her question. But there's clearly something more with the lab results, but he's not answering it. I don't know if the lab results are going to come in with another witness or if they're not going to come in at all, or if they're going to come in later. I understand that he was a fairly new homicide detective when he was assigned this case. However, you are going to need to know what happens in the investigation because you are the investigating officer. You are essentially the lead. You are coordinating things. So you are in charge of knowing the things. So I'm not sure if somebody was asked to do this or that is not helpful at all. You need to know. Yes, we actually asked, the investigative team asked this person to investigate this and asked this person to investigate that. You need to know. I was surprised at how limited the direct examination was when we got to the end of the day. I am not certain ever which way the defense is going to go with this, but I think a lot of these things will be pulled into closing. The difficulty is that when the defense tries to pull those things in, half the questions the defense asked had to be restated or rephrased, or they had things wrong. So then they had to back up and kind of go about it a different way because the misstating things is consistent. So if the jury's already exhausted, I don't know if they're picking up on the points that the defense is bringing in the cross, or if they're just like, no, that's not what the witness said. No, that's not what this witness said. No, that's not what that witness said. It makes it hard to follow when the questioning is not crisp. And I don't think this is a case where throw everything against the wall and just confuse the jury is going to help, especially when the jury has just listened to Kouri Richins on a jail call laughing about how ridiculous it all is. So it's not going to necessarily make the point that they might want to make. I don't think confusion is the key. But we will have to wait and see. It seems that this is the last witness. The defense does not want this witness to refresh his recollection from his reports. She is intentionally not giving him that opportunity. She doesn't have to. It's her cross-examination. You didn't find anything in the house that was a pill of fentanyl. You didn't find a single pill of fentanyl in the house. Not a single pill, did you? You can ask leading questions. Like really specifically leading, but they have to be narrowly tailored. When you searched the house, or when officers searched the house the night of Eric's death, no one found anything that was fentanyl, or no one found any pills that were fentanyl, etc. She doesn't want to ask him to review his notes because she doesn't want him to be like, see, it's this, and see, it's this, and see, it's this. Now, the prosecution can ask him to review, is that in one of your reports? Would it refresh your recollection? The defense doesn't have to refresh his recollection. They don't have to do that at all. But they can also ask much more leading questions to try to get to the answers that they want to get to. And those questions are getting lost because they're not precise. And that's, I think, where a lot of my frustration is. Because it's like, no, that's a good area of questioning. Wait, why did we just back up and go the other way on that questioning? It's like the end of the LA Marathon. You think it's going to go one way and then it sure fucking doesn't. You're like, what the hell just happened? And that's how I feel after that cross. I feel like, what the hell just happened? What in the world are we even watching? That's how I feel. We'll see what the jury thinks about the walk the dog letter, I suppose, down the road. If this is the wrong state, Emily. If this is the state's last witness, then tomorrow we'll see the rest of this witness and then the defense motion to dismiss or motion for directed verdict. I'm not sure which they call it in Utah, where the defense will ask the court, and they might take an extended lunch to do that. The defense will ask the court to dismiss the case, saying there's not enough evidence on the record for a finding to be made. We'll get a little preview of how they see the case. We'll get a preview of how the prosecution sees the evidence, and then we'll get a ruling from the court. The defense also indicated they want at least 30 minutes to talk to Kouri Richins and see how their witnesses line up. What's going to be very interesting, because the state clearly has a very precise plan for this case. The things they have done have been calculated and specifically tailored. I will be interested to see how the rebuttal case comes in, because the end of the state's case and the end of the rebuttal case, I think, are going to leave us in two different places. And I'm interested to see, because we know that there were things lab tested and we haven't seen the lab tests. I think we've seen the toxicology, but I don't think we've seen the lab tests come in. We haven't heard about the lab testing of the tweezers. We heard about the tweezers ages and ages ago, but we haven't heard about the lab results. And a number of you are asking, but Emily, can't he just bring in the lab results? He's not the lab. Remember how many lab people we saw in most of the cases we've seen, but Karen Reed, when they tested everything, we saw a lot of different lab results, and you have to bring in the individuals from the lab. So I'm interested to see where we get to at the end of tomorrow. But that cross did not go at all the way I thought it did or was going to. My brain is buffering. I can't believe they had him read the walk the dog letter, because it's the only thing they read into the record, and it was the walk the dog letter. If you want to know what the rest of that letter says, you can, I have it in the Kouri Richins playlist if you want to see the rest of it. But if you want to wait till the end of trial, because the jury hasn't seen the rest of it, go ahead and wait. It's totally fine. So I'm really a bit baffled as to what's going on in Cross, what these text messages are. And we've just left off the day with insinuations that there was something in these text messages between Eric Richins and Kouri Richins the day that he died. And I'm not sure where we're at. I thought we would hear more jail calls, honestly. I'm surprised that we didn't. I'm very surprised they didn't bring in Kouri Richins' interview with law enforcement. I don't think that it was kept out in pretrial rulings. I think it was narrowed. But we haven't heard Kouri's interviews. Or is the prosecution going to wait on Kouri's interviews for their rebuttal case to rebut what others say? I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll see. But some of you are asking, maybe they just wanted to undo the sting of the walk the dog letter. I don't know if that cross is going to do it, but I think that they were like, well, this part is true and this part is true and this part is true in the walk the dog letter. Don't we know that that part is true? I imagine the argument on that is going to be, but is it though? But is it true though? Do we know that? Or is that letter Kouri telling Ronnie about a conversation she needs him to make up about Eric? Then again, it's going to depend on how the jury sees it. I've seen the walk the dog letter so much, I know exactly what I think that letter says. But it's going to look different to the jury sitting there watching all this coming in. And I wonder if the jurors seeing it for the first time will either look at Miss Staking's testimony and be like, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Or if they're going to look at that letter and look at Miss Staking and be like, I have some questions. But we do know that Eric was hunting down in Mexico not that long before his death. So if that's the case, does it give the walk the dog letter more credence that it might be true? However, hold on, my throat is going all Nestor on me. Then again, the thing it seems like Eric was talking about was, well, no, that was from Kouri's other letter saying that Eric was texting about being able to get stuff back into the country. Because none of Kouri's stuff talks about narcotic use, and she's trying to say he's pressuring her into narcotic use and, well, into THC use. And that's not what the text messages we have seen say at all. And then we have the calls with Kouri and her family where she's laughing about everything from Valentine's Day. And then we have I'm writing a book about what happened the day of Eric's death in the weirdest way ever. And then it all raises the question, if what Kouri is saying in the walk the dog letter is true, then why isn't Ronnie going to the police saying, you've got this all wrong. Eric and I had these conversations. Here are the fucking texts. Why is my sister in custody? They're in the text. And I imagine if Ronnie comes in and testifies, he's going to say, I don't trust the cops. But then again, if that's what Ronnie's going to say, then why not go that route with Carmen Lauber starting at the beginning instead of attacking Carmen Lauber? I have so many questions. I think I have more questions today than I have throughout this entire trial. And I'm curious as to where this will all go. But the thing that I know will weigh most heavily in the jury's mind, because every time they hear from the defendant, that is going to get weighted more. What did the defendant do? What did the defendant say? What was the defendant thinking? What was the defendant telling her family? Those things will matter the most. And when you take that combined with the body cam, but then her rehashing of the story from that night and the body cam don't square, her retelling to her best friend about her screaming and pounding on Eric's chest and doing CPR doesn't square with the body cam or what we know happened. So there's all these other things that are going to start to not connect. And I wonder if those dots will start to connect for the defense during their case, or if we will see some of that in the rebuttal case, or if tomorrow the defense is going to be like, you know what, no case for us, no rebuttal case for the Commonwealth. And they're all going to try to outdo each other in checkers. I don't know. But sometimes I feel like some are playing chess and some are playing checkers. And then that gets really confusing. So I guess we'll see tomorrow what's going to happen, because it's real interesting to me. And I'm not quite sure what to make of the cross-examination today. Oh, there's the call with Bryce, not Bryce. Yes, Bryce, pantsless Bryce. The call with Bryce, no pants, where Kouri's like, if I was going to kill Eric, I would have done it 2 years sooner and I would have just shot him in the head. That's gonna not necessarily land well. And in pretrial, the defense said they need more space in case Kouri wants to testify. So I guess we're going to have to wait and see if Kouri wants to testify. Law nerds, we're going to answer a few questions and then we are going to go, because we're going to be back in court early tomorrow morning. Make sure that you have the Law Nerd app. We got to answer some questions. I can't tell you why Bryce didn't have any pants. I still don't fucking know. I still don't know. Oh, and then, have I already forgotten about the paramour? Kind of. It'll be real interesting when we get to closing and see the timeline of Kouri telling Eric where she is and her actually being with the paramour and her not being able to have a celebratory drink with Eric because she wants to have a celebratory drink with the boyfriend. But we got to, I made him drinks. What? I was there when he ate the sandwich. Everything was fine. Oh, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting. Yes, chat. And who's Lotto? Yes. Agreed. Closings are going to be real interesting. I just want them to answer the question about the gifts or the GIFs or what the fuck ever. Do you think the defense is going to close that loop tomorrow? Do you think we're going to see the loop closed about the gifts, GIFs, and the last text between Kouri and Eric? Because I'm real curious. I'm real curious if we will. So I have a couple A couple questions. Casty says, bruh, is it my THC seltzer or is it the phrasing of the questions? Both. It's probably both, but mostly the questions. All of you are like, George just needs to be in a baby sling. Yes, George just wants to be where the Travis is. I know, he's going to be so upset. The Daily D Beauty said, EDB, can he go home and go over his notes? I don't know if he will. He could. And the defense will ask, did you review anything? And he can say, yeah, I reviewed my notes. But I imagine he'll come in there tomorrow and just be like, did you review anything? And he's going to be like, nah. If you want me to review my report, I can. Let's grab it. Let's see. Rosie asked, why did Sky stop representing Kouri? There was a conflict because of something that was going on in the civil litigation. So there was a conflict that arose with the civil litigation. I don't know what it was, but we'll see. Thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate all of you that have gifted. The grammar is starting to wear off on me. I might be an author of a child's book. Again, I'm saving it for my bigger book. Kouri looked the most stressed today of every day of trial. Today seemed to be the most stressed we've seen Kouri, or at least that's what it looked like to me. It could also just be tired because it's been so many days of trial. We are getting into long days of trial. Nicole B57 said, Emily, are you going to CrimeCon? No. I don't know when CrimeCon is. I do not plan on attending CrimeCon. I truly don't have any idea when it is. But when I look at future plans, there is so much like family kid life stuff that there's not much else on my docket other than that. Because we've got a high school graduation and DCI move-ins and DCI season and college. EDB's personal life is full. A lot of you are saying end of May in Vegas. Oh, no, that was end of May is graduation and DCI move-in. So that, yeah, no. Emily's not going to VidCon either this year. There's a lot of people that a lot of places where EDB will not be this year. I will be doing a lot of band things this summer to see my kiddo before he moves in. But we've got graduation and then move in for marching band, and they are all close in time. And we have people coming into town for graduation. It's so much stuff. It's not even May yet, and I'm already stressed out. I am already stressed out about my schedule in May. I can't. We'll talk about it after this trial. Oh, let's see. Val, I don't agree. Val said, if you're being objective, you have to agree that Ms. Nestor is doing an amazing job. I don't agree. Doing her best to de-escalate the shock value of the letter. I do think she is trying to de-escalate the shock value of the letter. Amazing is not the word I would use. But she is definitely trying to de-escalate the shock value of the letter. I don't know if that worked, but she's trying to. Let's see. Multiple questions about where are Bryce's pants. We might never get to where Bryce's pants went. Ever. We might never get to where are Bryce's pants. Because I do not know where Bryce's pants are. A lot of you are just like, Emily, the pills. It's a valid question. The thing is, there are some of these questions that I don't think the defense wants to ask, which is strategy, because they do not want to give law enforcement the opportunity to answer the question. They do not want the answer. They want the insinuation because they want the doubt, which is fair, but they want the doubt. So that's part of there's all these pills and then let it linger. But there's all these pills. Where the fuck did they go? Right? Who knows? Law enforcement didn't tell us where all the pills went. Nobody knows where all the pills went. It's those building blocks of doubt. The way that they do it is so hard to follow. Some of you are asking about keep some of T's clothes for George. We do. We absolutely do keep some of T's stuff for George. He still gets feisty about T being gone though. But we do. And then when we FaceTime with Travis, George always comes running to see his human, his preferred human. I think George would probably try to sneak on tour if he could. He would hate it. Tour life is not for George, but I think he would want to go. It would not be good. Jess Ellen said, who is credited with it being named the Walk the Dog letter, court filing or EDB? No, Kouri Richins. Kouri's the one who wrote Walk the Dog at the top where the title goes. So it says Walk the Dog in big fucking letters. I don't know what else to call it. Walk the Dog. So we just called it the Walk the Dog letter because, well, that's what she titled it. So I think that credit on the Walk the Dog letter goes to Kouri. I don't know if she knew what everybody, I don't know. I don't think Kouri intended for the public to see that letter at all. I don't think Kouri intended for any of that to happen. Number of you with the, can I walk that dog? I need to go check and see if we have any more weather coming through this evening because we definitely got some through today. And I have just my neck is just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? My neck is just mad. Planty said, what's your opinion of the faces Kouri is pulling? Kouri has done a pretty good job most of the time to rein in the faces. But there are times where the face is just like, you got to be shitting me. And I think that's probably accurate to how she feels and how she's perceiving the situation. Now, I don't think we all read the situation the same way. But I think she's just like, mm-hmm. So it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting to see. Thank you all for the gifted memberships. A number of you commented on O'Driscoll's beard being very Jason Kelsey. My brain has stopped at the end of the day. Apologies. It's just wild. Noam says, it makes me chuckle every time when they say Maynard because that's my dad's nickname for me. They have talked about Detective Maynard quite a lot. I don't think we've even did we see Detective Maynard at all? I don't think we did. At all. It's just been wild. Anna asked, EDB, how did the lawyers hear anything during the sidebar with the noise machine? The noise is generally back behind them, but it can be tippy toes and lean in to try to hear the court. But there were judges that their benches were so high that I couldn't always hear well at sidebar, or other attorneys couldn't hear well at sidebar. And we would literally have the judge would come down from the bench and go to the side or the back hallway if we needed to talk about a little more and couldn't hear. So it just depends on the courtroom. It hasn't seemed to be an issue in this courtroom. The attorneys and the judge seem to hear each other pretty well when they are in sidebar. And again, the sound is behind them a bit. So it seems that has not been a problem in this courtroom. It doesn't seem like anyone is having difficulty hearing the court. Let's see. A number of you have asked if Kouri's mom will be called to the stand. I do not know if they will call Kouri's mom. They may not. I don't know what they will choose to do, but they had some agreements about whether witnesses would be allowed to be in court or not. And the defense did try to keep people out. I didn't see that. I didn't see that with the prosecution asking to keep out Kouri's mom. So I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if Maynard was the undercover. I can double check, but I don't know if Maynard was the undercover because he wouldn't have been one of the investigating officers interviewing Carmen and them, I don't think. So I don't know. I thought the undercover that was not shown was an expert in types of drugs that were being sold, not someone who had interviewed everybody at all. So I will double check that over the evening, because Maynard was like the partner to O'Driscoll. Used fridge. The screen name is making me chuckle. I will post things on TikTok on occasion. I'm not on TikTok very often, especially since they don't do the best with privacy protection at the moment. So I got questions, which is why I wouldn't have seen it. I was wondering if I can see how you write your notes, specifically mid-care and read trial 2. I feel like the notes were noting at that point. My brain needs to be scratched. I don't even have them pulled up on this, but I use my oh my God, my brain just absolutely stopped. My super note for my notes. I generally do, the members have asked me to do a members only about note taking. We can talk about note taking another time, but I do kind of a modified note taking that gives me orientation to what witnesses are testifying, if the court's talking, rulings that are made, times, dates, things like that. Like general things that give me orientation. So if I want to get back to, I know they were talking about, because I have a very auditory memory, but I know they were talking about this. So if I can go to my notes and find the touch point, my notes are like touch points. Oh, it was when they were talking about text with Kouri's brother. So I'll go and look at my notes for the text with Kouri's brother and be able to kind of orient that way. So it's a very specific to me type of note taking that I've developed through lots and lots of time in court and having to listen to what's happening and then take notes. So, yep, Aaron, that's exactly where we're at. Aaron says, you sound like me when I'm getting a migraine with the neck pain and the word finding. Yep, that's exactly where EDB is, which probably has to do with the pressure changes, because during the spring, I do not get the allergies. I do get the pressure change triggered migraines and headaches. So, yep, 100%. With that, law nerds, we will be back tomorrow morning. And I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. I don't know what's happening. I don't know what happened yesterday. I was like, wait, what? And then today was just like, wait, what? Today was so strange. But what happened today? They recalled Carmen. That seemed like a mess. The prosecution was just like, haha, the defense may have some questions for you. Good luck. They recalled Carmen. They called O'Driscoll. We saw recorded calls where Kouri was just laughing that all of this was so ridiculous. We saw the letters that, the journaling Kouri had done, the apparent timeline Kouri had done, the walk the dog letter, text messages with mom and brother, and then one of the oddest cross that I have seen in I don't know where. It was just a very, very strange cross-examination. And maybe I'll have different feelings about it tomorrow. Maybe I won't, but I can't imagine the jury going home today just being like, what happened today? But they're seeing the walk the dog letter for the first time. And I imagine that the walk the dog letter, if you saw the walk the dog letter for the first time, let me know what you think. And cross isn't done yet. So maybe we'll actually get back to those texts between Kouri and Eric the last day of his life. And with that, law nerds, it's good to see you. Have a good one. We'll see what court brings us tomorrow, won't we? Thank you, Team Baker. Thank you to our mods. And thank you all to a late day in court. Today was wild. Don't forget to get the Law Nerd app, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good one. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a law nerd.